No expression, no reaction. Hood said, "We've come to arrest a political agitator. You have nothing to be alarmed about." He started toward the grocery store. The team of police followed, their sidearms drawn. "Political agitation here?" the Greek said. "Come on, it is impossible." He hurried after them, panting, alarmed now. "What have I done? Nothing at all. You can look around. Go ahead." He held open the door of the store, ushering them inside. "See right away for yourself." "That's what we intend to do," Hood said. He moved with agility, wasting no time on conspicuous portions of the store. He strode directly on through. The back room lay ahead, the warehouse with its cartons of cans, cardboard boxes stacked up on every side. A young boy was busy making a stock inventory. He glanced up, startled as they entered. Nothing here, Hood thought. The owner's son at work, that's all. Lifting the lid of a carton, Hood peered inside. Cans of peaches, and beside that, a crate of lettuce. He tore off a leaf, feeling futile and disappointed. The police captain said to him in a low voice, "Nothing, sir." "I see that," Hood said irritably. A door to the right led to a closet. Opening it, he saw brooms and a mop, a galvanized pail, boxes of detergents, and there were drops of paint on the floor. The closet, sometime recently, had been repainted. When he bent down and scratched with his nail, he found the paint still tacky. "Look at this," he said, beckoning the police captain over. The Greek, nervously, said, "What's the matter, gentlemen? You find something dirty and report to the Board of Health, is that it? Customers have complained. Tell me the truth, please." "Yes, it is fresh paint. We keep everything spick and span. Isn't that in the public interest?" Running his hands across the wall of the broom closet, the police captain said quietly, "Mr. Hood, there was a doorway here. Sealed up now, very recently." He looked expectantly toward Hood, awaiting instructions. Hood said, "Let's go in." Turning to his subordinates, the police captain gave a series of orders. From the ship, equipment was dragged through the store to the closet. A controlled whine arose as the police began the task of cutting into the wood and plaster. Pale, the Greek said, "This is outrageous. I will sue." "Right," Hood agreed. "Take us to court." Already a portion of the wall had given way. It fell inward with a crash, and bits of rubble spilled down onto the floor. A white cloud of dust rose, then settled. It was not a large room which Hood saw in the glare of the police flashlights. Dusty, without windows, smelling stale and ancient, the room had not been inhabited for a long, long time, he realized, and he warily entered. It was empty. Just an abandoned storeroom of some kind, its wooden walls scaling and dingy. Perhaps before the misfortune the grocery store had possessed a larger inventory. More stocks had been available then, but now this room was not needed. Hood moved about, flashing his beam of light up to the ceiling and then down to the floor. Dead flies, entombed here, and he saw a few live ones which crept haltingly in the dust. "Remember," the police captain said, "it was boarded up just now, within the last 3 days. Or at least the painting was just now done, to be absolutely accurate about it." "These flies," Hood said, "they're not even dead yet." So it had not even been 3 days. Probably the boarding up had been done yesterday. What had this room been used for? He turned to the Greek, who had come after them, still tense and pale, his dark eyes flickering rapidly with concern. This is a smart man, Hood realized. We will get little out of him. At the far end of the storeroom, the police flashlights picked out a cabinet, empty shelves of bare, rough wood. Hood walked toward it. Okay, the Greek said thickly, swallowing. I admit it. We have kept bootleg gin stored here. We became scared. You Centaurians. He looked around at them with fear. You're not like our local bosses. We know them. They understand us. You can't be reached. But we have to make a living. He spread his hands, appealing to them. From behind the cabinet, the edge of something protruded. Barely visible, it might never have been noticed. A paper which had fallen there, almost out of sight. It had slipped down farther and farther. Now Hood took hold of it and carefully drew it out, back up the way it had come. The Greek shuddered. It was, Hood saw, a picture. A heavy, middle-aged man with loose jowls stained black by the grained beginnings of a beard, frowning, his lips set in defiance. A big man wearing some kind of uniform. Once this picture had hung on the wall and people had come here and looked at it, paid respect to it. He knew who it was. This was Benny Samoli, at the height of his political career, the leader glaring bitterly at the followers who had gathered here. So this was the man. No wonder the Times showed such alarm. To the Greek grocery store owner, Hood said, holding up the picture, "Tell me, is this familiar to you?" No, the Greek said. He wiped perspiration from his face with a large red handkerchief. "Certainly not." But obviously it was. Hood said, "You're a follower of Samoli, aren't you?" There was silence. "Take him along," Hood said to the police captain, "and let's start back." He walked from the room, carrying the picture with him. As he spread the picture out on his desk, Hood thought, "It isn't merely a fantasy of the times. We know the truth now. The man is real, and 24 hours ago this portrait of him hung on a wall in plain sight. It would still be there this moment if Curb had not put in its appearance. We frightened them. The Earth people have a lot to hide from us, and they know it. They are taking steps, rapidly and effectively, and we will be lucky if we can—" Interrupting his thoughts, Jones said, "Then the Bleakman Street address really was a meeting place for them. The Pape was correct." "Yes," Hood said. "Where is he now?" "I wish I knew," Hood thought. "Has Dietrich seen the picture yet?" "Not yet," Hood said. Jones said, "He was responsible for the war, and Dietrich is going to find it out." "No one man," Hood said, "could be solely responsible." "But he figured largely," Jones said. "That's why they've gone to so much effort to eradicate all traces of his existence." Hood nodded. "Without the Times," she said, "would we ever have guessed that such a political figure as Benny Samoli existed? We owe a lot to the Pape. They overlooked it, or weren't able to get to it. Probably they were working in such haste they couldn't think of everything, even in 10 years. It must be hard to obliterate every surviving detail of a planet-wide political movement, especially when its leader managed to seize absolute power in the final phase." "Impossible to obliterate," Hood said. "A closed-off storeroom in the back of a Greek grocery store. That was enough to tell us what we needed to know. Now Dietrich's men can do the rest. If Samoli is alive, they will eventually find him, and if he's dead, they'll be hard to convince, knowing Dietrich. They'll never stop looking now." "One good thing about this," Jones said, "is that now a lot of innocent people will be off the hook. Dietrich won't go around prosecuting them. He'll be busy tracking down Samoli." True, Hood thought, and that was important. The Centaurian police would be thoroughly occupied for a long time to come, and that was just as well for everyone, including Curb and its ambitious program of reconstruction. If there had never been a Benny Samoli, he thought suddenly, it would almost have been necessary to invent him. An odd thought. He wondered how it happened to come to him. Again he examined the picture, trying to infer as much as possible about the man from this flat likeness. How had Somoli sounded? Had he gained power through the spoken word like so many demagogues before him? And his writing. Maybe some of it would turn up. Or even tape recordings of speeches he had made, the actual sound of the man, and perhaps videotapes as well. Eventually it would all come to light. It was only a question of time. And then we will be able to experience for ourselves how it was to live under the shadow of such a man, he realized. The line from Dietrich's office buzzed. He picked up the phone. "We have the Greek here," Dietrich said. "Under drug guidance, he's made a number of admissions. You may be interested." "Yes," Hood said. Dietrich said, "He tells us he's been a follower for 17 years, a real old-timer in the movement. They met twice a week in the back of his grocery store, in the early days when the movement was small and relatively powerless. That picture you have, I haven't seen it, of course, but Stavros, our Greek gentleman, told me about it. That portrait is actually obsolete, in the sense that several more recent ones have been in vogue among the faithful for some time now. Stavros hung on to it for sentimental reasons. It reminded him of the old days. Later on, when the movement grew in strength, Somoli stopped showing up at the grocery store, and the Greek lost out in any personal contact with him. He continued to be a loyal dues-paying member, but it became abstract for him." "What about the war?" Hood asked. "Shortly before the war, Somoli seized power in a coup here in North America through a march on New York City during a severe economic depression. Millions were unemployed, and he drew a good deal of support from them. He tried to solve the economic problems through an aggressive foreign policy, attacked several Latin American republics which were in the sphere of influence of the Chinese. That seems to be it, but Stavros is a bit hazy about the big picture. We'll have to fill in more from other enthusiasts as we go along, from some of the younger ones. After all, this one is over 70 years old." Hood said, "You're not going to prosecute him, I hope?" "Oh, no, he's simply a source of information. When he's told us all he has on his mind, we'll let him go back to his onions and canned applesauce. He's harmless." "Did Somoli survive the war?" "Yes," Dietrich said. "But that was 10 years ago. Stavros doesn't know if the man is still alive now. Personally, I think he is, and we'll go on that assumption until it's proved false. We have to." Hood thanked him and hung up. As he turned from the phone, he heard, beneath him, the low, dull rumbling. The homeopath had once more started into life. "It's not a regular edition," Joan said, quickly consulting her wristwatch. "So it must be another extra. This is exciting, having it happen like this. I can't wait to read the front page." What has Benny Somoli done now, Hood wondered. According to the Times, in its misphased chronicling of the man's epic, what stage actually taking place years ago has now been reached? Something climactic, deserving of an extra. It will be interesting, no doubt of that. The Times knows what is fit to print. He, too, could hardly wait. In downtown Oklahoma City, John LeConte put a coin in the slot of the kiosk which the Times had long ago established there. The copy of the Times' latest extra slid out, and he picked it up and read the headline briefly, spending only a moment on it to verify the essentials. Then he crossed the sidewalk and stepped once more into the rear seat of his chauffeur-driven steam car. Mr. Fall said circumspectly, "Sir, here is the primary material if you wish to make a word-by-word comparison." The secretary held out the folder, and LeConte accepted it. The car started up. Without being told, the chauffeur drove in the direction of party headquarters. LeConte leaned back, lit a cigar, and made himself comfortable. On his lap, the newspaper blazed up its enormous headlines. "Somoli enters coalition UN government. Temporary cessation of hostilities. To his secretary, LeConte said, "My phone, please." "Yes, sir." Mr. Fall handed him the portable field phone. "But we're almost there. And it's always possible, if you don't mind my pointing it out, that they may have tapped us somewhere along the line." "They're busy in New York," LeConte said, "among the ruins, in an area that hasn't mattered as long as I can remember," he said to himself. However, possibly Mr. Fall's advice was good. He decided to skip the phone call. "What do you think of this last item?" he asked his secretary, holding up the newspaper. "Very success-deserving," Mr. Fall said, nodding. Opening his briefcase, LeConte brought out a tattered, coverless textbook. It had been manufactured only an hour ago, and it was the next artifact to be planted for the invaders from Proxima Centaurus to discover. This was his own contribution, and he was personally quite proud of it. The book outlined in massive detail Somoli's program of social change, the revolution depicted in language comprehensible to school children. "May I ask," Mr. Fall said, "if the party hierarchy intends for them to discover a corpse?" "Eventually," LeConte said, "but that will be several months from now." Taking a pencil from his coat pocket, he wrote in the tattered textbook, crudely, as if a pupil had done it, "Down with Somoli." Or was that going too far? No, he decided. There would be resistance, certainly of the spontaneous schoolboy variety. He added, "Where are the oranges?" Peering over his shoulder, Mr. Fall said, "What does that mean?" "Somoli promises oranges to the youth," LeConte explained. "Another empty boast which the revolution never fulfills. That was Stavros's idea, he being a grocer. A nice touch. Giving it," he thought, "just that much more semblance of verisimilitude. It's the little touches that have done it." "Yesterday," Mr. Fall said, "when I was at party headquarters, I heard an audio tape that had been made, Somoli addressing the UN. It was uncanny. If you didn't know—" "Who did they get to do it?" LeConte asked, wondering why he hadn't been in on it. "Some nightclub entertainer here in Oklahoma City. Rather obscure, of course. I believe he specializes in all sorts of characterizations. The fellow gave it a bombastic, threatening quality. I must admit I enjoyed it." And meanwhile, LeConte thought, there are no war crimes trials. We who were leaders during the war on Earth and on Mars, we who held responsible posts, we are safe, at least for a while. And perhaps it will be forever, if our strategy continues to work, and if our tunnel to the cephalon of the homeopape, which took us 5 years to complete, isn't discovered, or doesn't collapse. The steam car parked in the reserved space before party headquarters. The chauffeur came around to open the door, and LeConte got leisurely out, stepping forth into the light of day, with no feeling of anxiety. He tossed his cigar into the gutter and then sauntered across the sidewalk into the familiar building. Note: if there were no Benny Somoli. Had there never been a Benny Somoli? February 27, 1963. Galaxy, December 1963. I have always believed that at least half the famous people in history never existed. You invent what you need to invent. Perhaps even Karl Marx was invented, the product of some hack writer, in which case... 1976. End note. Novelty Act. Lights burned late in the great communal apartment building Abraham Lincoln because this was All Souls Night. The residents, all 600 of them, were required by their charter to attend, down in the subsurface community hall. They filed in briskly, men, women, and children. At the door, Bruce Corley, operating their rather expensive new identification reader, checked each of them in turn to be sure that no one from outside, from another communal apartment building, got in. The residents submitted good-naturedly, and it all went very fast. "Hey, Bruce, how much did set us back?" asked old Joe Purd, oldest resident in the building. He had moved in with his wife and 2 children the day the building, in May of 1980, had been built. His wife was dead now, and the children had grown up, married, and moved on, but Joe remained. "Plenty," Bruce Corley said, "but it's error-proof. I mean, it isn't just subjective." Up to now, in his permanent job as Sergeant of Arms, he had admitted people merely by his ability to recognize them. But that way, he had at last let in a pair of goons from Red Robin Hill Manor, and they had disrupted the entire meeting with their questions and comments. It would not happen again. Passing out copies of the agenda, Mrs. Wells smiled fixedly and chanted, "Item 3A, appropriation for roof repairs, has been moved to 4A. Please make a note of that." The residents accepted their agendas and then divided into 2 streams flowing to opposite sides of the hall. The liberal faction of the building seated themselves on the right, and the conservatives on the left, each conspicuously ignoring the existence of the other. A few uncommitted persons, newer residents or oddballs, took seats in the rear, self-conscious and silent as the room buzzed with many small conferences. The tone, the mood of the room was tolerant, but the residents knew that tonight there was going to be a clash. Presumably both sides were prepared. Here and there, documents, petitions, newspaper clippings rustled as they were read and exchanged, handed back and forth. On the platform, seated at the table with the 4 governing building trustees, Chairman Donald Klugman felt sick at his stomach. A peaceful man, he shrank from these violent squabbles. Even seated in the audience, he found it too much for him, and here tonight he would have to take active part. Time and tide had rotated the chair around to him, as it did to each resident in turn, and of course it would be the night the school issue reached its climax. The room had almost filled, and now Patrick Doyle, the current building sky pilot, looking none too happy in his long white robe, raised his hands for silence. "The opening prayer," he called huskily, cleared his throat, and brought forth a small card. "Everyone please shut their eyes and bow their heads." He glanced at Klugman and the trustees, and Klugman nodded for him to continue. "Heavenly Father," Doyle said, "we, the residents of the communal apartment building Abraham Lincoln, beseech you to bless our assembly tonight. We ask that in your mercy you enable us to raise the funds for the roof repairs which seem imperative. We ask that our sick be healed and our unemployed find jobs, and that in processing applicants wishing to live amongst us, we show wisdom in whom we admit and whom we turn away. We further ask that no outsiders get in and disrupt our law-abiding, orderly lives. And we ask, in particularly, that lastly, if it be thy will, that Nicole Thibodeau be free of her sinus headaches, which have caused her not to appear before us on TV lately, and that those headaches not have anything to do with that time 2 years ago, which we all recall, when that stagehand allowed that weight to fall and strike her on the head, sending her to the hospital for several days. Anyhow, amen." The audience agreed. Amen. Rising from his chair, Klugman said, "Now, before the business of the meeting, we'll have a few minutes of our own talent displayed for our enjoyment. First, the 3 Feder-Smaller girls from apartment number 205. They will do a soft shoe dance to the tune of 'I'll Build a Stairway to the Stars.'" He reseated himself, and onto the stage came the 3 little blonde-haired children, familiar to the audience from many talent shows in the past. As the fatter, smaller girls in their striped pants and glittery silver jackets shuffled smilingly through their dance, the door to the outside hall opened, and a latecomer, Edgar Stone, appeared. He was late this evening because he had been grading test papers of his next-door neighbor, Mr. Ian Duncan, and as he stood in the doorway, his mind was still on the test and the poor showing which Duncan, whom he barely knew, had made. It seemed to him that without even having finished the test, he could see that Duncan had failed. On the stage, the three fatter, smaller girls sang in their scratchy voices, and Stone wondered why he had come. Perhaps for no more reason than to avoid the fine, it being mandatory for the residents to be here tonight. These amateur talent shows, put on so often, meant nothing to him. He recalled the old days when the TV set had carried entertainment, good shows put on by professionals. Now, of course, all the professionals who were any good were under contract to the White House, and the TV had become educational, not entertaining. Mr. Stone thought of great old late movies with comics such as Jack Lemmon and Shirley MacLaine, and then he looked once more at the fatter, smaller girls and groaned. Corley, hearing him, glanced at him severely. At least he had missed the prayer. He presented his identification to Corley's new machine, and it allowed him to pass down the aisle toward a vacant seat. Was Nicole watching this tonight? Was a White House talent scout present somewhere in the audience? He saw no unfamiliar faces. The fatter, smaller girls were wasting their time. Seating himself, he closed his eyes and listened, unable to endure watching. They'll never make it, he thought. They'll have to face it, and so will their ambitious parents. They're untalented, like the rest of us. Abraham Lincoln Apartments has added little to the cultural store of the nation, despite its sweaty, strenuous determination, and you are not going to be able to change that. The hopelessness of the fatter, smaller girl's position made him remember once more the test papers which Ian Duncan, trembling and waxen-faced, had pressed into his hands early that morning. If Duncan failed, he would be even worse off than the fatter, smaller girls, because he would not even be living at Abraham Lincoln. He would drop out of sight, their sight anyhow, and would revert to a despised and ancient status. He would find himself once more living in a dorm, working on a manual gang as they had all done back in their teens. Of course, he would also be refunded the money which he had paid for his apartment, a large sum which represented the man's sole major investment in life. From one standpoint, Stone envied him. What would I do, he asked himself as he sat, eyes closed, if I had my equity back right now in a lump sum? Perhaps, he thought, I'd emigrate, buy one of those cheap, illegal jalopies they peddle at those lots which... Clapping hands roused him. The girls had finished, and he, too, joined in the applause. On the platform, Klugman waved for silence. "Okay, folks, I know you enjoyed that, but there's lots more in store tonight. And then there's the business part of the meeting. We mustn't forget that." He grinned at them. Yes, Stone thought, the business. And he felt tense, because he was one of the radicals at Abraham Lincoln who wanted to abolish the Buildings Grammar School and send their children to a public grammar school where they would be exposed to children from other buildings entirely. It was the kind of idea which met much opposition, and yet in the last weeks it had gained support. What a broadening experience it would be. Their children would discover that people in other apartment buildings were no different from themselves. Barriers between people of all apartments would be torn down, and a new understanding would come about. At least, that was how it struck Stone, but the conservatives did not see it that way. Too soon, they said, for such mixing. There would be outbreaks of fights as the children clashed over which building was superior. In time it would happen, but not now, not so soon. Risking the severe fine, Ian Duncan missed the assembly and remained in his apartment that evening, studying official government texts on the religio-political history of the United States, rel polls as they were called. He was weak in this, he knew. He could barely comprehend the economic factors, let alone all the religious and political ideologies that had come and gone during the 20th century, directly contributing to the present situation. For instance, the rise of the Democratic-Republican Party. Once it had been two parties, engaging in wasteful quarrels, in struggles for power, just the way buildings fought now. The two parties had merged about 1985. Now there was just the one party, which had ruled a stable and peaceful society, and everyone belonged to it. Everyone paid dues and attended meetings and voted, each 4 years, for a new president, for the man they thought Nicole would like best. It was nice to know that they, the people, had the power to decide who would become Nicole's husband each 4 years. In a sense, it gave to the electorate supreme power, even above Nicole herself. For instance, this last man, Tawfik Neagle, relations between him and the First Lady were quite cool, indicating that she did not like this most recent choice very much, but of course, being a lady, she would never let on. When did the position of First Lady first begin to assume stature greater than that of President? The rel poll text inquired. In other words, when did our society become matriarchal? Ian Duncan said to himself. Around about 1990, I know the answer to that. There were glimmerings before that. The change came gradually. Each year the president became more obscure, the First Lady became better known, more liked by the public. It was the public which brought it about. Was it a need for mother, wife, mistress, or perhaps all three? Anyhow, they got what they wanted. They got Nicole, and she is certainly all three and more besides. In the corner of his living room, the television set said, "Tang," indicating that it was about to come on. With a sigh, Ian Duncan closed the official U.S. government textbook and turned his attention to the screen. A special, dealing with activities at the White House, he speculated. One more tour, perhaps, or a thorough scrutiny in massively detailed depth of a new hobby or pursuit of Nicole's. Has she taken up collecting bone china cups? If so, we will have to view each and every Royal Albert Blue. Sure enough, the round, wattled features of Maxwell Jamison, the White House news secretary, appeared on the screen. Raising his hand, Jamison made his familiar gesture of greeting. "Evening, people of this land of ours," he said solemnly. "Have you ever wondered what it would be like to descend to the bottom of the Pacific Ocean? Nicole has. And to answer that question, she has assembled in the Tulip Room of the White House 3 of the world's foremost oceanographers. Tonight she will ask them for their stories, and you will hear them too, as they were taped live just a short while ago through the facilities of the Unified Triadic Network's Public Affairs Bureau." And now to the White House, Ian Duncan said to himself, at least vicariously. We, who can't find our way there, who have no talents which might interest the First Lady even for one evening, we get to see in anyhow, through the carefully regulated window of our television set. Tonight he did not really want to watch, but it seemed expedient to do so. There might be a surprise quiz on the program at the end. And a good grade on a surprise quiz might well offset the bad grade he had surely made on the recent political test, now being corrected by his neighbor, Mr. Stone. On the screen bloomed now lovely, tranquil features, the pale skin and dark, intelligent eyes, the wise and yet pert face of the woman who had come to monopolize their attention, on whom an entire nation, almost an entire planet, dwelt obsessively. At the sight of her, Ian Duncan felt engulfed by fear. He had failed her. His rotten test results were somehow known to her, and although she would say nothing, the disappointment was there. "Good evening," Nicole said in her soft, slightly husky voice. "It's this way," Ian Duncan found himself mumbling. "I don't have a head for abstractions. I mean, all this religio-political philosophy, it makes no sense to me. Couldn't I just concentrate on concrete reality? I ought to be baking bricks or turning out shoes." I ought to be on Mars, he thought, on the frontier. I'm flunking out here. At 35, I'm washed up, and she knows it. Let me go, Nicole, he thought in desperation. Don't give me any more tests, because I don't have a chance of passing them. Even this program about the ocean's bottom. By the time it's over, I'll have forgotten all the data. I'm no use to the Democratic-Republican Party. He thought about his brother, then. Al could help me. Al worked for Loony Luke at one of his jalopy jungles, peddling the little tin and plastic ships that even defeated people could afford. Ships that could, if luck was with them, successfully make a one-way trip to Mars. Al, he said to himself, you could get me a jalopy, wholesale. On the TV screen, Nicole was saying, "And really, it is a world of much enchantment, with luminous entities far surpassing in variety and in sheer delightful wonder anything found on other planets. Scientists compute that there are more forms of life in the ocean." Her face faded, and a sequence showing odd, grotesque fish segued into its place. This is part of the deliberate propaganda line, Ian Duncan realized. An effort to take our minds off of Mars and the idea of getting away from the party, and from her. On the screen, a bulbous-eyed fish gaped at him, and his attention, despite himself, was captured. Christ's sakes, he thought, it is a weird world down there. Nicole, he thought, you've got me trapped. If only Al and I had succeeded, we might be performing right now for you, and we'd be happy. While you interviewed world-famous oceanographers, Al and I would be discreetly playing in the background, perhaps one of the Bach two-part inventions. Going to the closet of his apartment, Ian Duncan bent down and carefully lifted a cloth-wrapped object into the light. We had so much youthful faith in this, he recalled. Tenderly he unwrapped the jug. Then, taking a deep breath, he blew a couple of hollow notes on it. The Duncan brothers and their two-man jug band, he and Al had been, playing their own arrangements for 2 jugs of Bach and Mozart and Stravinsky. But the White House talent scout, the skunk. He had never even given them a fair audition. It had been done, he told them. Jesse Pigg, the fabulous jug artist from Alabama, had gotten to the White House first, entertaining and delighting the 101 members of the Thibodeau family gathered there with his version of Derby Ram and John Henry and the like. But, Ian Duncan had protested, this is classical jug. We play late Beethoven sonatas. We'll call you, the talent scout had said briskly, if Nicky shows an interest at any time in the future. Nicky. He had blanched. Imagine being that intimate with the first family. He and Al, mumbling pointlessly, had retired from the stage with their jugs, making way for the next act, a group of dogs dressed up in Elizabethan costumes portraying characters from Hamlet. The dogs had not made it either, but that was little consolation. "I am told," Nicole was saying, "that there is so little light in the ocean depths that, well, observe this strange fellow." A fish, sporting a glowing lantern before him, swam across the TV screen. Startling him, there came a knock on the apartment door. With anxiety, Duncan answered it. He found his neighbor, Mr. Stone, standing there looking nervous. "You weren't at All Souls?" Mr. Stone said. "Won't they check and find out?" He held in his hands Ian Duncan's corrected test. Duncan said, "Tell me how I did." He prepared himself. Entering the apartment, Stone shut the door after him. He glanced at the TV set, saw Nicole seated with the oceanographers, listened for a moment to her, then abruptly said in a hoarse voice, "You did fine." He held out the test. Duncan said, "I passed?" He could not believe it. He accepted the papers, examined them with incredulity, and then he understood what had happened. Stone had conspired to see that he passed. He had falsified the score, probably out of humanitarian motives. Duncan raised his head, and they looked at each other, neither speaking. "This is terrible," Duncan thought. "What'll I do now?" His reaction amazed him, but there it was. I wanted to fail, he realized. Why? So I can get out of here, so I would have an excuse to give up all this, my apartment and my job, and go. Emigrate with nothing more than the shirt on my back, in a jalopy that falls to pieces the moment it comes to rest in the Martian wilderness. "Thanks," he said glumly. In a rapid voice, Stone said, "You can do the same for me sometime." "Oh, yeah, be happy to," Duncan said. Scuttling back out of the apartment, Stone left him alone with the TV set, his jug, and the falsely corrected test papers, and his thoughts. "Al, you've got to help me," he said to himself. "You've got to get me out of this. I can't even fail on my own." In the little structure at the back of Jalopy Jungle No. 3, Al Duncan sat with his feet on the desk, smoking a cigarette and watching passers-by, the sidewalk, and people in stores of downtown Reno, Nevada. Beyond the gleam of the new jalopies, parked with flapping banners and streamers cascading from them, he saw a shape waiting, hiding beneath the sign that spelled out Looney Luke. And he was not the only person to see the shape. Along the sidewalk came a man and woman with a small boy trotting ahead of them, and the boy, with an exclamation, hopped up and down, gesturing excitedly. "Hey, Dad, look! You know what it is? Look, it's the Papoola!" "By golly," the man said with a grin, "so it is. Look, Marion, there's one of those Martian creatures hiding there under that sign. What do you say we go over and chat with it?" He started in that direction along with the boy. The woman, however, continued along the sidewalk. "Come on, Mom," the boy urged. In his office, Al lightly touched the controls of the mechanism within his shirt. The Papoola emerged from beneath the Looney Luke sign, and Al caused it to waddle on its 6 stubby legs toward the sidewalk, its round, silly hat slipping over one antenna, its eyes crossing and uncrossing as it made out the sight of the woman. The tropism being established, the Papoola trudged after her, to the delight of the boy and his father. "Look, Dad, it's following Mom! Hey, Mom, turn around and see!" The woman glanced back, saw the platter-like organism with its orange, bug-shaped body, and she laughed. Everybody loves the Papoola, Al thought to himself. See the funny Martian Papoola. Speak, Papoola. Say hello to the nice lady who's laughing at you. The thoughts of the Papoola, directed at the woman, reached Al. It was greeting her, telling her how nice it was to meet her, soothing and coaxing her until she came back up the sidewalk toward it, joining her boy and husband so that now all 3 of them stood together, receiving the mental impulses emanating from the Martian creature which had come here to Earth with no hostile plans, no capacity to cause trouble. The Papoola loved them, too, just as they loved it. It told them so right now. It conveyed to them the gentleness, the warm hospitality which it was accustomed to on its own planet. What a wonderful place Mars must be, the man and woman were no doubt thinking, as the Papoola poured out its recollections, its attitude. Gosh, it's not cold and schizoid like Earth society. Nobody spies on anybody else, grades their innumerable political tests, reports on them to building security committees week in, week out. Think of it, the Papula was telling them as they stood rooted to the sidewalk, unable to pass on. You're your own boss there, free to work your land, believe your own beliefs, become yourself. Look at you, afraid even to stand here listening, afraid to— In a nervous voice, the man said to his wife, "We better go." "Oh, no," the boy said pleadingly. "I mean, gee, how often do you get to talk to a Papula? It must belong to that jalopy jungle there." The boy pointed, and Al found himself under the man's keen, observing scrutiny. The man said, "Of course. They landed here to sell jalopies. It's working on us right now, softening us up." The enchantment visibly faded from his face. There's the man sitting in there operating it. But, the Papula thought, what I tell you is still true, even if it is a sales pitch. You could go there, to Mars, yourself. You and your family can see with your own eyes, if you have the courage to break free. Can you do it? Are you a real man? Buy a Looney Luke jalopy. Buy it while you still have the chance, because you know that someday, maybe not so long from now, the law is going to crack down. And there will be no more jalopy jungles, no more crack in the wall of the authoritarian society through which a few lucky people can escape. Fiddling with the controls at his midsection, Al turned up the gain. The force of the Papula's psyche increased, drawing the man in, taking control of him. "You must buy a jalopy," the Papula urged. "Easy payment plan, service warranty, many models to choose from." The man took a step toward the lot. "Hurry," the Papula told him. "Any second now the authorities may close down the lot, and your opportunity will be gone forever." "This is how they work it," the man said with difficulty. "The animal snares people. Hypnosis. We have to leave." But he did not leave. It was too late. He was going to buy a jalopy, and Al, in the office with his control box, was reeling the man in. Leisurely, Al rose to his feet. Time to go out and close the deal. He shut off the Papula, opened the office door, and stepped outside onto the lot, and saw a once familiar figure threading its way among the jalopies toward him. It was his brother Ian, and he had not seen him in years. Good grief, Al thought. What's he want? And at a time like this? "Al," his brother called, gesturing. "Can I talk with you a second? You're not too busy, are you?" Perspiring and pale, he came closer, looking about in a frightened way. He had deteriorated since Al had last seen him. "Listen," Al said with anger. But already it was too late. The couple and their boy had broken away and were moving rapidly on down the sidewalk. "I don't mean to bother you," Ian mumbled. "You're not bothering me," Al said as he gloomily watched the three people depart. "What's the trouble, Ian? You don't look very well. Are you sick? Come on in the office." He led his brother inside and shut the door. Ian said, "I came across my jug. Remember when we were trying to make it to the White House? Al, we have to try once more. Honest to God, I can't go on like this. I can't stand to be a failure at what we agreed was the most important thing in our lives." Panting, he mopped at his forehead with his handkerchief, his hands trembling. "I don't even have my jug anymore," Al said presently. "You must." "Well, we could each record our parts separately on my jug, and then synthesize them on one tape and present that to the White House. This trapped feeling, I don't know if I can go on living with it. I have to get back to playing. If we started practicing right now on the Goldberg variations, in 2 months we—" Al broke in. "You still live at that place, that Abraham Lincoln?" Ian nodded. "And you still have that position down in Palo Alto? You're still a gear inspector?" He could not understand why his brother was so upset. "Hell, if worse comes to worst, you can emigrate. Jug playing is out of the question. I haven't played for years, since I last saw you, in fact. Just a minute." He dialed the knobs of the mechanism which controlled the papula. Near the sidewalk, the creature responded and began to return slowly to its spot beneath the sign. Seeing it, Ian said, "I thought they were all dead." "They are," Al said. "But that one out there moves, and—" "It's a fake," Al said. "A puppet. I control it." He showed his brother the control box. "It brings in people off the sidewalk. Actually, Luke is supposed to have a real one on which these are modeled. Nobody knows for sure, and the law can't touch Luke because technically he's now a citizen of Mars. They can't make him cough up the real one if he does have it." Al seated himself and lit a cigarette. "Fail your Relpol test," he said to Ian. "Lose your apartment and get back your original deposit. Bring me the money and I'll see that you get a damn fine jalopy that'll carry you to Mars, okay?" "I tried to fail my test," Ian said, "but they won't let me. They doctored the results. They don't want me to get away." "Who's they?" "The man in the next apartment. Ed Stone, his name is. He did it deliberately. I saw the look on his face. Maybe he thought he was doing me a favor, I don't know." He looked around him. "This is a nice little office you have here. You sleep in it, don't you? And when it moves, you move with it." "Yeah," Al said. "We're always ready to take off." The police had almost gotten him a number of times, even though the lot could obtain orbital velocity in 6 minutes. The papula had detected their approach, but not sufficiently far in advance for a comfortable escape. Generally it was hurried and disorganized, with part of his inventory of jalopies being left behind. "You're just one jump ahead of them," Ian mused, "and yet it doesn't bother you. I guess it's all in your attitude." "If they get me," Al said, "Luke will bail me out." The shadowy, powerful figure of his boss was always there, backing him up, so what did he have to worry about? The jalopy tycoon knew a million tricks. The Thibodeau clan limited their attacks on him to deep-think articles in popular magazines and on TV, harping on Luke's vulgarity and the shoddiness of his vehicles. They were a little afraid of him, no doubt. "I envy you," Ian said. "Your poise, your calmness." "Doesn't your apartment building have a sky pilot? Go talk to him." Ian said bitterly, "That's no good. Right now it's Patrick Doyle, and he's as bad off as I am. And Don Klugman, our chairman, is even worse off. He's a bundle of nerves. In fact, our whole building is shot through with anxiety. Maybe it has to do with Nicole's sinus headaches." Glancing at his brother, Al saw that he was actually serious. The White House and all it stood for meant that much to him. It still dominated his life, as it had when they were boys. "For your sake," Al said quietly, "I'll get my jug out and practice. We'll make one more try." Speechless, Ian gaped at him in gratitude. Seated together in the business office of the Abraham Lincoln, Don Klugman and Patrick Doyle studied the application which Mr. Ian Duncan of number 304 had filed with them. Ian desired to appear in the twice-weekly talent show, and at a time when a White House talent scout was present. The request, Klugman saw, was routine, except that Ian proposed to do his act in conjunction with another individual who did not live at Abraham Lincoln. Doyle said, "It's his brother. He told me once. The two of them used to have this act years ago. Baroque music on 2 jugs, a novelty." "What apartment house does his brother live in?" Klugman asked. Approval of the application would depend on how relations stood between the Abraham Lincoln and the other building. "None. He sells jalopies for that loony Luke, you know, those cheap little ships that get you just barely to Mars. He lives on one of the lots, I understand. The lots move around. It's a nomadic existence. I'm sure you've heard." "Yes," Klugman agreed, "and it's totally out of the question. We can't have that act on our stage, not with a man like that involved in it. There's no reason why Ian Duncan can't play his jug. It's a basic political right, and I wouldn't be surprised if it's a satisfactory act. But it's against our tradition to have an outsider participate. Our stage is for our own people exclusively, always has been and always will. So there's no need even to discuss this. He eyed the sky pilot critically. True, Doyle said, but it's a blood relative of one of our people, right? It's legal for one of us to invite a relative to watch the talent show, so why not let him participate? This means a lot to Ian. I think you know he's been failing lately. He's not a very intelligent person. Actually, he should be doing a manual job, I suppose. But if he has artistic ability, for instance, this jug concept. Examining his documents, Klugman saw that a White House scout would be attending a show at the Abraham Lincoln in 2 weeks. The best acts at the building would, of course, be scheduled that night. The Duncan brothers and their Baroque jug band would have to compete successfully in order to obtain that privilege, and there were a number of acts which, Klugman thought, were probably superior. After all, jugs, and not even electronic jugs at that. All right, he said aloud to Doyle. I agree. You're showing your humane side, the sky pilot said with a grin of sentimentality which disgusted Klugman. And I think we'll all enjoy the Bach and Vivaldi as played by the Duncan brothers on their inimitable jugs. Klugman, wincing, nodded. On the big night, as they started into the auditorium on floor 1 of Abraham Lincoln Apartments, Ian Duncan saw, trailing along behind his brother, the flat, scuttling shape of the Martian creature, the papula. He stopped short. You're bringing that along? Al said, You don't understand. Don't we have to win? After a pause, Ian said, Not that way. He understood all right. The papula would take on the audience as it had taken on sidewalk traffic. It would exert its extrasensory influence on them, coaxing out a favorable decision. So much for the ethics of a jalopy salesman, Ian realized. To his brother, this seemed perfectly normal. If they couldn't win by their jug playing, they would win through the papula. Ah, Al said, gesturing, don't be your own worst enemy. All we're engaged in here is a little subliminal sales technique, such as they've been using for a century. It's an ancient, reputable method of swinging public opinion your way. I mean, let's face it, we haven't played the jug professionally in years. He touched the controls at his waist, and the papula hurried forward to catch up with them. Again, Al touched the controls. And in Ian's mind, a persuasive thought came. Why not? Everyone else does it. With difficulty, he said, Get that thing off me, Al. Al shrugged, and the thought, which had invaded Ian's mind from without, gradually withdrew. And yet, a residue remained. He was no longer sure of his position. It's nothing compared to what Nicole's machinery can accomplish, Al pointed out, seeing the expression on his face. One papula here and there, and that planet-wide instrument that Nicole has made out of TV. There you have the real danger, Ian. The papula is crude. You know you're being worked on. Not so when you listen to Nicole. The pressure is so subtle and so complete. I don't know about that, Ian said. I just know that unless we're successful, unless we get to play at the White House, life as far as I'm concerned isn't worth living. And nobody put that idea in my head. It's just the way I feel. It's my own idea, damn it. He held the door open, and Al passed on into the auditorium, carrying his jug by the handle. Ian followed, and a moment later the two of them were on the stage, facing the partially filled hall. Have you ever seen her? Al asked. I see her all the time. I mean, in reality, in person, so to speak, in the flesh. Of course not, Ian said. That was the whole point of their being successful, of getting to the White House. They would see her really, not just the TV image. It would no longer be a fantasy. It would be true. I saw her once, Al said. I had just put the lot down, Jalopy Jungle No. 3, on a main business avenue in Shreveport, Louisiana. It was early in the morning, about 8 o'clock. I saw official cars coming. Naturally, I thought it was the police. I started to take off, but it wasn't. It was a motorcade with Nicole in it, going to dedicate a new apartment building, the largest yet. Yes, Ian said, the Paul Bunyan. The football team from Abraham Lincoln played annually against its team and always lost. The Paul Bunyan had over 10,000 residents, and all of them came from administrative class backgrounds. It was an exclusive apartment building of active party members, with uniquely high monthly payments. You should have seen her, Al said thoughtfully, as he sat facing the audience, his jug on his lap. He tapped the papula with his foot. It had taken up a position beneath his chair, out of sight. Yes, he murmured, you really should. It's not the same as on TV, Ian. Not at all. Ian nodded. He had begun to feel apprehensive now. In a few minutes they would be introduced. Their test had come. Seeing him gripping his jug tautly, Al said, Shall I use the papula or not? It's up to you. He raised a quizzical brow. Ian said, Use it. Okay, Al said, reaching his hand inside his coat. Leisurely he stroked the controls, and from beneath his chair the papula rolled forth, its antennae twitching drolly, its eyes crossing and uncrossing. At once the audience became alert. People leaned forward to see, some of them chuckling with delight. Look, a man said excitedly. It was old Joe Purd, as eager as a child. It's the papula! A woman rose to her feet to see more clearly, and Ian thought to himself, Everyone loves the papula. We'll win, whether we can play the jug or not. And then what? Will meeting Nicole make us even more unhappy than we are? Is that what we'll get out of this? Hopeless, massive discontent? An ache? A longing which can never be satisfied in this world? It was too late to back out now. The doors of the auditorium had shut, and Don Klugman was rising from his chair, rapping for order. Okay, folks, he said into his lapel microphone. We're going to have a little display of some talent right now for everyone's enjoyment. As you see on your programs, first in order is a fine group, the Duncan brothers and their classical jugs, with a medley of Bach and Handel tunes that ought to set your feet tapping. He beamed archly at Ian and Al, as if saying, How does that suit you as an intro? Al paid no attention. He manipulated his controls and gazed thoughtfully at the audience, then at last picked up his jug, glanced at Ian, and then tapped his foot. The little fugue in G minor opened their medley, and Al began to blow on the jug, sending forth the lively theme. Bum, bum, bum. Bum, 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 dee bum. Dee bum, dee bum, dee 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 bum. His cheeks puffed out red and swollen as he blew. The papula wandered across the stage, then lowered itself by a series of gangly, foolish motions into the first row of the audience. It had begun to go to work. The news posted on the communal bulletin board outside the cafeteria of the Abraham Lincoln that the Duncan brothers had been chosen by the talent scout to perform at the White House astounded Edgar Stone. He read the announcement again and again, wondering how the little, nervous, cringing man had managed to do it. There's been cheating, Stone said to himself. Just as I passed him on his political tests, He's got somebody else to falsify a few results for him along the talent line. He himself had heard the jugs. He had been present at that program, and the Duncan brothers, classical jugs, were simply not that good. They were good, admittedly, but intuitively he knew that more was involved. Deep inside him he felt anger, a resentment that he had falsified Duncan's test score. I put him on the road to success, Stone realized. I saved him, and now he's on his way to the White House. No wonder Duncan did so poorly on his political test, Stone said to himself. He was busy practicing on his jug. He has no time for the commonplace realities which the rest of us have to cope with. It must be great to be an artist, Stone thought with bitterness. You're exempt from all the rules. You can do as you like. He sure made a fool out of me, Stone realized. Striding down the second-floor hall, Stone arrived at the office of the building's sky pilot. He rang the bell and the door opened, showing him the sight of the sky pilot deep in work at his desk, his face wrinkled with fatigue. Father, Stone said, I'd like to confess. Can you spare a few minutes? It's very urgently on my mind. My sins, I mean. Rubbing his forehead, Patrick Doyle nodded. Geez, he murmured, it either rains or it pours. I've had 10 residents in today so far using the confessionator. Go ahead. He pointed to the alcove which opened onto his office. Sit down and plug yourself in. I'll be listening while I fill out these 410 forms from Boise. Filled with wrathful indignation, his hands trembling, Edgar Stone attached the electrodes of the confessionator to the correct spots of his scalp, and then, picking up the microphone, began to confess. The tape drums of the machine turned as he spoke. Moved by a false pity, he said, I infracted a rule of the building. But mainly I am concerned not with the act itself, but with the motives behind it. The act merely is the outgrowth of a false attitude toward my fellow residents. This person, my neighbor Mr. Duncan, did poorly in his recent Relpol test, and I foresaw him being evicted from Abraham Lincoln. I identified with him because subconsciously I regard myself as a failure, both as a resident of this building and as a man, so I falsified his score to indicate that he had passed. Obviously, a new Relpol test will have to be given to Mr. Duncan, and the one which I scored will have to be voided. He eyed the sky pilot, but there was no reaction. That will take care of Ian Duncan and his classical jug, Stone said to himself. By now the confessionator had analyzed his confession. It popped a card out, and Doyle rose to his feet wearily to receive it. After a careful study, he glanced up. Mr. Stone, he said, the view expressed here is that your confession is no confession. What do you really have on your mind? Go back and begin all over. You haven't probed down deeply enough and brought up the genuine material. And I suggest you start out by confessing that you misconfessed consciously and deliberately. No such thing, Stone said, but his voice, even to him, sounded feeble. Perhaps I could discuss this with you informally. I did falsify Ian Duncan's test score. Now maybe my motives for doing it, Doyle interrupted. Aren't you jealous of Duncan now, what with his success with the jug, White House word? There was silence. This could be, Stone admitted at last, but it doesn't change the fact that by all rights Ian Duncan shouldn't be living here. He should be evicted, my motives notwithstanding. Look it up in the communal apartment building code. I know there's a section covering a situation like this. But you can't get out of here, the sky pilot said, without confessing. You have to satisfy the machine. You're attempting to force eviction of a neighbor to fulfill your own emotional needs. Confess that, and then perhaps we can discuss the code ruling as it pertains to Duncan. Stone groaned and once more attached the electrodes to his scalp. "All right," he grated. "I hate Ian Duncan because he's artistically gifted and I'm not. I'm willing to be examined by a 12-resident jury of my neighbors to see what the penalty for my sin is. But I insist that Duncan be given another Relpol test. I won't give up on this. He has no right to be living here among us. It's morally and legally wrong." "At least you're being honest now," Doyle said. "Actually," Stone said, "I enjoy Jug Band playing. I liked their music the other night. But I have to act in what I believe to be the communal interest." The confessionator, it seemed to him, snorted in derision as it popped a second card. But perhaps it was only his imagination. "You're just getting yourself deeper," Doyle said, reading the card. "Look at this." He passed the card to Stone. "Your mind is a riot of confused, ambivalent motives. When was the last time you confessed?" Flushing, Stone mumbled, "I think last August. Peppy Jones was the sky pilot then." "A lot of work will have to be done with you," Doyle said, lighting a cigarette and leaning back in his chair. The opening number on their White House performance, they had decided after much discussion and argument, would be the Bach Chaconne D. Al had always liked it, despite the difficulties involved, the double stopping and all. Even thinking about the Chaconne made Ian nervous. He wished, now that it had been decided, that he had held out for the simpler fifth unaccompanied cello suite. But too late now. Al had sent the information on to the White House A&R, Artists and Repertory Secretary Harold Slezak. Al said, "Don't worry, you've got the number 2 jug in this. Do you mind being second jug to me?" "No," Ian said. It was a relief, actually. Al had the far more difficult part. Outside the perimeter of Jalopy Jungle Number 3, the Papula moved, crisscrossing the sidewalk in its gliding, quiet pursuit of a sales prospect. It was only 10 in the morning, and no one worth collaring had come along as yet. Today the lot had set down in the hilly section of Oakland, California, among the winding, tree-lined streets of the better residential section. Across from the lot, Ian could see the Joe Louis, a peculiarly shaped but striking apartment building of 1,000 units, mostly occupied by well-to-do Negroes. The building, in the morning sun, looked especially neat and cared for. A guard with badge and gun patrolled the entrance, stopping anyone who did not live there from entering. "Slezak has to okay the program," Al reminded him. "Maybe Nicole won't want to hear the Chaconne. She's got very specialized tastes, and they're changing all the time." In his mind, Ian saw Nicole propped up in her enormous bed in her pink frilly robe, her breakfast on a tray beside her as she scanned the program schedules presented to her for her approval. Already she's heard about us, he thought. She knows of our existence. In that case, we really do exist. Like a child that has to have its mother watching what it does. We're brought into being, validated consensually by Nicole's gaze. And when she takes her eye off us, he thought, then what? What happens to us afterward? Do we disintegrate, sink back into oblivion? Back, he thought, into random, unformed atoms, where we came from, the world of non-being, the world we've been in all our lives, up until now. "And," Al said, "she may ask us for an encore. She may even request a particular favorite. I've researched it, and it seems she sometimes asks to hear Schumann's The Happy Farmer. Got that in mind? We'd better work up The Happy Farmer just in case." He blew a few toots on his jug thoughtfully. "I can't do it," Ian said abruptly. "I can't go on. It means too much to me. Something will go wrong. We won't please her and they'll boot us out, and we'll never be able to forget it." "Look," Al began, "we have the Papula, and that gives us—" He broke off. A tall, stoop-shouldered elderly man in an expensive, natural fiber blue pinstripe suit was coming up the sidewalk. My God, it's Luke himself, Al said. He looked frightened. I've only seen him twice before in my life. Something must be wrong. Better reel in the papula, Ian said. The papula had begun to move toward Loony Luke. With a bewildered expression on his face, Al said, I can't. He fiddled desperately with the controls at his waist. It won't respond. The papula reached Luke, and Luke bent down, picked it up, and continued on toward the lot, the papula under his arm. He's taken precedence over me, Al said. He looked at his brother, numbly. The door of the little structure opened, and Loony Luke entered. We received a report that you've been using this on your own time, for purposes of your own, he said to Al, his voice low and gravelly. You were told not to do that. The papulas belong to the lots, not to the operators. Al said, come on, Luke. You ought to be fired, Luke said. But you're a good salesman, so I'll keep you on. Meanwhile, you'll have to make your quota without help. Tightening his grip on the papula, he started back out. My time is valuable. I have to go. He saw Al's jug. That's not a musical instrument. It's a thing to put whiskey in. Al said, Listen, Luke, this is publicity. Performing for Nicole means that the network of jalopy jungles will gain prestige. Got it? I don't want prestige, Luke said, pausing at the door. There's no catering to Nicole Thibodeau by me. Let her run her society the way she wants, and I'll run the jungles the way I want. She leaves me alone, and I leave her alone, and that's fine with me. Don't mess it up. Tell Slezak you can't appear and forget about it. No grown man in his right senses would be hooting into an empty bottle anyhow. That's where you're wrong, Al said. Art can be found in the most mundane daily walks of life, like in these jugs, for instance. Luke, picking his teeth with a silver toothpick, said, Now you don't have a papula to soften the first family up for you. Better think about that. Do you really expect to make it without the papula? After a pause, Al said to Ian, He's right. The papula did it for us. But hell, let's go on anyhow. You've got guts, Luke said, but no sense. Still, I have to admire you. I can see why you've been a top-notch salesman for the organization. You don't give up. Take the papula the night you perform at the White House, and then return it to me the next morning. He tossed the round, bug-like creature to Al. Grabbing it, Al hugged it against his chest like a big pillow. Maybe it would be good publicity for the jungles, Luke said, but I know this. Nicole doesn't like us. Too many people have slipped out of her hands by means of us. We're a leak in Mama's structure, and Mama knows it. He grinned, showing gold teeth. Al said, Thanks, Luke. But I'll operate the papula, Luke said, by remote. I'm a little more skilled than you, after all. I built them. Sure, Al said. I'll have my hands full playing anyhow. Yes, Luke said. You'll need both hands for that bottle. Something in Luke's tone made Ian Duncan uneasy. What's he up to? He wondered. But in any case, he and his brother had no choice. They had to have the papula working for them. And no doubt Luke could do a good job of operating it. He had already proved his superiority over Al just now, and as Luke said, Al would be busy blowing away on his jug. But still... Loony Luke, Ian said, have you ever met Nicole? It was a sudden thought on his part, an unexpected intuition. Sure, Luke said steadily. Years ago. I had some hand puppets. My dad and I traveled around putting on puppet shows. We finally played the White House. What happened there? Ian asked. Luke, after a pause, said, She didn't care for us. Said something about our puppets being indecent. And you hate her, Ian realized. You never forgave her. Were they? He asked Luke. No, Luke answered. True, one act was a strip show. We had Folly's girl puppets. But nobody ever objected before. My dad took it hard, but it didn't bother me. His face was impassive. Al said, Was Nicole the first lady that far back? Oh, yes, Luke said. She's been in office for 73 years. Didn't you know that? It isn't possible, both Al and Ian said almost together. Sure it is, Luke said. She's a really old woman now, a grandmother, but she still looks good, I guess. You'll know when you see her. Stunned, Ian said, On TV? Oh, yeah, Luke agreed. On TV, she looks around 20. But look in the history books yourself. Figure it out. The facts are all there. The facts, Ian realized, mean nothing when you can see with your own eyes that she's as young-looking as ever, and we see that every day. Luke, you're lying, he thought. We know it. We all know it. My brother saw her. Al would have said if she was really like that. You hate her. That's your motive. Shaken, he turned his back to Luke, not wanting to have anything to do with the man now. 73 years in office. That would make Nicole almost 90 now. He shuddered at the idea. He blocked it out of his thoughts. Or at least he tried to. Good luck, boys, Luke said, chewing on his toothpick. In his sleep, Ian Duncan had a terrible dream. A hideous old woman with greenish, wrinkled claws scrabbled at him, whining for him to do something. He did not know what it was because her voice, her words, blurred into indistinction, swallowed by her broken-toothed mouth, lost in the twisting thread of saliva which found its way to her chin. He struggled to free himself. Christ's sake, Al's voice came to him. Wake up! We have to get the lot moving. We're supposed to be at the White House in 3 hours. Nicole, Ian realized as he sat up groggily. It was her I was dreaming about, ancient and withered, but still her. Okay, he muttered as he rose unsteadily from the cot. Listen, Al, he said. Suppose she is old, like Loony Luke says. What then? What'll we do? We'll perform, Al said. Play our jugs. But I couldn't live through it, Ian said. My ability to adjust is just too brittle. This is turning into a nightmare. Luke controls the papula, and Nicole is old. What's the point of our going on? Can't we go back to just seeing her on the TV and maybe once in our lifetime at a great distance like you did in Shreveport? That's good enough for me now. I want that, the image, okay? No, Al said doggedly. We have to see this through. Remember, you can always emigrate to Mars. The lot had already risen, was already moving toward the East Coast and Washington, D.C. When they landed, Slezak, a rotund, genial little individual, greeted them warmly. He shook hands with them as they walked toward the service entrance of the White House. Your program is ambitious, he bubbled, but if you can fulfill it, fine with me. With us here, the First Family, I mean. And in particular the First Lady herself, who is actively enthusiastic about all forms of original artistry. According to your biographical data, you two made a thorough study of primitive disc recordings from the early 1900s, as early as 1920, of jug bands surviving from the U.S. Civil War, so you're authentic juggists, except, of course, you're classical, not folk. Yes, sir, Al said. Could you, however, slip in one folk number? Slezak asked as they passed the guards at the service entrance and entered the White House, the long carpeted corridor with its artificial candles set at intervals. For instance, we suggest Rockabye My Sarah Jane. Do you have that in your repertoire? If not, we have it, Al said shortly. We'll add it toward the end. Fine, Slezak said, prodding them amiably ahead of him. Now may I ask what this creature you carry is? He eyed the papula with something less than enthusiasm. Is it alive? It's our totem animal, Al said.
You mean a superstitious charm? A mascot?
Exactly, Al said. With it we assuage anxiety. He patted the papula's head. And it's part of our act. It dances while we play, like a monkey.
Well, I'll be darned, Slezak said, his enthusiasm returning. I see. Now Nicole will be delighted. She loves soft, furry things.
He held a door open ahead of them. And there she sat. How could Luke have been so wrong, Ian thought. She was even lovelier than on TV, and much more distinct. That was the main difference. The fabulous authenticity of her appearance, its reality to the senses. The senses knew the difference. Here she sat in faded blue cotton trousers, moccasins on her feet, a carelessly buttoned white shirt through which he could see, or imagined he could see, her tanned, smooth skin. How informal she was, Ian thought, lacking in pretense or show. Her hair cut short, exposing her beautifully formed neck and ears. And, he thought, so darn young. She did not look even 20. And the vitality. The TV could not catch that. The delicate glow of color and line all about her.
Nicky, Slezak said, these are the classical juggists.
She glanced up, sideways. She had been reading a newspaper. Now she smiled. "Good morning," she said. "Did you have breakfast? We could serve you some Canadian bacon and butterhorns and coffee if you want." Her voice, oddly, did not seem to come from her. It materialized from the upper part of the room, almost at the ceiling. Looking that way, Ian saw a series of speakers, and he realized that a glass barrier separated Nicole from them, a security measure to protect her. He felt disappointed, and yet he understood why it was necessary, if anything happened to her.
"We ate, Mrs. Thibodeau," Al said. "Thanks."
He, too, was glancing up at the speakers.
"We ate, Mrs. Thibodeau,"
Ian thought crazily. Isn't it actually the other way around? Doesn't she, sitting here in her blue cotton pants and shirt, doesn't she devour us? Now the president, Tawfik Neagle, a slender, dapper, dark man, entered behind Nicole, and she lifted her face up to him and said, "Look, Taffy, they have one of those papulas with them. Won't that be fun?"
"Yes," the president said, smiling, standing beside his wife.
"Could I see it?" Nicole asked Al. "Let it come here." She made a signal, and the glass wall began to lift. Al dropped the papula, and it scuttled toward Nicole beneath the raised security barrier. It hopped up, and all at once Nicole held it in her strong hands, gazing down at it intently. "Heck," she said, "it's not alive, it's just a toy."
"None survived," Al said, "as far as we know. But this is an authentic model based on remains found on Mars."
He stepped toward her. The glass barrier settled in place. Al was cut off from the papula, and he stood gaping foolishly, seemingly very upset. Then, as if by instinct, he touched the controls at his waist. Nothing happened for a time, and then, at last, the papula stirred. It slid from Nicole's hands and hopped back to the floor. Nicole exclaimed in amazement, her eyes bright.
"Do you want it, dear?" her husband asked. "We can undoubtedly get you one, even several."
"What does it do?"
Nicole asked Al. Slezak bubbled. "It dances, ma'am, when they play. It has rhythm in its bones. Correct, Mr. Duncan? Maybe you could play something now, a shorter piece, to show Mrs. Thibodeau." He rubbed his hands together.
Al and Ian looked at each other.
"Sure," Al said. We could play that little Schubert thing, that arrangement of the Trout. Okay, Ian, get set."
He unbuttoned the protective case from his jug, lifted it out, and held it awkwardly. Ian did the same.
This is Al Duncan here at the first jug, Al said. And besides me is my brother Ian at the second jug, bringing you a concert of classical favorites beginning with a little Schubert. And then, at a signal from Al, they both began to play. Bump, ba-bump, bump, 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 ba-bump, bump, bump, bup, 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 bup. Nicole giggled. We failed, Ian thought. God, the worst has come about. We're ludicrous. He ceased playing. Al continued on, his cheeks red and swelling with the effort of playing. He seemed unaware that Nicole was holding her hand up to cover her laughter, her amusement at them and their efforts. Al played on by himself to the end of the piece, and then he too lowered his jug. "The papula," Nicole said, as evenly as possible. "It didn't dance, not one little step. Why not?" And again she laughed, unable to stop herself. Al said woodenly, "I don't have control of it. It's on remote right now." To the papula he said, "You better dance." "Oh, really, this is wonderful," Nicole said. "Look," she said to her husband, "he has to beg it to dance. Dance, whatever your name is, papula thing from Mars, or rather imitation papula thing from Mars." She prodded the papula with the toe of her moccasin, trying to nudge it into life. "Come on, little synthetic, ancient, cute creature all made out of wires. Please." The papula leaped at her. It bit her. Nicole screamed. A sharp pop sounded from behind her, and the papula vanished into particles that swirled. The White House security guard stepped into sight, his rifle in his hands, peering intently at her and at the floating particles. His face was calm, but his hands and the rifle quivered. Al began to curse to himself, chanting the words over and over again, the same 3 or 4 unceasingly. "Luke," he said then to his brother, "he did it. Revenge. It's the end of us." He looked gray, worn out. Reflexively, he began wrapping his jug up once more, going through the motions step by step. "You're under arrest," a second White House guard said, appearing behind them and training his gun on the two of them. "Sure," Al said listlessly, his head nodding, wobbling vacuously. "We had nothing to do with it, so arrest us." Getting to her feet with the assistance of her husband, Nicole walked toward Al and Ian. "Did it bite me because I laughed?" she said in a quiet voice. Slezak stood mopping his forehead. He said nothing. He merely stared at them sightlessly. "I'm sorry," Nicole said. "I made it angry, didn't I? It's a shame. We would have enjoyed your act." "Luke did it," Al said. "Luke." Nicole studied him. "Loony Luke, you mean? He owns those dreadful jalopy jungles that come and go only a step from illegality. Yes, I know who you mean. I remember him." To her husband she said, "I guess we'd better have him arrested, too." "Anything you say," her husband said, writing on a pad of paper. Nicole said, "This whole jug business, it was just a cover-up for an action hostile to us, wasn't it? A crime against the state. We'll have to rethink the entire philosophy of inviting performers here. Perhaps it's been a mistake. It gives too much access to anyone who has hostile intentions toward us. I'm sorry." She looked sad and pale now. She folded her arms and stood, rocking back and forth, lost in thought. "Believe me, Nicole," Al began. Introspectively, she said, "I'm not Nicole. Don't call me that. Nicole Thibodeau died years ago. I'm Kate Rupert, the 4th one to take her place. I'm just an actress who looks enough like the original Nicole to be able to keep this job. And I wish sometimes when something like this happens that I didn't have it. I have no real authority. There's a council somewhere that governs. I've never even seen them." To her husband she said, "They know about this, don't they?"
Yes, he said. They've already been informed.
You see, she said to Al, he, even the president, has more actual power than I.
She smiled wanly.
Al said, How many attempts have there been on your life? 6 or 7, she said, all for psychological reasons. Unresolved Oedipal complexes or something like that. I don't really care.
She turned to her husband then.
I really think these 2 men here, she pointed at Al and Ian, they don't seem to know what's going on. Maybe they are innocent.
To her husband and Slezak and the security guard, she said,
Do they have to be destroyed? I don't see why you couldn't just eradicate a part of the memory cells and let them go. Why wouldn't that do?
Her husband shrugged. If you want it that way.
Yes, she said. I'd prefer that. It would make my job easier. Take them to the medical center at Bethesda, and then let's go on. Let's give an audience to the next performers.
A security guard nudged Ian in the back with his gun. Down the corridor, please.
Okay,
Ian murmured, gripping his jug.
But what happened? He wondered. I don't quite understand. This woman isn't Nicole, and even worse, there is no Nicole anywhere. There's just the TV image, the illusion, and behind it, behind her, another group entirely rules. A council of some kind. But who are they, and how did they get power? Will we ever know? We came so far, we almost seem to know what's really going on. The actuality behind the illusion, can't they tell us the rest? What difference would it make now? How?
Goodbye, Al was saying to him.
What? He said, horrified. Why do you say that? They're going to let us go, aren't they?
Al said, We won't remember each other. Take my word for it. We won't be allowed to keep any ties like that. So, he held out his hand.
So goodbye, Ian.
We made it to the White House. You won't remember that either, but it's true. We did do it. He grinned crookedly. Move along, the security guard said to them. Holding their jugs, the 2 of them moved down the corridor toward the door and the waiting black medical van beyond. It was night, and Ian Duncan found himself at a deserted street corner, cold and shivering, blinking in the glaring white light of an urban monorail loading platform.
What am I doing here? He asked himself, bewildered. He looked at his wristwatch. It was 8 o'clock. I'm supposed to be at the All Souls meeting, aren't I? He thought dazedly. I can't miss another one, he realized. 2 in a row. It's a terrible fine. It's economic ruin. He began to walk. The familiar building, Abraham Lincoln with all its network of towers and windows, lay extended ahead. It was not far, and he hurried, breathing deeply, trying to keep up a good, steady pace. It must be over, he thought. The lights in the great central subsurface auditorium were not lit. Damn it, he breathed in despair. All Souls is over, he said to the doorman as he entered the lobby, his identification held out. You're a little confused, Mr. Duncan, the doorman said, putting away his gun. All Souls was last night. This is Friday. Something's gone wrong, Ian realized. But he said nothing. He merely nodded and hurried on toward the elevator. As he emerged from the elevator on his own floor, a door opened and a furtive figure beckoned to him. Hey, Duncan! It was Corley. Warily, because an encounter like this could be disastrous, Ian approached him. What is it? A rumor, Corley said in a rapid, fear-filled voice. About your last Relpol test. Some irregularity. They're going to rouse you at 5 or 6 a.m. tomorrow morning and spring a surprise quiz on you. He glanced up and down the hall. Study the late 1980s and the religio-collectivist movements in particular. Got it? Sure, Ian said with gratitude. And thanks a lot. Maybe I can do the same. He broke off. because Corley had hurried back into his own apartment and shut the door. Ian was alone. Certainly very nice of him, he thought as he walked on. Probably saved my hide, kept me from being forcibly ejected right out of here forever. When he reached his apartment, he made himself comfortable, with all his reference books on the political history of the United States spread out around him. I'll study all night, he decided, because I have to pass that quiz. I have no choice. To keep himself awake, he turned on the TV. Presently, the warm, familiar being, the presence of the First Lady, flowed into motion and began to fill the room. "And at our musical tonight," she was saying, "we will have a saxophone quartet, which will play themes from Wagner's operas, in particular my favorite, Die Meistersinger. I believe we will truly all find this a deeply rewarding and certainly an enriching experience to cherish. And after that, my husband, the President, and I have arranged to bring you once again an old favorite of yours, the world-renowned cellist Henri Leclerc, in a program of Jerome Kern and Cole Porter." She smiled, and at his pile of reference books, Ian Duncan smiled back. "I wonder how it would be to play at the White House," he said to himself, "to perform before the First Lady. Too bad I never learned to play any kind of musical instrument. I can't act, write poems, dance, or sing, nothing. So what hope is there for me? Now, if I had come from a musical family, if I had a father or brothers to teach me how." Glumly he scratched a few notes on the rise of the French Christian Fascist Party of 1975. And then, drawn as always to the TV set, he put his pen down and turned to face the set. Nicole was now exhibiting a piece of Delft tile which she had picked up, she explained, in a little shop in Vermont. What lovely clear colors it had. He watched, fascinated, as her strong, slim fingers caressed the shiny surface of the baked enamel tile. "See the tile?" Nicole was murmuring in her husky voice. "Don't you wish you had a tile like that? Isn't it lovely?" "Yes," Ian Duncan said. "How many of you would like someday to see such a tile?" Nicole asked. "Raise your hands." Ian raised his hand hopefully. "Oh, a whole lot of you," Nicole said, smiling her intimate, radiant smile. "Well, perhaps later we will have another tour of the White House. Would you like that?" Hopping up and down in his chair, Ian said, "Yes, I'd like that." On the TV screen, she was smiling directly at him, it seemed, and so he smiled back. And then, reluctantly, feeling a great weight descend over him, he at last turned back to his reference books, back to the harsh realities of his daily, endless life. Against the window of his apartment, something bumped, and a voice called at him thinly, "Ian Duncan, I don't have much time." Whirling, he saw outside in the night darkness a shape drifting, an egg-like construction that hovered. Within it, a man waved at him energetically, still calling. The egg gave off a dull put-put noise, its jets idling as the man kicked open the hatch of the vehicle and then lifted himself out. "Are they after me already on this quiz?" Ian Duncan asked himself. He stood up, feeling helpless. "So soon. I'm not ready yet." Angrily, the man in the vehicle spun the jets until their steady white exhaust firing met the surface of the building. The room shuddered and bits of plaster broke away. The window itself collapsed as the heat of the jets crossed it. Through the gap exposed, the man yelled once more, trying to attract Ian Duncan's faculties. "Hey, Duncan, hurry up. I have your brother already. He's on his way in another ship." The man, elderly, wearing an expensive, natural fiber, blue pinstripe suit, lowered himself with dexterity from the hovering, egg-shaped vehicle and dropped feet first into the room. "We have to get going if we're going to make it. You don't remember me?" Neither did Al. Boy, I take off my hat to them. Ian Duncan stared at him, wondering who he was, and who Al was, and what was happening.
Mama's psychologists did a good job of working you over, the elderly man panted. That Bethesda, it must be quite a place. I hope they never get me there.
He came toward Ian, caught hold of him by the shoulder.
The police are shutting down all my jalopy jungles. I have to beat it to Mars, and I'm taking you along with me. Try to pull yourself together. I'm Loony Luke. You don't remember me now, but you will after we're all on Mars and you see your brother again. Come on!"
Luke propelled him toward the gap in the wall of the room where once had been a window, and toward the vehicle. It was called a jalopy, Ian realized, drifting beyond. "Okay," Ian said, wondering what he should take with him. What would he need on Mars? Toothbrush, pajamas, a heavy coat? He looked frantically around his apartment, one last look at it. Far off, police sirens sounded. Luke scrambled back into the jalopy, and Ian followed, taking hold of the elderly man's extended hand. The floor of the jalopy crawled with bright orange bug-like creatures whose antennae waved at him. Papoulas, he remembered, or something like that. "You'll be all right now," the papoulas were thinking. "Don't worry. Loony Luke got you away in time, just barely in time. Now just relax." "Yes," Ian said. He lay back against the side of the jalopy and relaxed. For the first time in many years, he felt at peace. The ship shot upward into the night emptiness and the new planet which lay beyond. Note: Novelty Act. At Second Jug, March 23, 1963. Fantastic, February 1964. Included in PKD's novel The Simulacra. End note. Water Spider. 1. That morning, as he carefully shaved his head until it glistened, Aaron Totso pondered a vision too unfortunate to be endured. He saw in his mind 15 convicts from Knockbaron Slager, each man only 1 inch high, in a ship the size of a child's balloon. The ship, traveling at almost the speed of light, continued on forever, with the men aboard neither knowing nor caring what became of them. The worst part of the vision was just that in all probability it was true. He dried his head, rubbed oil into his skin, then touched the button within his throat. When contact with the bureau switchboard had been established, Totso said, "I admit, we can do nothing to get those 15 men back, but at least we can refuse to send any more." His comment, recorded by the switchboard, was passed on to his co-workers. They all agreed. He listened to their voices chiming in as he put on his smock, slippers, and overcoat. Obviously, the flight had been in error. Even the public knew that now, but we're going on," Edwin Fermetti, Totso's superior, said above the clamor. "We've already got the volunteers." "Also from Knockbaron Slager?" Totso asked. Naturally, the prisoners there would volunteer. Their lifespan at the camp was no more than 5 or 6 years. And if this flight to Proxima were successful, the men aboard would obtain their freedom. They would not have to return to any of the 5 inhabited planets within the Sol system. "Why does it matter where they originate?" Fermetti said smoothly. Totso said, "Our effort should be directed toward improving the U.S. Department of Penology instead of trying to reach other stars." He had a sudden urge to resign his position with the Emigration Bureau and go into politics as a reform candidate. Later, as he sat at the breakfast table, his wife patted him sympathetically on the arm. "Aaron, you haven't been able to solve it yet, have you?" "No," he admitted shortly, "and now I don't even care." He did not tell her about the other shiploads of convicts which had fruitlessly been expended.
It was forbidden to discuss that with anyone not employed by a department of the government. Could they be re-entering on their own? No, because mass was lost here in the Sol system. To re-enter, they have to obtain equal mass back to replace it. That's the whole point. Exasperated, he sipped his tea and ignored her. Women, he thought, attractive but not bright. They need mass back, he repeated, which would be fine if they were making a round trip, I suppose. But this is an attempt to colonize. It's not a guided tour that returns to its point of origin. How long does it take them to reach Proxima? Leonore asked, all reduced like that to an inch high. About 4 years. Her eyes grew large. That's marvelous. Grumbling at her, Totso pushed his chair back from the table and rose. I wish they'd take her, he said to himself, since she imagines it's so marvelous. But Leonore would be too smart to volunteer. Leonore said softly, then I was right. The Bureau has sent people. You as much as admitted it just now. Flushing, Totso said, don't tell anybody, none of your female friends especially, or it's my job. He glared at her. On that hostile note, he set off for the Bureau. As Totso unlocked his office door, Edwin Fermetti hailed him. You think Donald Nils is somewhere on a planet circling Proxima at this very moment? Nils was a notorious murderer who had volunteered for one of the Bureau's flights. I wonder, maybe he's carrying around a lump of sugar 5 times his size. Not really very funny, Totso said. Fermetti shrugged. Just hoping to relieve the pessimism. I think we're all getting discouraged. He followed Totso into his office. Maybe we should volunteer ourselves for the next flight. It sounded almost as if he meant it, and Totso glanced quickly at him. Joke, Fermetti said. One more flight, Totso said, and if it fails, I resign. I'll tell you something, Fermetti said. We have a new tack. Now Totso's co-worker Craig Gilly had come sauntering up. To the 2 men, Fermetti said, We're going to try using precogs in obtaining our formula for re-entry. His eyes flickered as he saw their reaction. Astonished, Gilly said, But all the precogs are dead, destroyed by presidential order 20 years ago. Totso, impressed, said, He's going to dip back into the past to obtain a precog. Isn't that right, Fermetti? We will, yes, his superior said, nodding. Back to the golden age of precognition, the 20th century. For a moment, Totso was puzzled, and then he remembered. During the first half of the 20th century, so many precogs, people with the ability to read the future, had come into existence that an organized guild had been formed with branches in Los Angeles, New York, San Francisco, and Pennsylvania. This group of precogs, all knowing one another, had put out a number of periodicals which had flourished for several decades. Boldly and openly, the members of the Precog Guild had proclaimed in their writings their knowledge of the future. And yet, as a whole, their society had paid little attention to them. Totso said slowly, Let me get this straight. You mean you're going to make use of the Department of Archaeology's time dredges to scoop up a famous precog of the past? Nodding, Fermetti said, And bring him here to help us, yes. But how can he help us? He would have no knowledge of our future, only of his own. Fermetti said, The Library of Congress has already given us access to its virtually complete collection of precog journals of the 20th century. He smiled crookedly at Totso and Gilly, obviously enjoying the situation. It's my hope, and my expectation, that among this great body of writings we will find an article specifically dealing with our re-entry problem. The chances, statistically speaking, are quite good. They wrote about innumerable topics of future civilization, as you know. After a pause, Gilly said, Very clever. I think your idea may solve our problem. Speed of light travel to other star systems may yet become a possibility. Sourly, Totso said, hopefully before we run out of convicts. But he too liked his superior's idea. And in addition, he looked forward to seeing face to face one of the famous 20th century precogs. Theirs had been one brief, glorious period, sadly long since ended. Or not so brief, if one dated it as starting with Jonathan Swift rather than with H.G. Wells. Swift had written of the two moons of Mars and their unusual orbital characteristics years before telescopes had proved their existence. And so today there was a tendency in the textbooks to include him. 2. It took the computers at the Library of Congress only a short while to scan the brittle, yellowed volumes article by article, and to select the sole contribution dealing with deprivation of mass and restoration as the modus operandi of interstellar space travel. Einstein's formula that as an object increased its velocity, its mass increased proportionally, had been so fully accepted, so completely unquestioned, that no one in the 20th century had paid any attention to the particular article, which had been put in print in August of 1955 in a precog journal called If. In Fermetti's office, Tozzo sat beside his superior as the two of them pored over the photographic reproduction of the journal. The article was titled Night Flight, and it ran only a few thousand words. Both men read it avidly, neither speaking until they had finished. "Well," Fermetti said when they had come to the end. Tozzo said, "No doubt about it. That's our project, all right. A lot is garbled. For instance, he calls the Emigration Bureau Outward Incorporated and believes it to be a private commercial firm." He referred to the text. "It's really uncanny, though. You're obviously this character, Edmund Fletcher. The names are similar, but still a little off, as is everything else. And I'm Allison Torelli." He shook his head admiringly. Those precogs. Having a mental image of the future that was always askew, and yet in the main... "In the main, correct," Fermetti finished. "Yes, I agree. This night flight article definitely deals with us and the Bureau's project, herein called Water Spider, because it has to be done in one great leap. Good Lord, that would have been a perfect name had we thought of it. Maybe we can still call it that." Tozzo said slowly, "But the precog who wrote Night Flight, in no place does he actually give the formula for mass restoration or even for mass deprivation. He just simply says that we have it." Taking the reproduction of the journal, he read aloud from the article. "Difficulty in restoring mass to the ship and its passengers at the termination of the flight had proved a stumbling block for Torelli and his team of researchers, and yet they had at last proved successful. After the fateful implosion of the Sea Scout, the initial ship to—" "And that's all," Tozzo said. "So what good does it do us? Yes, this precog experienced our present situation 100 years ago, but he left out the technical details." There was silence. At last Fermetti said thoughtfully, "That doesn't mean he didn't know the technical data. We know today that the others in his guild were very often trained scientists." He examined the biographical report. "Yes, while not actually using his precog ability, he worked as a chicken fat analyst for the University of California. Do you still intend to use the time dredge to bring him up to the present?" Fermetti nodded. "I only wish the dredge worked both ways. If it could be used with the future, not the past, we could avoid having to jeopardize the safety of this precog." He glanced down at the article. "This Powell Anderson." Chilled, Tozzo said, "What hazard is there?" "We may not be able to return him to his own time. Or, Fermetti paused, we might lose part of him along the way, wind up with only half of him. The dredge has bisected many objects before. And this man isn't a convict at Nachbarn Slager, Totso said, so you don't have that rationale to fall back on. Fermetti said suddenly, we'll do it properly. We'll reduce the jeopardy by sending a team of men back to that time, back to 1954. They can apprehend this Powell Anderson and see that all of him gets into the time dredge, not merely the top half or the left side. So it had been decided. The Department of Archaeology's time dredge would go back to the world of 1954 and pick up the precog Powell Anderson. There was nothing further to discuss. Research conducted by the U.S. Department of Archaeology showed that in September of 1954, Powell Anderson had been living in Berkeley, California, on Grove Street. In that month, he had attended a top-level meeting of precogs from all over the United States at the Sir Francis Drake Hotel in San Francisco. It was probable that there, in that meeting, basic policy for the next year had been worked out, with Anderson and other experts participating. It's really very simple, Fermetti explained to Totso and Gilly. A pair of men will go back. They will be provided with forged identification showing them to be part of the nationwide precog organization, squares of cellophane-enclosed paper which are pinned to the coat lapel. Naturally, they will be wearing 20th century garments. They will locate Powell Anderson, single him out, and draw him off to one side. And tell him what? Totso said skeptically. That they represent an unlicensed amateur precog organization in Battle Creek, Michigan, and that they have constructed an amusing vehicle built to resemble a time-travel dredge of the future. They will ask Mr. Anderson, who was actually quite famous in his time, to pose by their humbug dredge, and then they will ask for a shot of him within. Our research shows that, according to his contemporaries, Anderson was mild and easygoing, and also that at these yearly top strategy assemblies, he often became convivial enough to enter into the mood of optimism generated by his fellow precogs. Totso said, You mean he sniffed what they called airplane dope? He was a glue sniffer? With a faint smile, Fermetti said, Hardly. That was a mania among adolescents and did not become widespread, in fact, until a decade later. No, I am speaking about imbibing alcohol. I see, Totso said, nodding. Fermetti continued. In the area of difficulties, we must cope with the fact that at this top-secret session, Anderson brought along his wife, Karen, dressed as a maid of Venus in gleaming breast cups, short skirt, and helmet, and that he also brought their newborn daughter, Astrid. Anderson himself did not wear any disguise for purposes of concealing his identity. He had no anxieties, being a quite stable person, as were most 20th century precogs. However, during the discussion periods between formal sessions, the precogs, minus their wives, circulating about, playing poker and arguing, some of them, it is said, stoning one another. Stoning? Or, as it was put, becoming stoned. In any case, they gathered in small groups in the antechambers of the hotel, and it is at such an occasion that we expect to nab him. In the general hubbub, his disappearance would not be noted. We would expect to return him to that exact time, or at least no more than a few hours later or earlier. Preferably not earlier, because 2 Powell Andersons at the meeting might prove awkward. Totso, impressed, said, Sounds foolproof. I'm glad you like it, Fermetti said tartly, because you will be one of the team sent. Pleased, Totso said, Then I had better get started learning the details of life in the mid-20th century. He picked up another issue of If. This one, May of 1971, had interested him as soon as he had seen it. Of course, this issue would not be known yet to the people of 1954, but eventually they would see it. and once having seen it, they would never forget it. Ray Bradbury's first textbook to be serialized, he realized as he examined the journal. The Fisher of Men, it was called, and in it the great Los Angeles precog had anticipated the ghastly Gutmanist political revolution which was to sweep the inner planets. Bradbury had warned against Gutman, but the warning had gone, of course, unheeded. Now Gutman was dead, and the fanatical supporters had dwindled to the status of random terrorists. But had the world listened to Bradbury? "Why the frown?" Vermetti asked him. "Don't you want to go?" "Yes," Tozzo said thoughtfully, "but it's a terrible responsibility. These are no ordinary men." "That is certainly the truth," Vermetti said, nodding. 3. 24 hours later, Aaron Tozzo stood surveying himself in his mid-20th century clothing and wondering if Anderson would be deceived, if he actually could be duped into entering the dredge. The costume certainly was perfection itself. Tozzo had even been equipped with the customary waist-length beard and handlebar mustache so popular circa 1950 in the United States, and he wore a wig. Wigs, as everyone knew, had at that time swept the United States as the fashion note par excellence. Men and women had both worn huge powdered perukes of bright colors, reds and greens and blues, and of course dignified grays. It was one of the most amusing occurrences of the 20th century. Tozzo's wig, a bright red, pleased him. Authentic, it had come from the Los Angeles Museum of Cultural History, and the curator had vouched for its being a man's, not a woman's. So the fewest possible chances of detection were being taken. Little risk existed that they would be detected as members of another future culture entirely. And yet, Tozzo was still uneasy. However, the plan had been arranged. Now it was time to go. With Gilly, the other member selected, Tozzo entered the time dredge and seated himself at the controls. The Department of Archaeology had provided a full instruction manual which lay open before him. As soon as Gilly had locked the hatch, Tozzo took the bull by the horns, a 20th century expression, and started up the dredge. Dials registered. They were spinning backward into time, back to 1954 and the San Francisco Precog Congress. Beside him, Gilly practiced mid-20th century phrases from a reference volume. "Dis mus be da place." Gilly cleared his throat. "Kilroy was here," he murmured. "Wha hoppin'? Like, man, let's cut out. This ball's a drag." He shook his head. "I can't grasp the exact sense of these phrases," he apologized to Tozzo. 23 skidoo. Now a red light glowed. The dredge was about to conclude its journey. A moment later, its turbines halted. They had come to rest on the sidewalk outside the Sir Francis Drake Hotel in downtown San Francisco. On all sides, people in quaint archaic costumes dragged along on foot. And, Tozzo saw, there were no monorails. All the visible traffic was surface-bound. What a congestion, he thought, as he watched the automobiles and buses moving inch by inch along the packed streets. An official in blue waved traffic ahead as best he could, but the entire enterprise, Tozzo could see, was an abysmal failure. "Time for Phase 2, Gilly said. But he, too, was gaping at the stalled surface vehicles. "Good grief," he said. "Look at the incredibly short skirts of the women. Why, the knees are virtually exposed. Why don't the women die of whisk virus?" "I don't know," Tozzo said. "But I do know we've got to get into the Sir Francis Drake Hotel." Carefully, they opened the port of the time dredge and stepped out. And then Tozzo realized something. There had been an error already. The men of this decade were clean-shaven. "Gilly," he said rapidly, "we've got to shed our beards and mustaches." In an instant he had pulled Gilly's off, leaving his bare face exposed. But the wig, that was correct. All the men visible wore headdress of some type. Totso saw few, if any, bald men. The women, too, had luxurious wigs. Or were they wigs? Could they perhaps be natural hair? In any case, both he and Gilly now would pass. Into the Sir Francis Drake, he said to himself, leading Gilly along. They darted lithely across the sidewalk. It was amazing how slowly the people of this time period walked, and into the inexpressibly old-fashioned lobby of the hotel. Like a museum, Totso thought as he glanced about him. I wish we could linger, but they could not. "How's our identification?" Gilly said nervously. "Is it passing inspection?" The business with the face hair had upset him. On each of their lapels they carried the expertly made false identification. It worked. Presently they found themselves ascending by a lift, or rather elevator, to the correct floor. The elevator let them off in a crowded foyer. Men, all clean-shaven, with wigs or natural hair, stood in small clusters everywhere, laughing and talking. And a number of attractive women, some of them in garments called leotards, which were skin-tight, loitered about smilingly. Even though the styles of the times required their breasts to be covered, they were a sight to see. Sotto voce, Gilly said, "I am stunned. In this room are some of the—" "I know," Totso murmured. Their project could wait, at least a little while. Here was an unbelievably golden opportunity to see these precogs, actually to talk to them and listen to them. Here came a tall, handsome man in a dark suit that sparkled with tiny specks of some unnatural material, some variety of synthetic. The man wore glasses, and his hair, everything about him, had a tanned, dark look. The name on his identification, Totso peered. The tall, good-looking man was A.E. Van Vogt. "Say," another individual, perhaps a precog enthusiast, was saying to Van Vogt, stopping him, "I read both versions of your World of Null A, and I still didn't quite get that about it being him, at the end. Could you explain that part to me? And also, when they started into the tree and then just—" Van Vogt halted. A soft smile appeared on his face, and he said, "Well, I'll tell you a secret. I start out with a plot, and then the plot sort of folds up, so then I have to have another plot to finish the rest of the story." Going over to listen, Totso felt something magnetic about Van Vogt. He was so tall, so spiritual. Yes, Totso said to himself, that was the word, a healing spirituality. There was a quality of innate goodness which emanated from him. All at once Van Vogt said, "There goes a man with my pants," and without a further word to the enthusiast, stalked off and disappeared into the crowd. Totso's head swam. To actually have seen and heard A.E. Van Vogt. "Look," Gilly was saying, plucking at his sleeve, "that enormous, genial-looking man seated over there, that's Howard Brown, who edited the precog journal Amazing at this time period." "I have to catch a plane," Howard Brown was saying to anyone who would listen to him. He glanced about him in a worried anxiety, despite his almost physical geniality. "I wonder," Gilly said, "if Dr. Asimov is here." "We can ask," Totso decided. He made his way over to one of the young women wearing a blonde wig and green leotards. "Where is Dr. Asimov?" he asked clearly in the argot of the times. "Who's to know?" the girl said. "Is he here, miss?" "Nah," the girl said. Gilly again plucked at Totso's sleeve. "We must find Powell Anderson, remember? Enjoyable as it is to talk to this girl." I'm inquiring about Asimov, Totso said brusquely. After all, Isaac Asimov had been the founder of the entire 21st century positronic robot industry. How could he not be here? A burly, outdoorish man strode by them, and Totso saw that this was Jack Vance. Vance, he decided, looked more like a big game hunter than anything else. We must beware of him, Totso decided. If we got into any altercation, Vance could take care of us easily. He noticed now that Gilly was talking to the blonde-wigged girl in the green leotards. "Murray Leinster?" Gilly was asking. "The man whose paper on parallel time is still at the very forefront of theoretical studies? Isn't he—" "I don't know," the girl said in a bored tone of voice. A group had gathered about a figure opposite them. The central person whom everybody was listening to was saying, "All right, if, like Howard Brown, you prefer air travel, fine. But I say it's risky. I don't fly. In fact, even riding in a car is dangerous. I generally lie down in the back." The man wore a short-cropped wig and a bow tie. He had a round, pleasant face, but his eyes were intense. It was Ray Bradbury, and Totso started toward him at once. "Stop!" Gilly whispered angrily. "Remember what we came for." And, past Bradbury, seated at the bar, Totso saw an older, care-weathered man in a brown suit, wearing small glasses and sipping a drink. He recognized the man from drawings in early Gernsback publications. It was the fabulously unique precog from the New Mexico region, Jack Williamson. "I thought Legion of Time was the finest novel-length science fiction work I ever read." An individual, evidently another precog enthusiast, was saying to Jack Williamson, and Williamson was nodding in pleasure. "That was originally going to be a short story," Williamson said, "but it grew. Yes, I like that one, too." Meanwhile, Gilly had wandered on into an adjoining room. He found at a table 2 women and a man in deep conversation. One of the women, dark-haired and handsome with bare shoulders, was, according to her identification plate, Evelyn Page. The taller woman, he discovered, was the renowned Margaret St. Clair, and Gilly at once said, "Mrs. St. Clair, your article entitled The Scarlet Hexapod in the September 1959 If was one of the finest—" And then he broke off, because Margaret St. Clair had not written that yet. Knew, in fact, nothing about it. Flushing with nervousness, Gilly backed away. "Sorry," he murmured. "Excuse me, I became confused." Raising an eyebrow, Margaret St. Clair said, "In the September 1959 issue, you say? What are you, a man from the future?" "Droll," Evelyn Page said. "But let's continue." She gave Gilly a hard stare from her black eyes. "Now, Bob, as I understand what you're saying—" She addressed the man opposite her, and Gilly saw now, to his delight, that the dire-looking, cadaverous individual was none other than Robert Bloch. Gilly said, "Mr. Bloch, your article in Galaxy Sabbatical was—" "You've got the wrong person, my friend," Robert Bloch said. "I never wrote any piece entitled Sabbatical." Good Lord, Gilly realized. I did it again. Sabbatical is another work which has not been written yet. I had better get away from here. He moved back toward Totso and found him standing rigidly. Totso said, "I found Anderson." At once, Gilly turned, also rigid. Both of them had carefully studied the pictures provided by the Library of Congress. There stood the famous precog, tall and slender and straight, even a trifle thin, with curly hair, or wig, and glasses, a warm glint of friendliness in his eyes. He held a whiskey glass in one hand, and he was discoursing with several other precogs. Obviously he was enjoying himself. Let's see." Anderson was saying, as Totso and Gilly came quietly up to join the group. "Pardon?" Anderson cupped his ear to catch what one of the other precogs was saying. "Oh, yep, that's right." Anderson nodded. "Yep, Tony, I agree with you 100%. The other precog, Totso realized, was the superb Tony Boucher, whose precognition of the religious revival of the next century had been almost supernatural. The word-by-word description of the miracle in the cave involving the robot. Totso gazed at Boucher with awe, and then he turned back to Anderson. "Powell," another precog said, "I'll tell you how the Italians intended to get the British to leave if they did invade in 1943. The British would stay at hotels, the best, naturally. The Italians would overcharge them." "Oh, yes, yes," Anderson said, nodding and smiling, his eyes twinkling. "And then the British, being gentlemen, would say nothing. But they'd leave the next day," the other precog finished, and all in the group laughed, except for Gilly and Totso. "Mr. Anderson," Totso said tensely, "we're from an amateur precog organization at Battle Creek, Michigan, and we would like to photograph you beside our model of a time dredge." "Pardon?" Anderson said, cupping his ear. Totso repeated what he had said, trying to be audible above the background racket. At last, Anderson seemed to understand. "Oh, well, where is it?" Anderson asked obligingly. "Downstairs on the sidewalk," Gilly said. "It was too heavy to bring up." "Well, if it won't take too awfully long," Anderson said, "which I doubt it will." He excused himself from the group and followed after them as they started toward the elevator. "It's steam engine building time," a heavy-set man called to them as they passed. "Time to build steam engines, Poole." "We're going downstairs," Totso said nervously. "Walk downstairs on your heads," the precog said. He waved goodbye good-naturedly as the elevator came and the three of them entered it. "Chris is jolly today," Anderson said. "And how?" Gilly said, using one of his phrases. "Is Bob Heinlein here?" Anderson asked Totso as they descended. "I understand he and Mildred Klingerman went off somewhere to talk about cats and nobody has seen them come back." "That's the way the ball bounces," Gilly said, trying out another 20th century phrase. Anderson cupped his ear, smiled hesitantly, but said nothing. At last they emerged on the sidewalk. At the sight of their time dredge, Anderson blinked in astonishment. "I'll be gosh darned," he said, approaching it. "That's certainly imposing. Sure, I'd be happy to pose beside it." He drew his lean, angular body erect, smiling that warm, almost tender smile that Totso had noticed before. How's this?" Anderson inquired a little timidly. With an authentic 20th century camera taken from the Smithsonian, Gilly snapped a picture. "Now inside," he requested, and glanced at Totso. "Why, certainly," Powell Anderson said, and stepped up the stairs and into the dredge. "Gosh, Karen would, like this," he said as he disappeared inside. "I wish to heck she'd come along." Totso followed swiftly. Gilly slammed the hatch shut, and at the control board, Totso, with the instruction manual in hand, punched buttons. The turbines hummed, but Anderson did not seem to hear them. He was engrossed in staring at the controls, his eyes wide. "Gosh," he said. The time dredge passed back to the present, with Anderson still lost in his scrutiny of the controls. 4. Fermetti met them. "Mr. Anderson," he said, "this is an incredible honor." He held out his hand, but now Anderson was peering through the open hatch, past him, at the city beyond. He did not notice the offered hand. "Say," Anderson said, his face twitching, what's this?" He was staring at the monorail system primarily, Totso decided, And this was odd, because at least in Seattle there had been monorails back in Anderson's time. Or had there been? Had that come later? In any case, Anderson now wore a massively perplexed expression. Individual cars, Toto said, standing close beside him. Your monorails had only group cars. Later on, after your time, it was made possible for each citizen's house to have a monorail outlet. The individual brought his car out of its garage and onto the rail terminal, from which point he joined the collective structure. Do you see? But Anderson remained perplexed. His expression, in fact, had deepened. He said, "What do you mean, my time? Am I dead?" He looked morose now. "I thought it would be more along the lines of Valhalla, with Vikings and such, not futuristic." "You're not dead, Mr. Anderson," Fermetti said. "What you're facing is the culture syndrome of the mid-21st century. I must tell you, sir, that you've been napped, but you will be returned. I give you both my personal and official word." Anderson's jaw dropped, but he said nothing. He continued to stare. Donald Nils, notorious murderer, sat at the single table in the reference room of the Emigration Bureau's interstellar speed-of-light ship and computed that he was, in Earth figures, an inch high. Bitterly he cursed. "It's cruel and unusual punishment," he grated aloud. "It's against the Constitution." And then he remembered that he had volunteered in order to get out of Nakbaran Slager. "That goddamn hole," he said to himself. "Anyhow, I'm out of there." And he said to himself, "Even if I'm only an inch high, I've still made myself captain of this lousy ship, and if it ever gets to Proxima, I'll be captain of the entire lousy Proxima system. I didn't study with Gutman himself for nothing, and if that don't beat Nakbaran Slager, I don't know what does." His second-in-command, Pete Bailey, stuck his head into the reference room. "Hey, Nils, I have been looking over the micro-repro of this particular old precog journal, Astounding, like you told me, this Venus Equilateral article about matter transmission. And I mean, even though I was the top vid repairman in New York City, that don't mean I can build one of these things." He glared at Nils. "That's asking a lot." Nils said tightly, "We've got to get back to Earth." "You're out of luck," Bailey told him. "Better settle for Prox." Furiously, Nils swept the micro-reproductions from the table onto the floor of the ship. "That damn Bureau of Immigration! They tricked us!" Bailey shrugged. "Anyhow, we got plenty to eat and a good reference library and 3D movies every night." "By the time we get to Prox," Nils snarled, "we'll have seen every movie," he calculated, 2,000 times. "Well, then don't watch. Or we can run them backwards. How's your research coming?" "I got going the micro of an article in Space Science Fiction," Nils said thoughtfully, "called The Variable Man. It tells about faster-than-light transmission. You disappear and then reappear. Some guy named Cole is going to perfect it, according to the old-time precog who wrote it." He brooded about that. If we could build a faster-than-light ship, we could return to Earth. We could take over. "That's crazy talk," Bailey said. Nils regarded him. "I'm in command." "Then," Bailey said, "we got a nut in command. There's no returning to Terra. We better build our lives on Proxima's planets and forget forever about our home. Thank God we got women aboard. My God, even if we did get back, what could one-inch-high people accomplish? We'd be jeered at." "Nobody jeers at me," Nils said quietly. But he knew Bailey was right. They'd be lucky if they could research the micros of the old precog journals in the ship's reference room and develop for themselves a way of landing safely on Proxima's planets. Even that was asking a lot. "We'll succeed," Nils said to himself, "as long as everyone obeys me, does exactly as I tell them, with no dumb questions."
Bending, he activated the spool of the December 1962 If. There was an article in it that particularly interested him, and he had 4 years ahead of him in which to read, understand, and finally apply it. Fermetti said, "Surely your precog ability helped prepare you for this, Mr. Anderson?" His voice faltered with nervous strain despite his efforts to control it. "How about taking me back now?" Anderson said. He sounded almost calm. Fermetti, after shooting a swift glance at Tozzo and Gilly, said to Anderson, "We have a technical problem, you see. That's why we brought you here to our own time continuum. You see, I think you had better, take me back," Anderson broke in. "Karen'll get worried." He craned his neck, peering in all directions. "I knew it would be someone on this order," he murmured. His face twitched. "Not too different from what I expected. What's that tall thing over there? Looks like what the old blimps used to catch on to." "That," Tozzo said, "is a prayer tower." "Our problem," Fermetti said patiently, "is dealt with in your article Night Flight in the August 1955 If. We've been able to deprive an interstellar vehicle of its mass, but so far restoration of mass has—" Oh, yes," Anderson said in a preoccupied way. "I'm working on that yarn right now. Should have that off to Scott in another couple of weeks." He explained, "My agent." Fermetti considered a moment and then said, "Can you give us the formula for mass restoration, Mr. Anderson?" Powell Anderson said slowly. "Yes, I guess that would be the correct term. Mass restoration. I could go along with that." He nodded. "I haven't worked out any formula. I didn't want to make the yarn too technical. I guess I could make one up if that's what they wanted." He was silent. Then, apparently having withdrawn into a world of his own, the 3 men waited, but Anderson said nothing more. "Your precog ability," Fermetti said. "Pardon?" Anderson said, cupping his ear. "Precog?" He smiled shyly. "Oh, I wouldn't go so far as to say that. I know John believes in all that, but I can't say as I consider a few experiments at Duke University as proof." Fermetti stared at Anderson a long time. "Take the first article in the January 1953 Galaxy," he said quietly. "The Defenders. About the people living beneath the surface and the robots up above, pretending to fight the war, but actually not. Actually faking the reports so interestingly that the people—" "I read that," Powell Anderson agreed. "Very good, I thought, except for the ending. I didn't care too much for the ending." Fermetti said, "You understand, don't you, that those exact conditions came to pass in 1996 during World War III? That by means of the article, we were able to penetrate the deception carried on by our surface robots? That virtually every word of that article was exactly prophetic?" "Phil Dick wrote that," Anderson said. "The Defenders." "Do you know him?" Tozzo inquired. "Met him yesterday at the convention," Anderson said. "For the first time. Very nervous fellow. Was almost afraid to come in." Fermetti said, "Am I to understand that none of you are aware that you are precogs?" His voice shook, completely out of control now. "Well," Anderson said slowly, "some SF writers believe in it. I think Alf Van Vogt does." He smiled at Fermetti. "But don't you understand?" Fermetti demanded. "You described us in an article. You accurately described our bureau and its interstellar project." After a pause, Anderson murmured, "Gosh, I'll be darned. No, I didn't know that. Thanks a lot for telling me." Turning to Tozzo, Fermetti said, "Obviously we'll have to recast our entire concept of the mid-20th century." He looked weary. Tozzo said, "For our purposes, their ignorance doesn't matter, because the precognitive ability was there anyhow, whether they recognized it or not." That, to him, was perfectly clear.
Anderson, meanwhile, had wandered off a little and stood now inspecting the display window of a nearby gift store. Interesting bric-a-brac in there. I ought to pick up something for Karen while I'm here. Would it be all right? He turned questioningly to Fermetti. Could I step in there for a moment and look around? Yes, yes, Fermetti said irritably. Powell Anderson disappeared inside the gift shop, leaving the three of them to argue the meaning of their discovery. What we've got to do, Fermetti said, is sit him down in a situation familiar to him, before a typewriter. We must persuade him to compose an article on deprivation of mass and its subsequent restoration. Whether he himself takes the article to be factual or not has no bearing. It still will be. The Smithsonian must have a workable 20th century typewriter and 8.5 by 11 white sheets of paper. Do you agree? Tozzo, meditating, said, I'll tell you what I think. It was a 1954, because of Karen and the baby. No matter what he found here, for him it was temporary. But meanwhile, first I'll go to the library, any library, he decided, and get a good look at history books that'll tell me what took place in the intervening years between 1954 and now. I'd like to know, he said to himself, about the Cold War, how the U.S. and Russia came out, and space explorations. I'll bet they put a man on Luna by 1975. Certainly they're exploring space now. Heck, they even have a time dredge, so they must have that. Ahead, Powell Anderson saw a doorway. It was open, and without hesitation he plunged into it. Another shop of some kind, but this one larger than the gift shop. Yes, sir, a voice said, and a bald-headed man, they all seemed to be bald-headed here, approached him. The man glanced at Anderson's hair, his clothes. However, the clerk was polite. He made no comment. May I help you? He asked. Anderson said, stalling. What did this place sell, anyhow? He glanced around. Gleaming electronic objects of some sort. But what did they do? The clerk said, Haven't you been nuzzled lately, sir? What's that? Anderson said. Nuzzled? The new spring nuzzlers have arrived, you know, the clerk said, moving toward the gleaming spherical machine nearest him. Yes, he said to Powell. You do strike me as very, very faintly introve. No offense meant, sir. I mean, it's legal to be introved. The clerk chuckled. For instance, your rather odd clothing. Made it yourself, I take it? I must say, sir, to make your own clothing is highly introve. Did you weave it? The clerk grimaced as if tasting something bad. No, Powell said. As a matter of fact, it's my best suit. Heh heh, the clerk said. I share the joke, sir. Quite witty. But what about your head? You haven't shaved your head in weeks. Nope, Anderson admitted. Well, maybe I do need a nuzzler. Evidently everyone in this century had one. Like a TV set in his own time, it was a necessity in order for one to be part of the culture. How many in your family? The clerk said. Bringing out a measuring tape, he measured the length of Powell's sleeve. 3, Powell answered, baffled. How old is the youngest? Just born, Powell said. The clerk's face lost all its color. Get out of here, he said quietly, before I call for the pole. What's that? Pardon? Powell said, cupping his ear and trying to hear, not certain he had understood. You're a criminal, the clerk mumbled. You ought to be in Nakbar and Slager. Well, thanks anyhow, Powell said, and backed out of the store onto the sidewalk. His last glimpse was of the clerk still staring at him. Are you a foreigner? A voice asked, a woman's voice. At the curb she had halted her vehicle. It looked to Powell like a bed. In fact, he realized it was a bed. The woman regarded him with astute calm, her eyes dark and intense.
Although her glistening shaved head somewhat upset him, he could see that she was attractive. "I'm from another culture," Powell said, finding himself unable to keep his eyes from her figure. Did all the women dress like this here in this society? Bare shoulders he could understand, but not... And the bed. The combination of the two was too much for him. What kind of business was she in anyhow? And in public? What a society this was! Morals had changed since his own time. "I'm looking for the library," Powell said, not coming too close to the vehicle, which was a bed with motor and wheels, a tiller for steering. The woman said, "The library is 1 bite from here." Powell said, "What's a bite?" "Obviously you're wanging me," the woman said. All visible parts of her flushed a dark red. "It's not funny, any more than your disgustingly hairy head is. Really, both your wanging and your head are not amusing, at least not to me." And yet she did not go on. She remained where she was, regarding him somberly. "Perhaps you need help," she decided. "Perhaps I should pity you. You know, of course, that the pole could pick you up any time they want." Powell said, "Could I, buy you a cup of coffee somewhere and we could talk? I'm really anxious to find the library." "I'll go with you," the woman agreed, "although I have no idea what coffee is. If you touch me, I'll nilp at once." "Don't do that," Powell said. "It's unnecessary. All I want to do is look up some historical material." And then it occurred to him that he could make good use of any technical data he could get his hands on. What one volume might he smuggle back to 1954 which would be of great value? He racked his brains. An almanac, a dictionary, a school text on science which surveyed all the fields for laymen. Yes, that would do it. A 7th grade text or a high school text. He could rip the covers off, throw them away, put the pages inside his coat. Powell said, "Where's a school? The closest school?" He felt the urgency of it now. He had no doubt that they were after him, close behind. "What is a school?" the woman asked. "Where your children go," Powell said. The woman said quietly, "You poor sick man." 5. For a time, Tozzo and Fermetti and Gilly stood in silence. And then Tozzo said in a carefully controlled voice, "You know what's going to happen to him, of course. Pol will pick him up and mono-express him to Nachbaron Slager. Because of his appearance. He may even be there already." Fermetti sprinted at once for the nearest vidphone. "I'm going to contact the authorities at Nachbaron Slager. I'll talk to Potter. We can trust him, I think." Presently, Major Potter's heavy, dark features formed on the vidscreen. "Oh, hello, Fermetti. You want more convicts, do you?" he chuckled. "You use them up even faster than we do." Behind Potter, Fermetti caught a glimpse of the open recreation area of the giant internment camp. Criminals, both political and non-pol, could be seen roaming about, stretching their legs, some of them playing dull, pointless games which he knew went on and on, sometimes for months, each time they were out of their work cells. "What we want," Fermetti said, "is to prevent an individual being brought to you at all." He described Powell Anderson. "If he's monoed there, call me at once, and don't harm him, you understand? We want him back safe." "Sure," Potter said easily. "Just a minute. I'll have a scan put on our new admissions." He touched a button to his right, and a 315R computer came on. Fermetti heard its low hum. Potter touched buttons and then said, "This'll pick him out if he's monoed here. Our admissions circuit is prepared to reject him." "No sign yet?" Fermetti asked tensely. "Nope," Potter said, and purposefully yawned. Fermetti broke the connection. "Now what?" Totso said. We could possibly trace him by means of a Ganymedian sniffer sponge. They were a repellent life form, though. If one managed to find its quarry, it fastened at once to its blood system leech-wise. Or do it mechanically, he added, with a detect beam. We have a print of Anderson's EEG pattern, don't we? But that would really bring in the Paul. The detect beam, by law, belonged only to the Paul. After all, it was the artifact which had at last tracked down Gutman himself. Fermetti said bluntly, I'm for broadcasting a planet-wide Type 2 alert. That'll activate the citizenry, the average informer. They'll know there's an automatic reward for any Type 2 found. But he could be manhandled that way, Gilly pointed out, by a mob. Let's think this through. After a pause, Totso said, How about trying it from a purely cerebral standpoint? If you had been transported from the mid-20th century to our continuum, what would you want to do? Where would you go? Quietly, Fermetti said, To the nearest spaceport, of course, to buy a ticket to Mars or the outplanets. Routine in our age, but utterly out of the question at mid-20th century. They looked at one another. But Anderson doesn't know where the spaceport is, Gilly said. It'll take him valuable time to orient himself. We can go there directly by express subsurface mono. A moment later, the 3 Bureau of Immigration men were on their way. A fascinating situation, Gilly said as they rode along, jiggling up and down, facing one another in the monorail first-class compartment. We totally misjudged the mid-20th century mind. It should be a lesson to us. Once we've regained possession of Anderson, we should make further inquiries. For instance, the poltergeist effect. What was their interpretation of it? And table tapping. Did they recognize it for what it was? Or did they merely consign it to the realm of the so-called occult and let it go at that? Anderson may hold the clue to these questions and many others, Fermetti said. But our central problem remains the same. We must induce him to complete the mass restoration formula in precise mathematical terms rather than vague, poetic allusions. Thoughtfully, Totso said, He's a brilliant man, that Anderson. Look at the ease by which he eluded us. Yes, Fermetti agreed. We mustn't underestimate him. We did that, and it's rebounded. His face was grim. Hurrying up the almost deserted side street, Powell Anderson wondered why the woman had regarded him as sick. And the mention of children had set off the clerk in the store, too. Was birth illegal now? Or was it regarded as sex had been once, as something too private to speak of in public? In any case, he realized, if I plan to stay here, I've got to shave my head, and, if possible, acquire different clothing. There must be barbershops. And, he thought, the coins in my pockets, they're probably worth a lot to collectors. He glanced about hopefully, but all he saw were tall, luminous plastic and metal buildings which made up the city, structures in which incomprehensible transactions took place. They were as alien to him as... Alien, he thought, and the word lodged chokingly in his mind, because something had oozed from a doorway ahead of him, and now his way was blocked, deliberately it seemed, by a slime mold, dark yellow in color, as large as a human being, palpitating visibly on the sidewalk. After a pause, the slime mold undulated toward him at a regular, slow rate. A human evolutionary development? Powell Anderson wondered, recoiling from it. Good Lord. And then he realized what he was seeing. This era had space travel. He was seeing a creature from another planet. Powell said to the enormous mass of slime mold.
Can I bother you a second to ask a question? The slime mold ceased to undulate forward, and in Powell's brain a thought formed which was not his own. I catch your query. In answer, I arrived yesterday from Callisto, but I also catch a number of unusual and highly interesting thoughts in addition. You are a time traveler from the past. The tone of the creature's emanations was one of considerate, polite amusement and interest. Yes, Powell said, from 1954. And you wish to find a barber shop, a library, and a school, all at once, in the precious time remaining before they capture you. The slime mold seemed solicitous. What can I do to help you? I could absorb you, but it would be a permanent symbiosis, and you would not like that. You are thinking of your wife and child. Allow me to inform you as to the problem regarding your unfortunate mention of children. Terrans of this period are experiencing a mandatory moratorium on childbirth because of the almost infinite sporting of the previous decades. There was a war, you see, between Gutman's fanatical followers and the more liberal legions of General McKinley. The latter won. Powell said, "Where should I go? I'm confused." His head throbbed, and he felt tired. Too much had happened. Just a short while ago, he had been standing with Tony Boucher in the Sir Francis Drake Hotel, drinking and chatting. And now this. Facing this great slime mold from Callisto. It was difficult, to say the least, to make such an adjustment. The slime mold was transmitting to him. I am accepted here, while you, their ancestor, are regarded as odd, ironic. To me, you look quite like them, except for your curly brown hair and, of course, your silly clothing. The creature from Callisto pondered. My friend, the Pol-Pol are the political police, and they search for deviants, followers of the defeated Gutman, who are terrorists now and hated. Many of these followers are drawn from the potentially criminal classes, that is, the nonconformists, the so-called intros, individuals who set their own subjective value system up in place of the objective system in vogue. It is a matter of life and death to the Terrans, since Gutman almost won. I'm going to hide, Powell decided. But where? You can't, really. Not unless you wish to go underground and join the Gutmanites, the criminal class of bomb-throwers, and you won't want to do that. Let us stroll together, and if anyone challenges you, I will say you're my servant. You have manual extensors, and I have not. And I have, by a quirk, decided to dress you oddly and to have you retain your head hair. The responsibility then becomes mine. It is actually not unusual for higher outworld organisms to employ Terran help. Thanks, Powell said tautly as the slime mold resumed its slow forward motion along the sidewalk. But there are things I want to do. I am on my way to the zoo, the slime mold continued. An unkind thought came to Powell. Please, the slime mold said, your anachronistic 20th century humor is not appreciated. I am not an inhabitant of the zoo. It is for life forms of low mental order, such as Martian glebs and trons. Since the initiation of interplanetary travel, zoos have become the center of... Powell said, "Could you lead me to the space terminal?" He tried to make his request sound casual. You take a dreadful risk, the slime mold said, in going to any public place. The Pol-Pol watch constantly. I still want to go. If he could board an interplanetary ship, if he could leave Earth, see other worlds. But they would erase his memory. All at once he realized that, in a rush of horror. I've got to make notes, he told himself, at once. You have a pencil? He asked the slime mold. Oh, wait, I have one. Pardon me.
Obviously, the slime mold didn't. On a piece of paper from his coat pocket, it was convention material of some sort, he wrote hurriedly, in brief, disjointed phrases, what had happened to him, what he had seen in the 21st century. Then he quickly stuck the paper back in his pocket. "A wise move," the slime mold said. "And now to the spaceport, if you will accompany me at my slow pace. And as we go, I will give you details of Terra's history from your period on." The slime mold moved down the sidewalk. Powell accompanied it eagerly. After all, what choice did he have? The Soviet Union. That was tragic. Their war with Red China in 1983, which finally involved Israel and France. Regrettable, but it did solve the problem of what to do with France, a most difficult nation to deal with in the latter half of the 20th century. On his piece of paper, Powell jotted that down, too. After France had been defeated, the slime mold went on, as Powell scratched against time. Fermetti said, "We must Glynn if we're to catch Anderson before he boards a ship." And by Glynn, he did not mean glinning a little. He meant a full search with the cooperation of the Pol-Pol. He hated to bring them in, and yet their help now seemed vital. Too much time had passed, and Anderson had not yet been found. The spaceport lay ahead, a great disk, miles in diameter, with no vertical obstructions. In the center was the burned spot, seared by years of tail exhausts from landing and departing ships. Fermetti liked the spaceport because here the denseness of the close-packed buildings of the city abruptly ceased. Here was openness, such as he recalled from childhood, if one dared to think openly of childhood. The terminal building was set hundreds of feet beneath the Rexoroid layer, built to protect the waiting people in case of an accident above. Fermetti reached the entrance of the descent ramp, then halted impatiently to wait for Tozzo and Gilly to catch up with him. "I'll nilp," Tozzo said, but without enthusiasm, and he broke the band on his wrist with a single decisive motion. The Pol-Pol ship hovered overhead at once. "We're from the Emigration Bureau," Fermetti explained to the Pol-Pol lieutenant. He outlined their project, described reluctantly their bringing Powell Anderson from his time period to their own. "Hair on head," the Pol-Pol lieutenant nodded. "Quaint duds. Okay, Mr. Fermetti, we'll Glynn until we find him." He nodded, and his small ship shot off. "They're efficient," Tozzo admitted. "But not likable," Fermetti said, finishing Tozzo's thought. "They make me uncomfortable," Tozzo agreed, "but I suppose they're supposed to." The three of them stepped onto the descent ramp and dropped at breathtaking speed to level 1 below. Fermetti shut his eyes, wincing at the loss of weight. It was almost as bad as takeoff itself. Why did everything have to be so rapid these days? It certainly was not like the previous decade when things had gone leisurely. They stepped from the ramp, shook themselves, and were approached instantly by the building's Pol-Pol chief. "We have a report on your man," the gray-uniformed officer told them. "He hasn't taken off?" Fermetti said. "Thank God!" He looked around. "Over there," the officer said, pointing. At a magazine rack, Powell Anderson was looking intently at the display. It took only a moment for the 3 Emigration Bureau officials to surround him. "Oh, hello," Anderson said. "While I was waiting for my ship, I thought I'd take a look and see what's still in print." Fermetti said, "Anderson, we require your unique abilities. I'm sorry, but we're taking you back to the Bureau." All at once, Anderson was gone. Soundlessly, he had ducked away. They saw his tall, angular form become smaller as he raced for the gate to the field proper. Reluctantly, Fermetti reached within his coat and brought out a sleep gun. "There's no other choice," he murmured, and squeezed. The racing figure tumbled, rolled. Fermetti put the sleep gun away and, in a toneless voice, said, "He'll recover. A skinned knee, nothing worse." He glanced at Gilly and Totso. "Recover at the Bureau, I mean." Together, the three of them advanced toward the prone figure on the floor of the spaceport waiting room. "You may return to your own time continuum," Fermetti said quietly, "when you've given us the mass restoration formula." He nodded, and a Bureau workman approached, carrying the ancient royal typewriter. Seated in the chair across from Fermetti in the Bureau's inner business office, Powell Anderson said, "I don't use a portable." "You must cooperate," Fermetti informed him. "We have the scientific know-how to restore you to Karen. Remember Karen, and remember your newly born daughter at the Congress in San Francisco's Sir Francis Drake Hotel. Without full cooperation from you, Anderson, there will be no cooperation from the Bureau. Surely, with your precog ability, you can see that." After a pause, Anderson said, I can't work unless I have a pot of fresh coffee brewing around me at all times, somewhere." Curtly, Fermetti signaled. "We'll obtain coffee beans for you," he declared, "but the brewing is up to you. We'll also supply a pot from the Smithsonian collection, and there our responsibility ends." Taking hold of the carriage of the typewriter, Anderson began to inspect it. "Red and black ribbon," he said. "I always use black, but I guess I can make do." He seemed a trifle sullen. Inserting a sheet of paper, he began to type. At the top of the page appeared the words, "Night Flight. Powell Anderson." "You say if bought it?" he asked Fermetti. "Yes," Fermetti replied tensely. Anderson typed. Difficulties at Outward Incorporated had begun to nettle Edmund Fletcher. For one thing, an entire ship had disappeared, and although the individuals aboard were not personally known to him, he felt a twinge of responsibility. Now, as he lathered himself with hormone-impregnated soap, "He starts at the beginning," Fermetti said bitingly. "Well, if there's no alternative, we'll simply have to bear with him." Musingly, he murmured, "I wonder how long it takes. I wonder how fast he writes. As a precog, he can see what's coming next. It should help him to do it in a hurry. Or was that just wishful thinking?" "Have the coffee beans arrived yet?" Anderson asked, glancing up. "Any time now," Fermetti said. "I hope some of the beans are Colombian," Anderson said. Long before the beans arrived, the article was done. Rising stiffly, uncoiling his lengthy limbs, Powell Anderson said, "I think you have what you want there. The mass restoration formula is on typescript page 20. Eagerly, Fermetti turned the pages. Yes, there it was. Peering over his shoulder, Totso saw the paragraph. If the ship followed a trajectory which would carry it into the star Proxima, it would, he realized, regain its mass through a process of leaching solar energy from the great star furnace itself. Yes, it was Proxima itself which held the key to Torelli's problem, and now, after all this time, it had been solved. The simple formula revolved in his brain. And Totso saw there lay the formula. As the article said, the mass would be regained from solar energy converted into matter, the ultimate source of power in the universe. The answer had stared them in the face all this time. Their long struggle was over. "And now," Powell Anderson said, "I'm free to go back to my own time?" Fermetti said simply, "Yes." "Wait," Totso said to his superior. "There's evidently something you don't understand." It was a section which he had read in the instruction manual attached to the time dredge. He drew Fermetti to one side where Anderson could not hear. "He can't be sent back to his own time with the knowledge he has now." "What knowledge?" Fermetti inquired. "That, well, I'm not certain. Something to do with our society here. What I'm trying to tell you is this. The first rule of time travel, according to the manual, is don't change the past. In this situation, just bringing Anderson here has changed the past, merely by exposing him to our society." Pondering, Fermetti said, "You may be correct. While he was in that gift shop, he may have picked up some object which, taken back to his own time, might revolutionize their technology. Or at the magazine rack at the spaceport," Totso said, "or on his trip between those 2 points. And even the knowledge that he and his colleagues are precogs." "You're right," Fermetti said. "The memory of this trip must be wiped from his brain." He turned and walked slowly back to Powell Anderson. "Look here," he addressed him. "I'm sorry to tell you this, but everything that's happened to you must be wiped from your brain." After a pause, Anderson said, "That's a shame. Sorry to hear that." He looked downcast. "But I'm not surprised," he murmured. He seemed philosophical about the whole affair. "It's generally handled this way." Totso asked, "Where can this alteration of the memory cells of his brain be accomplished?" "At the Department of Penology," Fermetti said, "through the same channels we obtained the convicts." Pointing his sleep gun at Powell Anderson, he said, "Come along with us. I regret this, but it has to be done." 6. At the Department of Penology, painless electroshock removed from Powell Anderson's brain the precise cells in which his most recent memories were stored. Then, in a semi-conscious state, he was carried back into the time dredge. A moment later, he was on his trip back to the year 1954, to his own society and time, to the Sir Francis Drake Hotel in downtown San Francisco, California, and his waiting wife and child. When the time dredge returned empty, Totso, Gilly, and Fermetti breathed a sigh of relief and broke open a bottle of 100-year-old scotch which Fermetti had been saving. The mission had been successfully accomplished. Now they could turn their attention back to the project. "Where's the manuscript that he wrote?" Fermetti said, putting down his glass to look all around his office. There was no manuscript to be found. And, Totso noticed, the antique royal typewriter which they had brought from the Smithsonian, it was gone too. But why? Suddenly, chill fear traveled up him. He understood. "Good Lord," he said thickly. He put down his glass. "Somebody get a copy of the journal with his article in it, at once." Fermetti said, "What is it, Aaron? Explain." "When we removed his memory of what had happened, we made it impossible for him to write the article for the journal," Totso said. "He must have based Night Flight on his experience with us here." Snatching up the August 1955 copy of If, he turned to the table of contents page. No article by Powell Anderson was listed. Instead, on page 78, he saw Philip K. Dick's The Mold of Yancey listed instead. They had changed the past after all, and now the formula for their project was gone entirely. "We shouldn't have tampered," Totso said in a hoarse voice. "We should never have brought him out of the past." He drank a little more of the century-old scotch, his hands shaking. "Brought who?" Gilly said, with a puzzled look. "Don't you remember?" Totso stared at him, incredulous. "What's this discussion about?" Fermetti said impatiently. "And what are you two doing in my office? You both should be busy at work." He saw the bottle of scotch and blanched. How'd that get open? His hands trembling, Totso turned the pages of the journal over and over again. Already the memory was growing diffuse in his mind. He struggled in vain to hold on to it. They had brought someone from the past. A precog, wasn't it? But who? A name, still in his mind, but dimming with each passing moment. Anderson or Anderton, something like that. And in connection with the Bureau's interstellar mass deprivation project. Or was it? Puzzled, Totso shook his head and said in bewilderment, "I have some peculiar words in my mind. Night flight. Do either of you happen to know what it refers to?" "Night flight," Fermetti echoed. "No, it means nothing to me. I wonder, though. It certainly would be an effective name for our project." "Yes," Gilly agreed. "That must be what it refers to." "But our project is called Water Spider, isn't it?" Totso said. At least he thought it was. He blinked, trying to focus his faculties. "The truth of the matter," Fermetti said, "is that we've never titled it." Brusquely he added, "But I agree with you. That's an even better name for it. Water Spider. Yes, I like that." The door of the office opened, and there stood a uniformed, bonded messenger. "From the Smithsonian," he informed them. "You requested this." He produced a parcel, which he laid on Fermetti's desk. "I don't remember ordering anything from the Smithsonian," Fermetti said. Opening it cautiously, he found a can of roasted ground coffee beans, still vacuum-packed, over a century old. The three men looked at one another blankly. "Strange," Torelli murmured. "There must be some mistake." "Well," Fletcher said, "in any case, back to Project Water Spider." Nodding, Torelli and Gilman turned in the direction of their own office on the first floor of Outward Incorporated, the commercial firm at which they had worked, and the project on which they had labored with so many heartaches and setbacks for so long. At the science fiction convention at the Sir Francis Drake Hotel, Powell Anderson looked around him in bewilderment. Where had he been? Why had he gone out of the building? And it was an hour later. Tony Boucher and Jim Gunn had left for dinner by now, and he saw no sign of his wife Karen and the baby either. The last he remembered was two fans from Battle Creek who wanted him to look at a display outside on the sidewalk. Perhaps he had gone to see that. In any case, he had no memory of the interval. Anderson groped about in his coat pocket for his pipe, hoping to calm his oddly jittery nerves, and found not his pipe, but instead a folded piece of paper. "Got anything for our auction, Powell?" a member of the convention committee asked, halting beside him. "The auction is just about to start. We have to hurry." Still looking at the paper from his pocket, Powell murmured, You mean something here with me?" "Like a typescript of some published story, the original manuscript, or earlier versions, or notes, you know." He paused, waiting. "I seem to have some notes in my pocket," Powell said, still glancing over them. They were in his handwriting, but he didn't remember having made them. A time travel story from the look of them. Must have been from those bourbons and water, he decided, and not enough to eat. "Here," he said uncertainly. "It isn't much, but I guess you can auction these." He took one final glance at them. Notes for a story about a political figure called Gutman and a kidnapping in time. Intelligent slime mold, too, I notice. On impulse, he handed them over. "Thanks," the man said, and hurried on toward the other room where the auction was being held. "I bid $10, Howard Brown called, smiling broadly. "Then I have to catch a bus to the airport." The door closed after him. Karen, with Astrid, appeared beside Powell. "Want to go into the auction?" she asked her husband. "Buy an original Finley?" Sure, Powell Anderson said, and with his wife and child walked slowly after Howard Brown. Note: Water Spider, April 10th, 1963. If, January 1964. End note. What the Dead Men Say. 1. The body of Louis Serapis, in a transparent plastic shatterproof case, had lain on display for 1 week, exciting a continual response from the public. Distended lines filed past with the customary sniffling, pinched faces, distraught elderly ladies in black cloth coats. In a corner of the large auditorium in which the casket reposed, Johnny Barefoot impatiently waited for his chance at Serapis's body. But he did not intend merely to view it. His job, detailed in Serapis's will, lay in another direction entirely. As Serapis's public relations manager, his job was, simply, to bring Louis Serapis back to life. Keyrum, Barefoot murmured to himself, examining his wristwatch, and discovering that 2 more hours had to pass before the auditorium doors could be finally closed. He felt hungry, and the chill issuing from the quick-pack envelope surrounding the casket had increased his discomfort minute by minute. His wife, Sarah Bell, approached him then with a thermos of hot coffee. "Here, Johnny." She reached up and brushed the black, shiny Chiricahua hair back from his forehead. "You don't look so good." "No," he agreed. "This is too much for me. I didn't care for him much when he was alive. I certainly don't like him any better this way." He jerked his head at the casket and the double line of mourners. Sarah Bell said softly, "Nil nisi bonum." He glowered at her, not sure of what she had said. Some foreign language, no doubt. Sarah Bell had a college degree. To quote Thumper Rabbit, Sarah Bell said, smiling gently, "If you can't say nothing good, don't say nothing at all." She added, "From Bambi, an old film classic. If you attended the lectures at the Museum of Modern Art with me every Monday night—" "Listen," Johnny Barefoot said desperately. "I don't want to bring the old crook back to life, Sarah Bell. How'd I get myself into this? I thought sure when the embolism dropped him like a cement block it meant I could kiss the whole business goodbye forever." But it hadn't quite worked out that way. "Unplug him," Sarah Bell said. What?" She laughed. "Are you afraid to? Unplug the quick-pack power source and he'll warm up. And no resurrection, right?" Her blue-gray eyes danced with amusement. "Scared of him, I guess. Poor Johnny." She patted him on the arm. "I should divorce you, but I won't. You need a mama to take care of you." "It's wrong," he said. "Louis is completely helpless, lying there in the casket. It would be unmanly to unplug him." Sarah Bell said quietly, "But someday, sooner or later, you'll have to confront him, Johnny. And when he's in half-life, you'll have the advantage. So it will be a good time. You might come out of it intact." Turning, she trotted off, hands thrust deep in her coat pockets because of the chill. Gloomily, Johnny lit a cigarette and leaned against the wall behind him. His wife was right, of course. A half-lifer was no match, in direct physical tete-a-tete, for a living person. And yet, he still shrank from it, because ever since childhood he had been in awe of Louis, who had dominated 3-4 shipping, the Earth to Mars commercial routes, as if he were a model rocket ship enthusiast pushing miniatures over a papier-mâché board in his basement. And now, at his death, at 70 years of age, the old man, through Wilhelmina Securities, controlled 100 related and non-related industries on both planets. His net worth could not be calculated, even for tax purposes. It was not wise, in fact, to try, even for government tax experts. It's my kids, Johnny thought. I'm thinking about them in school back in Oklahoma. To tangle with old Lewis would be okay if he wasn't a family man. Nothing meant more to him than the two little girls, and of course, Sarah Bell, too. I got to think of them, not myself, he told himself now as he waited for the opportunity to remove the body from the casket in accordance with the old man's detailed instructions. Let's see. He's probably got about a year in total half-life time, and he'll want it divided up strategically, like at the end of each fiscal year. He'll probably proportion it out over 2 decades, a month here and there. Then towards the end, as he runs out, maybe just a week, and then days. And finally old Lewis would be down to a couple of hours. The signal would be weak, the dim spark of electrical activity hovering in the frozen brain cells. It would flicker. The words from the amplifying equipment would fade, grow indistinct. And then silence. At last, the grave. But that might be 25 years from now. It would be the year 2100 before the old man's cephalic processes ceased entirely. Johnny Barefoot, smoking his cigarette rapidly, thought back to the day he had slouched anxiously about the personnel office of Archimedean Enterprises, mumbling to the girl at the desk that he wanted a job. He had some brilliant ideas that were for sale. Ideas that would help untangle the knot of strikes, the spaceport violence growing out of jurisdictional overlapping by rival unions. Ideas that would, in essence, free Serapis of having to rely on union labor at all. It was a dirty scheme, and he had known it then, but he had been right. It was worth money. The girl had sent him on to Mr. Pershing, the personnel manager, and Pershing had sent him to Louis Serapis. "You mean," Serapis had said, "I launch from the ocean? From the Atlantic out past the 3-mile limit?" "A union is a national organization," Johnny had said. "Neither outfit has a jurisdiction on the high seas. But a business organization is international." "I'd need men out there. I'd need the same number, even more. Where'll I get them?" "Go to Burma or India or the Malay states," Johnny had said. "Get young, unskilled laborers and bring them over. Train them yourself on an indentured servant basis. In other words, charge the cost of their passage against their earnings." It was peonage, he knew, and it appealed to Louis Serapis. A little empire on the high seas, worked by men who had no legal rights. Ideal. Serapis had done just that, and hired Johnny for his public relations department. That was the best place for a man who had brilliant ideas of a non-technical nature. In other words, an uneducated man, a non-call, a useless misfit, an outsider, a loner lacking college degrees. "Hey, Johnny," Serapis had said once, "how come since you're so bright you never went to school? Everyone knows that's fatal nowadays. Self-destructive impulse, maybe?" He had grinned, showing his stainless steel teeth. Moodily he had replied, "You've got it, Louis. I want to die. I hate myself." At that point he had recalled his peonage idea. But that had come after he had dropped out of school, so it couldn't have been that. "Maybe I should see an analyst," he had said. "Fakes," Louis had told him. "All of them. I know because I've had 6 on my staff, working for me exclusively at one time or another. What's wrong with you is you're an envious type. If you can't have it big, you don't want it. You don't want the climb, the long struggle." "But I've got it big," Johnny Barefoot had realized even then. "This is big, working for you. Everyone wants to work for Louis Serapis. He gives all sorts of people jobs." The double lines of mourners that filed past the casket, He wondered if all these people could be employees of Serapis or relatives of employees. Either that, or people who had benefited from the public dole that Serapis had pushed through Congress and into law during the Depression 3 years ago. Serapis, in his old age, the great daddy for the poor, the hungry, the out of work, soup kitchens, with lines there, too, just as now. Perhaps the same people had been in those lines who were here today. Startling Johnny, an auditorium guard nudged him. "Say, aren't you Mr. Barefoot, the PR man for old Lewis?" "Yes," Johnny said. He put out his cigarette and then began to unscrew the lid of the thermos of coffee which Sarah Bell had brought him. "Have some," he said. "Or maybe you're used to the cold in these civic halls." The city of Chicago had lent this spot for Lewis to lie in state. It was gratitude for what he had done here in this area, the factories he had opened, the men he had put on the payroll. "I'm not used," the guard said, accepting a cup of coffee. "You know, Mr. Barefoot, I've always admired you because you're a non-call, and look how you rose to a top job and lots of salary, not to mention fame. It's an inspiration to us other non-calls." Grunting, Johnny sipped his own coffee. "Of course," the guard said. "I guess it's really Serapis we ought to thank. He gave you the job. My brother-in-law worked for him. That was back 5 years ago when nobody in the world was hiring except Serapis. You hear what an old skinflint he was. Wouldn't permit the unions to come in and all. But he gave so many old folks pensions. My father was living on a Serapis pension plan until the day he died. And all those bills he got through Congress, they wouldn't have passed any of the welfare for the needy bills without pressure from Serapis." Johnny grunted. "No wonder there are so many people here today," the guard said. "I can see why. Who's going to help the little fellow, the non-calls like you and me, now that he's gone?" Johnny had no answer, for himself or for the guard. As owner of the beloved Brethren Mortuary, Herbert Schonheit von Vogelsang found himself required by law to consult with the late Mr. Serapis's legal counsel, the well-known Mr. Claude St. Cyr. In this connection, it was essential for him to know precisely how the half-life periods were to be proportioned out. It was his job to execute the technical arrangements. The matter should have been routine, and yet a snag developed almost at once. He was unable to get in touch with Mr. St. Cyr, trustee for the estate. "Drat," Schonheit von Vogelsang thought to himself as he hung up the unresponsive phone. "Something must be wrong. This is unheard of in connection with a man so important." He had phoned from the bin, the storage vaults in which the half-lifers were kept in perpetual quick-pack. At this moment, a worried-looking, clerical sort of individual waited at the desk with a claim check stub in his hand. Obviously, he had shown up to collect a relative. Resurrection Day, the holiday on which the half-lifers were publicly honored, was just around the corner. The rush would soon be beginning. "Yes, sir," Herb said to him with an affable smile. "I'll take your stub personally." "It's an elderly lady," the customer said. "About 80, very small and wizened. I didn't want just to talk to her. I wanted to take her out for a while." He explained, "My grandmother." "Only a moment," Herb said, and went back into the bin to search out number 3054039-B. When he located the correct party, he scrutinized the lading report attached. It gave but 15 days of half-life remaining. Automatically, he pressed a portable amplifier into the hull of the glass casket, tuned it, listened at the proper frequency for indication of cephalic activity. Faintly from the speaker came, "And then Tilly sprained her ankle, and we never thought it'd heal. She was so foolish about it, wanting to start walking immediately." Satisfied, he unplugged the amplifier and located a union man to perform the actual task of carting 3054039-B to the loading platform, where the customer could place her in his copter or car. "You checked her out?" the customer asked as he paid the money due. "Personally," Herb answered, "functioning perfectly." He smiled at the customer. "Happy Resurrection Day, Mr. Ford." "Thank you," the customer said, starting off for the loading platform. "When I pass," Herb said to himself, "I think I'll will my heirs to revive me one day a century. That way I can observe the fate of all mankind." But that meant a rather high-maintenance cost to the heirs, and no doubt sooner or later they would kick over the traces, have the body taken out of quick-pack, and, God forbid, buried. "Burial is barbaric," Herb murmured aloud, "remnant of the primitive origins of our culture." "Yes, sir," his secretary, Miss Beesman, agreed at her typewriter. In the bin, several customers communed with their half-lifer relations in rapt quiet, distributed at intervals along the aisles which separated the caskets. It was a tranquil sight, these faithfuls coming as they did so regularly to pay homage. They brought messages, news of what took place in the outside world. They cheered the gloomy half-lifers in these intervals of cerebral activity. And they paid Herb Schoenheit von Vogelsang. It was a profitable business, operating a mortuary. "My dad seems a little frail," a young man said, catching Herb's attention. "I wonder if you could take a moment to check him over. I'd really appreciate it." "Certainly," Herb said, accompanying the customer down the aisle to his deceased relative. The lading report showed only a few days remaining. That explained the vitiated quality of cerebration. But still, he turned up the gain, and the voice from the half-lifer became a trifle stronger. "He's almost at an end," Herb thought. It was obvious that the son did not want to see the lading, did not actually care to know that contact with his dad was diminishing finally. So Herb said nothing. He merely walked off, leaving the son to commune. Why tell him? Why break the bad news? A truck had now appeared at the loading platform, and two men hopped down from it, wearing familiar pale blue uniforms. Atlas Interplan van in storage, Herb realized. Delivering another half-lifer, or here to pick up one which had expired. He strolled toward them. "Yes, gentlemen," he said. The driver of the truck leaned out and said, "We're here to deliver Mr. Louis Serapis. Got room already?" "Absolutely," Herb said at once. "But I can't get hold of Mr. St. Cyr to make arrangements for the schedule. When's he to be brought back?" Another man, dark-haired, with shiny-button black eyes, emerged from the truck. "I'm John Barefoot. According to the terms of the will, I'm in charge of Mr. Serapis. He's to be brought back to life immediately. That's the instructions I'm charged with." "I see," Herb said, nodding. "Well, that's fine. Bring him in, and we'll plug him right in." "It's cold here," Barefoot said. "Worse than the auditorium." "Well, of course," Herb answered. The crew from the van began wheeling the casket. Herb caught a glimpse of the dead man, the massive gray face resembling something cast from a brake mold. Impressive old pirate, he thought. Good thing for us all he's dead, finally, in spite of his charity work, because who wants charity, especially his? Of course, Herb did not say that to Barefoot. He contented himself with guiding the crew to the prearranged spot. "I'll have him talking in 15 minutes, he promised Barefoot, who looked tense. "Don't worry, we've had almost no failures at this stage. The initial residual charge is generally quite vital." "I suppose it's later," Barefoot said, "as it dims. Then you have the technical problems." "Why does he want to be brought back so soon?" Herb asked. Barefoot scowled and did not answer. "Sorry," Herb said, and continued tinkering with the wires which had to be seated perfectly to the cathode terminals of the casket. "At low temperatures," he murmured,
The flow of current is virtually unimpeded. There's no measurable resistance at minus 150. So, he fitted the anode cap in place. The signal should bounce out clear and strong. In conclusion, he clicked the amplifier on. A hum. Nothing more. "Well?" Barefoot said. "I'll recheck," Herb said, wondering what had gone afoul. "Listen," Barefoot said quietly, "if you slip up here and let the spark flicker out—" It was not necessary for him to finish. Herb knew. "Is it the Democratic-Republican National Convention that he wants to participate in?" Herb asked. The convention would be held later in the month in Cleveland. In the past, Serapis had been quite active in the behind-the-scenes activities at both the Democratic-Republican and the Liberal Party nominating conventions. It was said, in fact, that he had personally chosen the last Democratic-Republican presidential candidate, Alphonse Gamme. Tidy, handsome Gamme had lost, but not by very much. "Are you still getting nothing?" Barefoot asked. It seems," Herb said. Nothing, obviously. Now Barefoot looked grim. "If you can't rouse him in another 10 minutes, I'll get hold of Claude St. Cyr, and we'll take Lewis out of your mortuary and lodge charges of negligence against you." "I'm doing what I can," Herb said, perspiring as he fiddled with the leads to the casket. "We didn't perform the quick-pack installation, remember? There may have been a slip-up at that point." Now static supervened over the steady hum. "Is that him coming in?" Barefoot demanded. "No," Herb admitted, thoroughly upset by now. It was, in fact, a bad sign. "Keep trying," Barefoot said. But it was unnecessary to tell Herbert Schonheit von Vogelsang that. He was struggling desperately, with all he had, with all his years of professional competence in this field. And still he achieved nothing. Louis Serapis remained silent. "I'm not going to be successful," Herb realized in fear. "I don't understand why, either. What's wrong? A big client like this, and it has to get fouled up." He toiled on, not looking at Barefoot, not daring to. At the radio telescope at Kennedy Slough on the dark side of Luna, Chief Technician Owen Angress discovered that he had picked up a signal emanating from a region 1 light week beyond the solar system in the direction of Proxima. Ordinarily, such a region of space would have held little of interest for the UN Commission on Deep Space Communications, but this, Owen Angress realized, was unique. What reached him, thoroughly amplified by the great antennae of the radio telescope, was, faintly but clearly, a human voice. "Probably let it slide by," the voice was declaring. "If I know them, and I believe I do. That Johnny, he'd revert without my keeping my eye on him, but at least he's not a crook like St. Cyr. I did right to fire St. Cyr, assuming I can make it stick." The voice faded momentarily. "What's out there?" Angress wondered, dazedly. "At 1/52nd of a light year," he murmured, making a quick mark on the deep space map which he had been recharting. "Nothing. That's just empty dust clouds." He could not understand what the signal implied. Was it being bounced back to Luna from some nearby transmitter? Was this, in other words, merely an echo? Or was he reading his computation incorrectly? Surely this couldn't be correct. Some individual ruminating at a transmitter out beyond the solar system? A man not in a hurry, thinking aloud in a kind of half-slumbering attitude as if free associating. It made no sense. "I'd better report this to Wyckoff at the Soviet Academy of Sciences," he said to himself. Wyckoff was his current supervisor. Next month it would be Jamison of MIT.
Maybe it's a long-haul ship that... The voice filtered in clearly once again. That Gam is a fool. Did wrong to select him. No better now, but too late. Hello? The thoughts became sharp, the words more distinct. Am I coming back? For God's sake, it's about time. Hey, Johnny, is that you? Angress picked up the telephone and dialed the code for the line to the Soviet Union. Speak up, Johnny, the voice from the speaker demanded plaintively. Come on, son. I've got so damn much on my mind, so much to do. Convention started yet, has it? Got no sense of time stuck in here, can't see or hear. Wait till you get here and you'll find out. Again the voice faded. This is exactly what Wyckoff liked to call a phenomenon, Angress realized, and I can understand why. 2. On the evening television news, Claude St. Cyr heard the announcer babbling about a discovery made by the radio telescope on Luna, but he paid little attention. He was busy mixing martinis for his guests. Yes, he said to Gertrude Harvey. Ironic as it is, I drew up the will myself, including the clause that automatically dismissed me, canceled my services out of existence the moment he died. And I'll tell you why Lewis did that. He had paranoid suspicions of me, so he figured that with such a clause he'd insure himself against being... He paused as he measured out the iota of dry wine which accompanied the gin. Being prematurely dispatched. He grinned, and Gertrude, arranged decoratively on the couch beside her husband, smiled back. A lot of good it did him, Phil Harvey said. Hell, St. Cyr protested. I had nothing to do with his death. It was an embolus, a great fat clot stuck like a cork in a bottleneck. He laughed at the image. Nature's own remedy. Gertrude said, Listen, the TV, it's saying something strange. She rose, walked over to it, and bent down, her ear close to the speaker. It's probably that oaf Kent Margrave, St. Cyr said, making another political speech. Margrave had been their president now for 4 years. A liberal, he had managed to defeat Alphonse Gam, who had been Louis Serapis's hand-picked choice for the office. Actually, Margrave, for all his faults, was quite a politician. He had managed to convince large blocks of voters that having a puppet of Serapis for their president was not such a good idea. No, Gertrude said, carefully arranging her skirt over her bare knees. This is the space agency, I think. Science. Science! St. Cyr laughed. Well, then, let's listen. I admire science. Turn it up. I suppose they've found another planet in the Orionus system, he said to himself. Something more for us to make the goal of our collective existence. A voice, the TV announcer was saying, emanating from outer space. Tonight has scientists both in the United States and the Soviet Union completely baffled. Oh, no, St. Cyr choked. A voice from outer space. Please, no more. Doubled up with laughter, he moved off, away from the TV set. He could not bear to listen any more. That's what we need, he said to Phil. A voice that turns out to be... You know who it is. Who? Phil asked. God, of course. The radio telescope at Kennedy's Slough has picked up the voice of God, and now we're going to receive another set of divine commandments, or at least a few scrolls. Removing his glasses, he wiped his eyes with his Irish linen handkerchief. Dourly, Phil Harvey said, Personally, I agree with my wife. I find it fascinating. Listen, my friend, St. Cyr said. You know it'll turn out to be a transistor radio that some Jap student lost on a trip between Earth and Callisto. And the radio just drifted on out of the solar system entirely, and now the telescope has picked it up, and it's a huge mystery to all the scientists. He became more sober. Shut it off, Gert. We've got serious things to consider. Obediently but reluctantly she did so. Is it true, Claude? She asked, rising to her feet.
That the mortuary wasn't able to revive old Lewis? That he's not in half-life as he's supposed to be by now? Nobody tells me anything from the organization now, St. Cyr answered. But I did hear a rumor to that effect. He knew, in fact, that it was so. He had many friends within Wilhelmina, but he did not like to talk about these surviving links. Yes, I suppose that's so, he said. Gertrude shivered. Imagine not coming back. How dreadful. But that was the old natural condition, her husband pointed out as he drank his martini. Nobody had half-life before the turn of the century. But we're used to it, she said stubbornly. To Phil Harvey, St. Cyr said, Let's continue our discussion. Shrugging, Harvey said, All right, if you really feel there's something to discuss. He eyed St. Cyr critically. I could put you on my legal staff, yes, if that's what you're sure you want. But I can't give you the kind of business that Lewis could. It wouldn't be fair to the legal men I have in there now. Oh, I recognize that, St. Cyr said. After all, Harvey's drayage firm was small in comparison with the Serapis outfits. Harvey was, in fact, a minor figure in the 3 to 4 shipping business. But that was precisely what St. Cyr wanted, because he believed that within a year, with the experience and contacts he had gained working for Louis Serapis, he could depose Harvey and take over Electra Enterprises. Harvey's first wife had been named Electra. St. Cyr had known her, and after she and Harvey had split up, St. Cyr had continued to see her, now in a more personal and more spirited way. It had always seemed to him that Electra Harvey had obtained a rather bad deal. Harvey had employed legal talent of sufficient caliber to outwit Electra's attorney, who had been, as a matter of fact, St. Cyr's junior law partner, Harold Fane. Ever since her defeat in the courts, St. Cyr had blamed himself. Why hadn't he taken the case personally? But he had been so tied up with Serapis business, it had simply not been possible. Now, with Serapis gone and his job with Atlas, Wilhelmina, and Archimedean over, he could take some time to rectify the imbalance. He could come to the aid of the woman, he admitted it, whom he loved. But that was a long step from this situation. First, he had to get into Harvey's legal staff at any cost. Evidently, he was succeeding. "Shall we shake on it, then?" he asked Harvey, holding out his hand. "Okay," Harvey said, not very much stirred by the event. He held out his hand, however, and they shook. "By the way," he said, then, "I have some knowledge, fragmentary but evidently accurate, as to why Serapis cut you off in his will, and it isn't what you said at all." "Oh?" St. Cyr said, trying to sound casual. "My understanding is that he suspected someone, possibly you, of desiring to prevent him from returning to half-life. That you were going to select a particular mortuary which certain contacts of yours operate, and they somehow failed to revive the old man." He eyed St. Cyr, and, oddly, that seems to be exactly what has happened. There was silence. Gertrude said at last, "Why would Claude not want Louis Serapis to be resurrected?" "I have no idea," Harvey said. He stroked his chin thoughtfully. "I don't even fully understand half-life itself. Isn't it true that the half-lifer often finds himself in possession of a sort of insight, of a new frame of reference, a perspective that he lacked while alive?" "I've heard psychologists say that," Gertrude agreed. "It's what the old theologists called conversion." "Maybe Claude was afraid of some insight that Louis might show up with," Harvey said. "But that's just conjecture." "Conjecture," Claude St. Cyr agreed, "in its entirety, including that as to any such plan as you describe. In actual fact, I know absolutely no one in the mortuary business." His voice was steady, too. He made it come out that way. But this was all very sticky, he said to himself. Quite awkward. The maid appeared then to tell them that dinner was ready. Both Phil and Gertrude rose, and Claude joined them as they entered the dining room together. "Tell me," Phil Harvey said to Claude, "who is Serapis Eyre?" St. Cyr said, "A granddaughter who lives on Callisto. Her name is Kathy Egmont, and she's an odd one. She's about 20 years old, and already she's been in jail 5 times, mostly for narcotics addiction. Lately, I understand she's managed to cure herself of the drug habit, and now she's a religious convert of some kind. I've never met her, but I've handled volumes of correspondence passing between her and old Lewis." "And she gets the entire estate when it's out of probate, with all the political power inherent in it?" "Ha!" St. Cyr said. "Political power can't be willed, can't be passed on. All Kathy gets is the economic syndrome. It functions, as you know, through the parent holding company licensed under the laws of the state of Delaware, Wilhelmina Securities. And that's hers, if she cares to make use of it, if she can understand what it is she's inheriting." Phil Harvey said, "You don't sound very optimistic." "All the correspondence from her indicates, to me at least, that she's a sick criminal type, very eccentric and unstable, the very last sort I'd like to see inherit Lewis's holdings." On that note, they seated themselves at the dinner table. In the night, Johnny Barefoot heard the phone, drew himself to a sitting position, and fumbled until his hands touched the receiver. Beside him in the bed, Sarah Bell stirred as he said gratingly, "Hello, who the hell is it?" A fragile female voice said, "I'm sorry, Mr. Barefoot. I didn't mean to wake you up, but I was told by my attorney to call you as soon as I arrived on Earth." She added, "This is Kathy Egmont, although actually my real name is Mrs. Kathy Sharp. Do you know who I am?" "Yes," Johnny said, rubbing his eyes and yawning. He shivered from the cold of the room. Beside him, Sarah Bell drew the covers back up over her shoulders and turned the other way. "Want me to come and pick you up? Do you have a place to stay?" "I have no friends here on Terra," Kathy said, "but the spaceport people told me that the Beverly is a good hotel, so I'm going there. I started from Callisto as soon as I heard that my grandfather had died." "You made good time," he said. He hadn't expected her for another 24 hours. "Is there any chance?" The girl sounded timid. "Could I possibly stay with you, Mr. Barefoot? It scares me, the idea of a big hotel where no one knows me." "I'm sorry," he said at once. "I'm married." And then he realized that such a retort was not only inappropriate, it was actually abusive. "What I mean is," he explained, "I have no spare room. You stay at the Beverly tonight, and tomorrow we'll find you a more acceptable apartment." "All right," Kathy said. She sounded resigned, but still anxious. "Tell me, Mr. Barefoot, what luck have you had with my grandfather's resurrection? Is he in half-life now?" "No," Johnny said. "It's failed, so far. They're working on it." When he had left the mortuary, 5 technicians had been busy at work, trying to discover what was wrong. Kathy said, "I thought it might work out that way." "Why?" "Well, my grandfather, he was so different from everyone else. I realize you know that, perhaps even better than I. After all, you were with him daily. But I just couldn't imagine him inert the way the half-lifers are. Passive and helpless, you know. Can you imagine him like that after all he's done?" Johnny said, "Let's talk tomorrow."
I'll come by the hotel about 9, okay?
Yes, that's fine. I'm glad to have met you, Mr. Barefoot. I hope you'll stay on with our comedian working for me. Goodbye.
The phone clicked. She had rung off. My new boss, Johnny said to himself. Wow. Who was that? Sarah Bell murmured, at this hour. The owner of our comedian, Johnny said. My employer.
Louis Serapis?
His wife sat up at once.
Oh, you mean his granddaughter. She's here already. What's she sound like?
I can't tell, he said meditatively. Frightened, mostly. It's a finite, small world she comes from compared with Tara here. He did not tell his wife the things he knew about Kathy, her drug addiction, her terms in jail.
Can she take over now?
Sarah Bell asked.
Doesn't she have to wait until Louis's half-life is over?
Legally, he's dead. His will has come into force. And, he thought acidly, he's not in half-life anyhow. He's silent and dead in his plastic casket, in his quick pack, which evidently wasn't quite quick enough.
How do you think you'll get along with her?
I don't know, he said candidly. I'm not even sure I'm going to try. He did not like the idea of working for a woman, especially one younger than himself, and one who was, at least according to hearsay, virtually psychopathic. But on the phone, she had certainly not sounded psychopathic. He mulled that over in his mind, wide awake now.
She's probably very pretty, Sarah Bell said. You'll probably fall in love with her and desert me.
Oh, no, he said. Nothing as startling as that. I'll probably try to work for her, drag out a few miserable months, and then give up and look elsewhere. And meanwhile, he thought, what about Louis? Are we or are we not going to be able to revive him? That was the really big unknown. If the old man could be revived, he could direct his granddaughter. Even though legally and physically dead, he could continue to manage his complex economic and political sphere to some extent. But right now this was simply not working out, and the old man had planned on being revived at once, certainly before the Democratic-Republican convention. Louis certainly knew, or rather had known, what sort of person he was willing his holdings to. Without help, she surely could not function. And, Johnny thought, there's little I can do for her. Claude St. Cyr could have, but by the terms of the will, he's out of the picture entirely. So what is left? We must keep trying to revive old Louis, even if we have to visit every mortuary in the United States, Cuba, and Russia.
You're thinking confused thoughts, Sarah Bell said. I can tell by your expression.
She turned on the small lamp by the bed and was now reaching for her robe.
Don't try to solve serious matters in the middle of the night.
This must be how half-life feels, he thought groggily. He shook his head, trying to clear it, to wake up fully. The next morning, he parked his car in the underground garage of the Beverly and ascended by elevator to the lobby and the front desk where he was greeted by the smiling day clerk. It was not much of a hotel, Johnny decided. Clean, however. A respectable family hotel which probably rented many of its units by the month, some no doubt to elderly retired people. Evidently, Kathy was accustomed to living modestly. In answer to his query, the clerk pointed to the adjoining coffee shop. You'll find her in there, eating breakfast. She said you might be calling, Mr. Barefoot. In the coffee shop, he found a good number of people having breakfast. He stopped short, wondering which was Kathy. The dark-haired girl with the stilted frozen features over in the far corner out of the way? He walked toward her. Her hair, he decided, was dyed. Without makeup, she looked unnaturally pale. Her skin had a stark quality, as if she had known a good deal of suffering,
and not the sort that taught or informed one, made one into a better person. It had been pure pain, with no redemptive aspects, he decided as he studied her. "Kathy?" he asked. The girl turned her head, her eyes empty, her expression totally flattened. In a little voice she said, "Yes. Are you John Barefoot?" As he came up to the booth and seated himself opposite her, she watched as if she imagined he would spring at her, hurl himself on her, and, God forbid, sexually assault her. It's as if she's nothing more than a lone, small animal, he thought, backed into a corner to face the entire world. The color, or rather lack of it, could stem from the drug addiction, he decided. But that did not explain the flatness of her tone, and her utter lack of facial expression. And yet, she was pretty. She had delicate, regular features. Animated, they would have been interesting. And perhaps they had been, once, years ago. "I have only $5 left," Kathy said, "after I paid for my one-way ticket and my hotel and my breakfast. Could you—" She hesitated. "I'm not sure exactly what to do. Could you tell me, do I own anything yet? Anything that was my grandfather's that I could borrow against?" Johnny said, "I'll write you a personal check for $100, and you can pay me back sometime." He got out his checkbook. "Really?" She looked stunned, and now, faintly, she smiled. "How trusting of you. Or are you trying to impress me? You were my grandfather's public relations man, weren't you? How were you dealt with in the will? I can't remember. It's all happened so fast, it's been so blurred." "Well," he said, "I wasn't fired, as was Claude St. Cyr." "Then you're staying on." That seemed to relieve her mind. "I wonder, would it be correct to say you're now working for me?" "You could say that," Johnny said, "assuming you feel you need a PR man. Maybe you don't. Lewis wasn't sure, half the time." "Tell me what efforts have been made to resurrect him." He explained to her, briefly, what he had done. "And this is not generally known?" she asked. "Definitely not. I know it. A mortuary owner with the unnatural name of Herb Schoenheit von Vogelsang knows it, and possibly news has trickled to a few high people in the drayage business, such as Phil Harvey. Even Claude St. Cyr may know it by now. Of course, as time goes on and Lewis has nothing to say, no political pronouncements for the press, we'll have to make them up," Kathy said, "and pretend they're from him. That will be your job, Mr. Funnyfoot." She smiled once more. "Press releases by my grandfather, until he's finally revived or we give up. Do you think we'll have to give up?" After a pause, she said softly, "I'd like to see him, if I may, if you think it's all right." "I'll take you there, to the Blessed Brethren mortuary. I have to go there within the hour anyhow." Nodding, Kathy resumed eating her breakfast. As Johnny Barefoot stood beside the girl who gazed intently at the transparent casket, he thought, bizarrely, maybe she'll rap on the glass and say, "Grandfather, you wake up." And, he thought, maybe that will accomplish it. Certainly nothing else has. Wringing his hands, Herb Schoenheit von Vogelsang burbled miserably, "I just don't understand it, Mr. Barefoot. We worked all night in relays, and we just aren't getting a single spark. And yet we ran an electroencephalograph, and the gram shows faint but unmistakable cerebral activity. So the afterlife is there, but we can't seem to contact it. We've got probes at every part of the skull now, as you can see." He pointed to the maze of hair wires connecting the dead man's head to the amplifying equipment surrounding the casket. "I don't know what else we can do, sir." "Is there measurable brain metabolism?" Johnny asked. "Yes, sir. We called in outside experts and they detected it. It's a normal amount, too, just what you'd expect immediately after death.
Kathy said calmly, "I know it's hopeless. He's too big a man for this. This is for aged relatives, for grandmothers to be trotted out once a year on Resurrection Day." She turned away from the casket. "Let's go," she said to Johnny. Together he and the girl walked along the sidewalk from the mortuary, neither speaking. It was a mild spring day, and the trees here and there at the curb had small pink flowers. Cherry trees, Johnny decided. "Death," Kathy murmured at last, "and rebirth. A technological miracle. Maybe when Lewis saw what it was like on the other side, he changed his mind about coming back. Maybe he just doesn't want to return." "Well," Johnny said, "the electrical spark is there. He's inside there, thinking something." He let Kathy take his arm as they crossed the street. "Someone told me," he said quietly, "that you're interested in religion." "Yes, I am," Kathy said quietly. "You see, when I was a narcotics addict, I took an overdose, never mind of what, and as a result, my heart action ceased. I was officially, medically dead for several minutes. They brought me back by open-chest heart massage and electroshock, you know. During that time, I had an experience, probably much like what those who go into half-life have experienced." "Was it better than here?" "No," she said. "But it was different. It was dreamlike. I don't mean vague or unreal. I mean the logic, the weightlessness. You see, that's the main difference. You're free of gravity. It's hard to realize how important that is, but just think how many of the characteristics of the dream derive from that one fact." Johnny said, "And it changed you." "I managed to overcome the oral addictive aspects of my personality, if that's what you mean. I learned to control my appetites, my greed." At a newspaper stand, Kathy halted to read the headlines. "Look," she said. "Voice from outer space baffles scientists." "Interesting," Johnny said. Kathy, picking up the newspaper, read the article which accompanied the headline. "How strange," she said. "They've picked up a sentient living entity. Here, you can read it too." She passed the newspaper to him. "I did that when I died. I drifted out, free of the solar system. First planetary gravity, then the sun's. I wonder who it is." Taking the newspaper back, she reread the article. "10 cents, sir or madam," the robot vendor said suddenly. Johnny tossed it the dime. "Do you think it's my grandfather?" Kathy asked. "Hardly," Johnny said. "I think it is," Kathy said, staring past him, deep in thought. "I know it is. Look. It began 1 week after his death, and it's 1 light week out. The time fits, and here's the transcript of what it's saying." She pointed to the column. "All about you, Johnny, and about me, and about Claude St. Cyr, that lawyer he fired, and the convention. It's all there, but garbled. That's the way your thoughts run when you're dead, all compressed instead of in sequence." She smiled up at Johnny. "So we've got a terrible problem. We can hear him by use of the radio telescope at Kennedy Slough, but he can't hear us." "You don't actually." "Oh, I do," she said matter-of-factly. "I knew he wouldn't settle for half-life. This is a whole, entire life he's leading now, out in space, there, beyond the last planet of our system. And there isn't going to be any way we can interfere with him, whatever it is he's doing." She began to walk on once more. Johnny followed. "Whatever it is, it's going to be at least as much as he did when he was alive here on Terra. You can be sure of that. Are you afraid?" "Hell," Johnny protested. "I'm not even convinced, let alone afraid." And yet, perhaps she was right. She seemed so certain about it. He could not help being a little impressed, a little convinced. "You should be afraid," Kathy said. "He may be very strong out there. He may be able to do a lot, affect a lot, affect us, what we do and say and believe. Even without the radio telescope, he may be reaching us even now, subliminally." "I don't believe it," Johnny said. But he did, in spite of himself. She was right. It was just what Louis Serapis would do. Kathy said, "We'll know more when the convention begins, because that's what he cares about. He failed to get Gam elected last time, and that was one of the few times in his life that he was beaten." "Gam?" Johnny echoed, amazed. "That has been? Is he even still in existence? Why, he completely disappeared 4 years ago." "My grandfather won't give up with him," Kathy said meditatively. "And he is alive. He's a turkey farmer or some such thing on Io. Perhaps it's ducks. Anyhow, he's there, waiting." "Waiting for what?" Kathy said, "For my grandfather to contact him again, as he did before 4 years ago, at the convention then." "No one would vote for Gam again." Repelled, he gazed at her. Smiling, Kathy said nothing, but she squeezed his arm, hugging him, as if he thought she were afraid again, as she had been in the night when he had talked to her, perhaps even more so. 3. The handsome, dapper, middle-aged man wearing vest and narrow, old-fashioned necktie rose to his feet as Claude St. Cyr entered the outer office of St. Cyr and Fane on his way to court. "Mr. St. Cyr?" Glancing at him, St. Cyr murmured, "I'm in a rush. You'll have to make an appointment with my secretary." And then he recognized the man. He was talking to Alphonse Gam. "I have a telegram," Gam said, "from Louis Serapis." He reached into his coat pocket. "Sorry," St. Cyr said stiffly. "I'm associated with Mr. Phil Harvey now. My business relationship with Mr. Serapis was terminated several weeks ago." But he paused, curious. He had met Gam before. At the time of the national campaign 4 years ago, he had seen a good deal of the man. In fact, he had represented Gam in several libel suits, one with Gam as the plaintiff, the other as defendant. He did not like the man. Gam said, "This wire arrived the day before yesterday." "But Serapis has been—" Claude St. Cyr broke off. "Let me see it." He held out his hand, and Gam passed him the wire. It was a statement from Louis Serapis to Gam, assuring Gam of Louis's utter and absolute support in the forthcoming struggle at the convention. And Gam was correct. The wire was dated only 3 days before. It did not make sense. "I can't explain it, Mr. St. Cyr," Gam said dryly, "but it sounds like Louis. He wants me to run again. As you can see, it never occurred to me. As far as I'm concerned, I'm out of politics and in the guinea fowl business. I thought you might know something about this, who sent it and why," he added, assuming that old Louis didn't. St. Cyr said, "How could Louis have sent it?" "I mean, written it before his death and had someone send it just the other day. Yourself, perhaps." Gam shrugged. "Evidently it wasn't you. Perhaps Mr. Barefoot, then." He reached out for his wire. "Do you actually intend to run again?" St. Cyr asked. "If Louis wants me to." "And lose again? Drag the party to defeat again just because of one stubborn, vindictive old man?" St. Cyr broke off. "Go back to raising guinea fowl. Forget politics. You're a loser, Gam. Everyone in the party knows it. Everyone in America, in fact." "How can I contact Mr. Barefoot?" St. Cyr said, "I have no idea." He started on. "I'll need legal help," Gam said. "For what? Who's suing you now?
You don't need legal help, Mr. Gam. You need medical help. A psychiatrist to explain why you want to run again. Listen. He leaned toward Gam. If Lewis alive couldn't get you into office, Lewis dead certainly can't. He went on then, leaving Gam standing there. Wait, Gam said. Reluctantly, Claude St. Cyr turned around. This time I'm going to win, Gam said. He sounded as if he meant it. His voice, instead of its usual reedy flutter, was firm. Uneasy, St. Cyr said, Well, good luck. To both you and Lewis. Then he is alive. Gam's eyes flickered. I didn't say that. I was being ironic. Gam said thoughtfully, But he is alive. I'm sure of it. I'd like to find him. I went to some of the mortuaries, but none of them had him, or if they did, they wouldn't admit it. I'll keep looking. I want to confer with him. He added, That's why I came here from Io. At that point, St. Cyr managed to break away and depart. What a non-entity, he said to himself. A cipher, nothing but a puppet of Lewis's. He shuddered. God protect us from such a fate. That man is our president. Imagine us all becoming like Gam. It was not a pleasant thought. It did not inspire him for the day ahead, and he had a good deal of work on his shoulders. This was the day that he, as attorney for Phil Harvey, would make Mrs. Kathy Sharp, the former Kathy Egmont, an offer for Wilhelmina Securities. An exchange of stock would be involved, voting stock redistributed in such a fashion that Harvey gained control of Wilhelmina. The worth of the corporation being almost impossible to calculate, Harvey was offering not money, but real estate in exchange. He had enormous tracts of land on Ganymede, deeded to him by the Soviet government a decade ago in exchange for technical assistance he had rendered it and its colonies. The chance of Kathy accepting was nil, and yet the offer had to be made. The next step, he shrank from even thinking about it, involved a fracas to the death in the area of direct economic competition between Harvey's drayage firm and hers. And hers, he knew, was now in a state of decay. There had been union trouble since the old man's death. The thing that Lewis hated the most had started to take place. Union organizers had begun to move in on Archimedean. He himself sympathized with the unions. It was about time they came onto the scene. Only the old man's dirty tactics and his boundless energy, not to speak of his ruthless, eternal imagination, had kept them out. Kathy had none of these. And Johnny Barefoot. What can you ask of an on-call? St. Cyr asked himself caustically. Brilliant strategy. Purse out of the sow's ear of mediocrity. And Barefoot had his hands full building up Kathy's image before the public. He had barely begun to succeed in that when the union squabbles broke out. An ex-narcotics addict and religious nut, a woman who had a criminal record, Johnny had his work cut out for him. Where he had been productive lay in the area of the woman's physical appearance. She looked sweet, even gentle and pure, almost saintly, and Johnny had seized on this. Instead of quoting her in the press, he had photographed her, 1,000 wholesome poses, with dogs, children, at county fairs, at hospitals, involved in charity drives, the whole business. But unfortunately, Kathy had spoiled the image he had created, spoiled it in a rather unusual way. Kathy maintained simply that she was in communication with her grandfather, that it was he who lay a light week out in space, picked up by Kennedy's slough. She heard him, as the rest of the world did, and by some miracle he heard her, too. St. Cyr, riding the self-service elevator up to the copter port on the roof, laughed aloud.
Her religious crankery couldn't be kept from the gossip columnists. Kathy had said too much in public places, in restaurants and small famous bars. And even with Johnny beside her, even he couldn't keep her quiet. Also, there had been that incident at that party in which she had taken off her clothes, declaring the hour of purification to be momentarily arriving. She had daubed herself in certain spots with crimson nail polish as well, a sort of ritual ceremony. Of course, she had been drinking. And this is the woman, St. Cyr thought, who operates our comedian. The woman we must oust for our good and the public's. It was, to him, practically a mandate in the name of the people. Virtually a public service to be performed, and the only one who did not see it that way was Johnny. St. Cyr thought, Johnny likes her. There's the motive. I wonder, he mused, what Sarah Bell thinks of that. Feeling cheerful, St. Cyr entered his copter, closed the hatch, and inserted his key in the ignition. And then he thought once again of Alphonse Gamme, and his good humor vanished at once. Again he felt glum. There are two people, he realized, who are acting on the assumption that old Louis Serapis is alive, Kathy Egmont Sharp and Alphonse Gamme. Two most unsavory people, too. And in spite of himself, he was being forced to associate with both of them. It seemed to be his fate. He thought, I'm no better off than I was with old Louis. In some respects, I'm even worse off. The copter rose into the sky on its way to Phil Harvey's building in downtown Denver. Being late, he snapped on the little transmitter, picked up the microphone, and put in a call to Harvey. Phil, he said, can you hear me? This is St. Cyr, and I'm on my way west. He listened then. Listened, and heard from the speaker a far-off, weird babble, a murmur, as if many words were being blended into a confusion. He recognized it. He had come on to it several times now on the TV news programs. Spite of personal attacks, much superior to Chambers, who couldn't win an election for House of Ill-Repute janitor. You keep up faith in yourself, Alphonse. People know a good man, value him. You wait. Faith moves mountains. I ought to know. Look what I've accomplished in my life. It was, St. Cyr realized, the entity a light week out, now emitting an even more powerful signal. Like sunspots, it beclouded normal transmission channels. He cursed, scowled, then snapped off the receiver. Fouling up communications, he said to himself, must be against the law. I ought to consult the FCC. Shaken, he piloted his copter on across open farmland. My God, he thought, it did sound like old Louis. Could Kathy Egmont Sharp possibly be right? At the Michigan plant of our comedian, Johnny Barefoot appeared for his appointment with Kathy and found her in a state of gloom. Don't you see what's happening? She demanded, facing him across the office which had once been Louis's. I'm not managing things right at all. Everybody knows that. Don't you know that? Wild-eyed, she stared at him. I don't know that, Johnny said. But inside he did know it. She was correct. Take it easy and sit down, he said. Harvey and St. Cyr will be here any minute now, and you want to be in command of yourself when you meet with them. It was a meeting which he had hoped to avoid, but he had realized sooner or later it would take place, and so he had let Kathy agree to it. Kathy said, I have something terrible to tell you. What is it? It can't be so terrible. He set himself, waiting in dread to hear. I'm back on drugs, Johnny. All this responsibility and pressure, it's too much for me. I'm sorry. She gazed down at the floor sadly. What is the drug? I'd rather not say. It's one of the amphetamines. I've read the literature. I know it can cause a psychosis in the amounts I'm taking, but I don't care. Panting, she turned away, her back to him. He saw now how thin she had gotten, and her face was gaunt, hollow-eyed. He now understood why. The overdosage of amphetamines wasted the body away, turned matter into energy. Her metabolism was altered so that she became, as the addiction returned, a pseudo-hyperthyroid, with all the somatic processes speeded up. Johnny said, "I'm sorry to hear it." He had been afraid of this. And yet, when it had come, he had not understood. He had had to wait until she told him. "I think," he said, "you should be under a doctor's care." He wondered where she got the drug, but probably for her, with her years of experience, it was not difficult. "It makes a person very unstable emotionally," Kathy said, "given to sudden rages and also crying jags. I want you to know that, so you won't blame me, so you'll understand that it's the drug." She tried to smile. He saw her making the effort. Going over to her, he put his hand on her shoulder. "Listen," he said, "when Harvey and St. Cyr get here, I think you better accept their offer." "Oh," she said, "well." And then he said, "I want you to go voluntarily into a hospital." "The cookie factory," Kathy said bitterly. "You'd be better off," he said, "without the responsibility you have here at Archimedean. What you need is deep, protracted rest. You're in a state of mental and physical fatigue, but as long as you're taking that amphetamine, then it doesn't catch up with me," Kathy finished. "Johnny, I can't sell out to Harvey and St. Cyr." "Why not?" "Lewis wouldn't want me to. He—" She was silent a moment. "He says no." Johnny said, "Your health, maybe your life." "My sanity, you mean, Johnny." "You have too much personally at stake," he said. "The hell with Lewis, the hell with Archimedean. You want to find yourself in a mortuary too in Half-Life? It's not worth it. It's just property, and you're a living creature." She smiled, and then, on the desk, a light came on and a buzzer sounded. The receptionist outside said, "Mrs. Sharp, Mr. Harvey and Mr. St. Cyr are here now. Shall I send them in?" "Yes," she answered. The door opened, and Claude St. Cyr and Phil Harvey came swiftly in. "Hey, Johnny," St. Cyr said. He seemed to be in a confident mood. Beside him, Harvey looked confident, too. Kathy said, "I'll let Johnny do most of the talking." He glanced at her. Did that mean she had agreed to sell? He said, "What kind of deal is this? What do you have to offer in exchange for a controlling interest in Wilhelmina Securities of Delaware? I can't imagine what it could be." "Ganymede," St. Cyr said. "An entire moon." He added, "Virtually." "Oh, yes," Johnny said. "The USSR land deed. Has it been tested in the international courts?" "Yes," St. Cyr said, "and found totally valid. Its worth is beyond estimate, and each year it will increase, perhaps double in value. My client will put that up. It's a good offer, Johnny. You and I know each other, and you know when I say it that it's true." Probably it was, Johnny decided. It was in many respects a generous offer. Harvey was not trying to bilk Kathy. "Speaking for Mrs. Sharp," Johnny began, but Kathy cut him off. "No," she said in a quick, brisk voice. "I can't sell. He says not to." Johnny said, "You've already given me authority to negotiate, Kathy." "Well," she said in a hard voice, "I'm taking it back."
"If I'm to work with you and for you at all," Johnny said, "you must go on my advice. We've already talked it over and agreed—" The phone in the office rang. "Listen to him yourself," Kathy said. She picked up the phone and held it out to Johnny. "He'll tell you." Johnny accepted the phone and put it to his ear. "Who is this?" he demanded. And then he heard the drumming, the far-off, uncanny drumming noise, as if something were scratching at a long metal wire. "Imperative to retain control. Your advice absurd. She can pull herself together. She's got the stuff. Panic reaction. You're scared because she's ill. A good doctor can fix her up. Get a doctor for her. Get medical help. Get an attorney and be sure she stays out of the hands of the law. Make sure her supply of drugs is cut. Insist on—" Johnny yanked the receiver away from his ear, refusing to hear more. Trembling, he hung the phone back up. "You heard him," Kathy said. "Didn't you? That was Lewis." "Yes," Johnny said. "He's grown," Kathy said. "Now we can hear him direct. It's not just the radio telescope at Kennedy's Slough. I heard him last night, clearly, for the first time, as I laid down to go to sleep." To St. Cyr and Harvey, Johnny said, "We'll have to think your proposition over, evidently. We'll have to get an appraisal of the worth of the unimproved real estate you're offering, and no doubt you'll want an audit of Wilhelmina. That will take time." He heard his voice shake. He had not gotten over the shock of picking up the telephone and hearing the living voice of Louis Serapis. After making an appointment with St. Cyr and Harvey to meet with them once more later in the day, Johnny took Kathy out to a late breakfast. She had admitted reluctantly that she had eaten nothing since the night before. "I'm just not hungry," she explained, as she sat picking listlessly at her plate of bacon and eggs, toast with jam. "Even if that was Louis Serapis," Johnny said, "you don't—" "It was. Don't say even. You know it's him. He's gaining power all the time, out there, perhaps from the sun." "So it's Louis," he said doggedly. "Nonetheless, you have to act in your own interest, not in his." "His interests and mine are the same," Kathy said. "They involve maintaining Archimedean." "Can he give you the help you need? Can he supply what's missing? He doesn't take your drug addiction seriously, that's obvious. All he did was preach at me." He felt anger. "That's damn little help, for you or for me, in this situation." "Johnny," she said, "I feel him near me all the time. I don't need the TV or the phone. I sense him. It's my mystical bent, I think. My religious intuition. It's helping me maintain contact with him." She sipped a little orange juice. Bluntly, Johnny said, "It's your amphetamine psychosis, you mean." "I won't go into the hospital, Johnny. I won't sign myself in. I'm sick, but not that sick. I can get over this bout on my own because I'm not alone. I have my grandfather, and," she smiled at him, "I have you, in spite of Sarah Bell." "You won't have me, Kathy," he said quietly, "unless you sell to Harvey, unless you accept the Ganymede real estate." "You'd quit?" "Yes," he said. After a pause, Kathy said, "My grandfather says go ahead and quit." Her eyes were dark, enlarged, and utterly cold. "I don't believe he'd say that." "Then talk to him." "How?" Kathy pointed to the TV set in the corner of the restaurant. "Turn it on and listen." Rising to his feet, Johnny said, "I don't have to. I've already given my decision. I'll be at my hotel if you should change your mind." He walked away from the table, leaving her sitting there. Would she call after him? He listened as he walked. She did not call. A moment later, he was out of the restaurant, standing on the sidewalk. She had called his bluff,
And so it ceased to be a bluff. It became the real thing. He actually had quit. Stunned, he walked aimlessly on. And yet, he had been right. He knew that. It was just that... Damn her, he thought. Why didn't she give in? Because of Lewis, he realized. Without the old man, she would have gone ahead and done it, traded her controlling voting stock for the Ganymede property. Damn Lewis Serapis, not her, he thought furiously. What now? He asked himself. Go back to New York? Look for a new job? For instance, approach Alphonse Gamm? There was money in that, if he could land it. Or should he stay here in Michigan, hoping that Kathy would change her mind? She can't keep on, he decided, no matter what Serapis tells her, or rather, what she believes he's telling her, whichever it is. Hailing a cab, he gave the driver the address of his hotel room. A few moments later, he was entering the lobby of the Antler Hotel, back where he had started early in the morning. Back to the forbidding empty room, this time merely to sit and wait. To hope that Kathy would change her mind and call him. This time he had no appointment to go to. The appointment was over. When he reached his hotel room, he heard his phone ringing. For a moment, Johnny stood at the door, key in hand, listening to the phone on the other side of the door, the shrill noise reaching him as he stood in the hall. Is it Kathy? He wondered. Or is it him? He put the key in the lock, turned it, and entered the room. Sweeping the receiver off its hook, he said, "Hello?" Drumming in far off, the voice, in the middle of its monotonous monologue, its recitation to itself, was murmuring, "No good at all, barefoot, to leave her. Betrayal of your job. Thought you understood your responsibilities. Same to her as it was to me, and you never would have walked off in a fit of pique and left me. I deliberately left the disposition of my body to you so you'd stay on. You can't—" At that point, Johnny hung up, chilled. The phone rang again at once. This time he did not take it off the hook. "The hell with you," he said to himself. He walked to the window and stood looking down at the street below, thinking to himself of the conversation he had held with old Lewis years ago, the one that had made such an impression in his mind. The conversation in which it had come out that he had failed to go to college because he wanted to die. Looking down at the street below, he thought, maybe I ought to jump. At least there'd be no more phones, no more of it. The worst part, he thought, is its senility. Its thoughts are not clear, not distinct. They're dreamlike, irrational. The old man is not genuinely alive. He is not even in half-life. This is a dwindling away of consciousness toward a nocturnal state, and we are forced to listen to it as it unwinds, as it develops step by step to final, total death. But even in this degenerative state, it had desires. It wanted, and strongly. It wanted him to do something. It wanted Kathy to do something. The remnants of Louis Serapis were vital and active, and clever enough to find ways of pursuing him, of getting what was wanted. It was a travesty of Louis's wishes during his lifetime, and yet it could not be ignored. It could not be escaped. The phone continued to ring. Maybe it isn't Louis, he thought then. Maybe it's Kathy. Going to it, he lifted the receiver and put it back down at once, the drumming once more, the fragments of Louis Serapis's personality. He shuddered. And is it just here? Is it selective? He had a terrible feeling that it was not selective. Going to the TV set at the far end of the room, he snapped the switch. The screen grew into lighted animation, and yet he saw it was strangely blurred. The dim outlines of... It seemed to be a face. And everyone, he realized, is seeing this. He turned to another channel, Again, the dully formed features. The old man half materialized here on the television screen. And from the set speaker, the murmur of indistinct words. Told you time and again your primary responsibility is to... Johnny shut the set off. The ill-formed face and words sank out of existence, and all that remained once more was the ringing phone. He picked up the phone and said, "Lewis, can you hear me? When election time comes, they'll see. A man with a spirit to campaign a second time, take the financial responsibility. After all, it's only for the wealthy men now, the cost of running." The voice droned on. No, the old man could not hear him. It was not a conversation. It was a monologue. It was not authentic communication. And yet the old man knew what was occurring on Earth. He seemed to understand, to somehow see that Johnny had quit his job. Hanging up the phone, he seated himself and lit a cigarette. I can't go back to Kathy, he realized, unless I'm willing to change my mind and advise her not to sell. And that's impossible. I can't do that, so that's out. What is there left for me? How long can Serapis hound me? Is there any place I can go? Going to the window once more, he stood looking down at the street below. At a newsstand, Claude St. Cyr tossed down coins, picked up the newspaper. "Thank you, sir or madam," the robot vendor said. The lead article. St. Cyr blinked and wondered if he had lost his mind. He could not grasp what he was reading, or rather, unable to read. It made no sense. The homeostatic news printing system, the fully automated micro-relay newspaper, had evidently broken down. All he found was a procession of words, randomly strung together. It was worse than Finnegan's Wake. Or was it random? One paragraph caught his eye. At the hotel window, now ready to leap. "If you expect to conduct any more business with her, you better get over there. She's dependent on him, needs a man since her husband, that Paul Sharp, abandoned her. The Antler Hotel, room 604. I think you have time. Johnny is too hot-headed. Shouldn't have tried to bluff her. With my blood, you can't be bluffed. And she's got my blood. St. Cyr said rapidly to Harvey, who stood beside him, "Johnny Barefoot's in a room at the Antler Hotel about to jump. And this is old Serapis telling us, warning us. We better get over there." Glancing at him, Harvey said, "Barefoot's on our side. We can't afford to have him take his life. But why would Serapis—" "Let's just get over there," St. Cyr said, starting toward his parked copter. Harvey followed on the run. 4. All at once, the telephone stopped ringing. Johnny turned from the window and saw Kathy Sharp standing by it, the receiver in her hand. "He called me," she said, "and he told me, Johnny, where you were and what you were going to do." "Nuts," he said. "I'm not going to do anything." He moved back from the window. "He thought you were," Kathy said. "Yes, and that proves he can be wrong." His cigarette, he saw, had burned down to the filter. He dropped it into the ashtray on the dresser and stubbed it out. "My grandfather was always fond of you," Kathy said. "He wouldn't like anything to happen to you." Shrugging, Johnny said, "As far as I'm concerned, I have nothing to do with Louis Serapis anymore." Kathy had put the receiver to her ear. She paid no attention to Johnny. She was listening to her grandfather, he saw, and so he ceased talking. It was futile. "He says," Kathy said, "that Claude St. Cyr and Phil Harvey are on their way up here. He told them to come too." "Nice of him," he said shortly. Kathy said, "I'm fond of you too, Johnny. I can see what my grandfather found about you to like and admire. You genuinely take my welfare seriously, don't you? Maybe I could go into the hospital voluntarily, for a short period anyhow, a week or a few days." "Would that be enough?" he asked. "It might." She held the phone out to him. "He wants to talk to you. I think you'd better listen.
He'll find a way to reach you in any case, and you know that. Reluctantly, Johnny accepted the phone. Trouble is, you're out of a job, and that depresses you. If you're not working, you feel you don't amount to anything. That's the kind of person you are. I like that. The same way myself. Listen, I've got a job for you. At the convention, doing publicity to make sure Alphonse Gam is nominated. You do a swell job. Call Gam. Call Alphonse Gam. Johnny, call Gam. Call... Johnny hung up the phone. I've got a job, he told Kathy, representing Gam. At least, Lewis says so. Would you do that? Kathy asked. Be his PR man at the nominating convention? He shrugged. Why not? Gam had the money. He could and would pay well. And certainly he was no worse than the president, Kent Margrave. And... I must get a job, Johnny realized. I have to live. I've got a wife and 2 children. This is no joke. Do you think Gam has a chance this time? Kathy asked. No, not really. But miracles in politics do happen. Look at Richard Nixon's incredible comeback in 1968. What is the best route for Gam to follow? He eyed her. I'll talk that over with him, not with you. You're still angry, Kathy said quietly, because I won't sell. Listen, Johnny, suppose I turned Archimedean over to you. After a moment he said, What does Lewis say to that? I haven't asked him. You know he'd say no. I'm too inexperienced. I know the operation, of course. I've been with it from the start, but... Don't sell yourself short, Kathy said softly. Please, Johnny said, don't lecture me. Let's try to stay friends. Cool, distant friends. And if there's one thing I can't stand, he said to himself, it's being lectured by a woman, and for my own good. The door of the room burst open. Claude St. Cyr and Phil Harvey leaped inside, then saw Kathy, saw him with her, and sagged. So, he got you to come here too, St. Cyr said to her, panting for breath. Yes, she said. He was very concerned about Johnny. She patted him on the arm. See how many friends you have, both warm and cool. Yes, he said, but for some reason felt deeply, miserably sad. That afternoon, Claude St. Cyr found time to drop by the house of Electra Harvey, his present employer's ex-wife. Listen, doll, St. Cyr said, I'm trying to do good for you in this present deal. If I'm successful, he put his arms around her and gave her a bear hug, you'll recover a little of what you lost. Not all, but enough to make you a trifle happier about life in general. He kissed her, and, as usual, she responded. She squirmed effectively, drew him down to her, pressed close in a manner almost uncannily satisfying. It was very pleasant, and in addition, it lasted a long time. And that was not usual. Stirring, moving away from him finally, Electra said, By the way, can you tell me what ails the phone and the TV? I can't call. There always seems to be someone on the line. And the picture on the TV screen, it's all fuzzy and distorted, and it's always the same, just a sort of face. Don't worry about it, Claude said. We're working on that right now. We've got a crew of men out scouting. His men were going from mortuary to mortuary. Eventually they'd find Lewis's body. And then this nonsense would come to an end, to everyone's relief. Going to the sideboard to fix drinks, Electra Harvey said, Does Phil know about us? She measured out bitters into the whiskey glasses, 3 drops to each. No, St. Cyr said, and it's none of his business anyhow. But Phil has a strong prejudice about ex-wives. He wouldn't like it. He'd get ideas about you being disloyal. Since he dislikes me, you're supposed to too. That's what Phil calls integrity. I'm glad to know that, St. Cyr said, but there's damn little I can do about it. Anyhow, he isn't going to find out. I can't help being worried, though,
Electra said, bringing him his drink. "I was tuning the TV, you see, and I know this sounds crazy, but it actually seemed to me—" She broke off. "Well, I actually thought I heard the TV announcer mention us. But he was sort of mumbling, or the reception was bad. But anyhow, I did hear that, your name and mine." She looked soberly up at him, while absent-mindedly rearranging the strap of her dress. Chilled, he said, "Dear, it's ridiculous." Going over to the TV set, he clicked it on. Good Lord, he thought, is Louis Serapis everywhere? Does he see everything we do from that locus of his out there in deep space? It was not exactly a comforting thought, especially since he was trying to involve Louis's granddaughter in a business deal which the old man disapproved of. He's getting back at me, St. Cyr realized as he reflexively tuned the television set with numbed fingers. Alphonse Gamm said, "As a matter of fact, Mr. Barefoot, I intended to call you. I have a wire from Mr. Serapis advising me to employ you. I do think, however, we'll have to come up with something entirely new. Margrave has a considerable advantage over us." "True," Johnny admitted. "But let's be realistic. We're going to get help this time. Help from Louis Serapis." "Louis helped last time," Gamm pointed out, "and it wasn't sufficient." "But his help now will be on a different order. After all," Johnny thought, "the old man controls all the communication media, the newspapers, radio and TV, even the telephones, God forbid. With such power, Louis could do almost anything he chose. He hardly needs me," he thought caustically. But he did not say that to Alphonse Gamm. Apparently, Gamm did not understand about Louis and what Louis could do. And after all, a job was a job. "Have you turned on a TV set lately?" Gamm asked. "Or tried to use the phone? Or even bought a newspaper? There's nothing but a sort of decaying gibberish coming out. If that's Louis, he's not going to be much help at the convention. He's disjointed, just rambles." "I know," Johnny said guardedly. "I'm afraid whatever scheme Louis had for his half-life period has gone wrong," Gamm said. He looked morose. He did not look like a man who expected to win an election. "Your admiration for Louis is certainly greater than mine at this stage," Gamm said. "Frankly, Mr. Barefoot, I had a long talk with Mr. St. Cyr, and his concepts were totally discouraging. I'm determined to press on, but frankly—" He gestured. "Claude St. Cyr told me to my face I'm a loser." "You're going to believe St. Cyr? He's on the other side now, with Phil Harvey." Johnny was astonished to find the man so naive, so pliable. "I told him I was going to win," Gamm murmured. "But honest to God, this drivel from every TV set and phone, it's awful. It discourages me. I want to get as far away from it as possible." Presently, Johnny said, "I understand." "Louis didn't used to be like that," Gamm said plaintively. "He just drones on now. Even if he can swing the nomination to me, do I want it? I'm tired, Mr. Barefoot, very tired." He was silent then. "If you're asking me to give you pep," Johnny said, "you've got the wrong man." The voice from the phone and the TV affected him much the same way. Much too much for him to say anything encouraging to Gamm. "You're in PR," Gamm said. "Can't you generate enthusiasm where there is none? Convince me, Barefoot, and then I'll convince the world." From his pocket he brought a folded-up telegram. "This is what came from Louis the other day. Evidently he can interfere with the telegraph lines as well as the other media." He passed it over, and Johnny read it. "Louis was more coherent then," Johnny said when he wrote this. "That's what I mean. He's deteriorating rapidly.
when the convention begins, and it's only one more day now, what'll he be like? I sense something dreadful here, and I don't care to get mixed up in it." He added, "And yet I want to run. So, Barefoot, you deal with Lewis for me. You can be the go-between." He added, "The psychopomp." "What's that mean?" "The go-between God and man," Gam said. Johnny said, "If you use words like that, you won't get the nomination, I can promise you that." Smiling wryly, Gam said, "How about a drink?" He started from his living room toward the kitchen. "Scotch? Bourbon?" "Bourbon," Johnny said. "What do you think of the girl, Lewis's granddaughter?" "I like her," he said. And that was true, he certainly did. "Even though she's a psychotic, a drug addict, been in jail, and on top of that, a religious nut?" "Yes," Johnny said tightly. "I think you're crazy," Gam said, returning with the drinks, "but I agree with you. She's a good person. I've known her for some time, as a matter of fact. Frankly, I don't know why she took the bent that she has. I'm not a psychologist, probably, though it has something to do with Lewis. She has a peculiar sort of devotion to him, a kind of loyalty that's both infantile and fanatic, and to me, touchingly sweet." Sipping his drink, Johnny said, "This is terrible bourbon." "Old Sir Muskrat," Gam said, grimacing. "I agree." "You better serve a better drink," Johnny said, "or you really are through in politics." "That's why I need you," Gam said. "You see?" "I see," Johnny said, carrying his drink into the kitchen to pour it back in the bottle, and to take a look at the scotch instead. "How are you going about getting me elected?" Alphonse Gam asked. Johnny said, "I think our best approach, our only approach, is to make use of the sentimentality people feel about Lewis's death. I saw the lines of mourners. It was impressive, Alphonse. Day after day they came. When he was alive, many persons feared him, feared his power. But now they can breathe easier. He's gone, and the frightening aspects of—" Gam interrupted. "But, Johnny, he's not gone. That's the whole point. You know that gibbering thing on the phones and on TV. That's him." "But they don't know it," Johnny said. "The public is baffled, just as the first person to pick it up was baffled, that technician at Kennedy Slough." Emphatically, he said, "Why should they connect an electrical emanation 1 light-week away from Earth with Louis Serapis?" After a moment, Gam said, "I think you're making an error, Johnny. But Louis said to hire you, and I'm going to. And you have a free hand. I'll depend on your expertise." "Thanks," Johnny said. "You can depend on me." But inside he was not so sure. Maybe the public is smarter than I realize, he thought. Maybe I'm making a mistake. But what other approach was there? None that he could dream up. Either they made use of Gam's tie with Lewis, or they had absolutely nothing by which to recommend him. A slender thread on which to base the campaign for nomination, and only a day before the convention convened. He did not like it. The telephone in Gam's living room rang. "That's probably him," Gam said. "You want to talk to him?" "To be truthful, I'm afraid to take it off the hook." "Let it ring," Johnny said. He agreed with Gam. It was just too damn unpleasant. "But we can't evade him," Gam pointed out. "If he wants to get in touch with us, if it isn't the phone, it's the newspaper. And yesterday I tried to use my electric typewriter. Instead of the letter I intended to compose, I got the same mishmash. I got a text from him." Neither of them moved to take the phone, however. They let it ring on. "Do you want an advance?" Gam asked. "Some cash?" "I'd appreciate it," Johnny said, "since today I quit my job with our comedian." Reaching into his coat for his wallet, Gam said, "I'll give you a check." He eyed Johnny. You like her, but you can't work with her. Is that it? That's it, Johnny said. He did not elaborate, and Gam did not press him any further. Gam was, if nothing else, gentlemanly, and Johnny appreciated it. As the check changed hands, the phone stopped ringing. Was there a link between the two? Johnny wondered. Or was it just chance? No way to tell. Lewis seemed to know everything. Anyhow, this was what Lewis had wanted. He had told both of them that. I guess we did the right thing, Gam said tartly. Listen, Johnny, I hope you can get back on good terms with Kathy Egmont Sharp. For her sake, she needs help, lots of it. Johnny grunted. Now that you're not working for her, make one more try, Gam said. Okay? I'll think about it, Johnny said. She's a very sick girl, and she's got a lot of responsibility now. You know that, too. Whatever caused the rift between you, try to come to some kind of understanding before it's too late. That's the only proper way. Johnny said nothing, but he knew inside him that Gam was right. And yet, how did he do it? He didn't know how. How do you approach a psychotic person, he wondered. How do you repair such a deep rift? It was hard enough in regular situations, and this had so many overtones. If nothing else, this had Lewis mixed in it, and Kathy's feelings about Lewis. Those would have to change. The blind adoration, that would have to cease. What does your wife think of her? Gam asked. Startled, he said, Sarah Bell? She's never met Kathy. He added, Why do you ask? Gam eyed him and said nothing. Damn odd question, Johnny said. Damn odd girl, that Kathy, Gam said. Odder than you think, my friend. There's a lot you don't know. He did not elaborate. To Claude St. Cyr, Phil Harvey said, There's something I want to know. Something we must have the answer to, or we'll never get control of the voting stock of Wilhelmina. Where's the body? Well, looking, St. Cyr said patiently. We're trying all of the mortuaries, one by one. But money's involved. Undoubtedly someone's paying them to keep quiet. And if we want them to talk, that girl, Harvey said, is going on instructions from beyond the grave. Despite the fact that Lewis is devolving, she still pays attention to him. It's unnatural. He shook his head, repelled. I agree, St. Cyr said. In fact, you expressed it perfectly. This morning when I was shaving, I picked him up on the TV. He shuddered visibly. I mean, it's coming at us from every side now. Today, Harvey said, is the first day of the convention. He looked out of the window at the cars and people. Lewis's attention will be tied up there, trying to swing the vote onto Alphonse Gam. That's where Johnny is, working for Gam. That was Lewis's idea. Now perhaps we can operate with more success. Do you see? Maybe he's forgotten about Kathy. My God, he can't watch everything at once. St. Cyr said quietly, But Kathy is not at Archimedean now. Where is she, then? In Delaware? At Wilhelmina Securities? It ought to be easy to find her. She's sick, St. Cyr said. In a hospital, Phil. She was admitted during the late evening, last night, for her drug addiction, I presume. There was silence. You know a lot, Harvey said finally. Where'd you learn this, anyhow? From listening to the phone and the TV. But I don't know where the hospital is. It could even be off Earth, on Luna, or on Mars, even back where she came from. I got the impression she's extremely ill. Johnny's abandoning her set her back greatly.
He gazed at his employer somberly. "That's all I know, Phil." "Do you think Johnny Barefoot knows where she is?" "I doubt it." Pondering, Harvey said, "I'll bet she tries to call him. I'll bet he either knows or will know soon. If we only could manage to put a snoop circuit on his phone, get his calls routed through here." "But the phones," St. Cyr said wearily. "All it is now, just the gibberish, the interference from Lewis." He wondered what became of Archimedean Enterprises if Kathy was declared unable to manage her affairs, if she was forcibly committed. Very complicated, depending on whether Earth law or... Harvey was saying, "We can't find her, and we can't find the body. And meanwhile, the convention's on, and they'll nominate that wretched Gam, that creature of Lewis's. And next we know, he'll be president." He eyed St. Cyr with antagonism. "So far you haven't done me much good, Claude. We'll try all the hospitals, but there's tens of thousands of them, and if it isn't in this area, it could be anywhere." He felt helpless. Around and around we go, he thought, and we get nowhere. Well, we can keep monitoring the TV, he decided. That's some help. "I'm going to the convention," Harvey announced. "I'll see you later. If you should come up with something, which I doubt, you can get in touch with me there." He strode to the door, and a moment later St. Cyr found himself alone. "Doggone it," St. Cyr said to himself. "What'll I do now? Maybe I ought to go to the convention, too." But there was one more mortuary he wanted to check. His men had been there, but he also wanted to give it a try, personally. It was just the sort that Lewis would have liked, run by an unctuous individual named revoltingly Herbert Schönheit von Vogelsang, which meant in German, Herbert Beauty of the Birds Song, a fitting name for a man who ran the beloved Brethren Mortuary in downtown Los Angeles, with branches in Chicago and New York and Cleveland. When he reached the mortuary, Claude St. Cyr demanded to see Schönheit von Vogelsang personally. The place was doing a rush business. Resurrection Day was just around the corner, and the petite bourgeoisie, who flocked in great numbers to just such ceremonies, were lined up waiting to retrieve their half-lifer relatives. "Yes, sir," Schönheit von Vogelsang said, when at last he appeared at the counter in the mortuary's business office. "You asked to speak to me?" St. Cyr laid his business card down on the counter. The card still described him as legal consultant for Archimedean Enterprises. "I am Claude St. Cyr," he declared. "You may have heard of me." Glancing at the card, Schönheit von Vogelsang blanched and mumbled, "I give you my word, Mr. St. Cyr, we're trying. We're really trying. We've spent out of our own funds over $1,000 in trying to make contact with him. We've had high-gain equipment flown in from Japan where it was developed and made, and still no results." Tremulously, he backed away from the counter. "You can come and see for yourself. Frankly, I believe someone's doing it on purpose. A complete failure like this can't occur naturally, if you see what I mean." St. Cyr said, "Let me see him." "Certainly." The mortuary owner, pale and agitated, led the way through the building into the chill bin until at last St. Cyr saw ahead the casket which had lain in state, the casket of Louis Serapis. "Are you planning any sort of litigation?" the mortuary owner asked fearfully. "I assure you "I'm here," St. Cyr stated, "merely to take the body. Have your men loaded onto a truck for me." "Yes, Mr. St. Cyr," Herb Schönheit von Vogelsang said in meek obedience. He waved 2 mortuary employees over and began giving them instructions. "Do you have a truck with you, Mr. St. Cyr?" he asked. "You may provide it," St. Cyr said in a forbidding voice. Shortly, the body in its casket was loaded onto a mortuary truck, and the driver turned to St. Cyr for instructions. St. Cyr gave him Phil Harvey's address. "And the litigation," Herb Schoenheit von Vogelsang was murmuring as St. Cyr boarded the truck to sit beside the driver. "You don't infer malpractice on our part, do you, Mr. St. Cyr? Because if you do—" "The affair is closed, as far as we're concerned," St. Cyr said to him laconically, and signaled the driver to drive off. As soon as they left the mortuary, St. Cyr began to laugh. "What strikes you so funny?" the mortuary driver asked. "Nothing," St. Cyr said, still chuckling. When the body in its casket, still deep in its original quick-pack, had been left off at Harvey's home and the driver had departed, St. Cyr picked up the telephone and dialed. But he found himself unable to get through to the convention hall. All he heard for his trouble was the weird, distant drumming, the monotonous litany of Louis Serapis. He hung up, disgusted, but at the same time grimly determined. "We've had enough of that," St. Cyr said to himself. "I won't wait for Harvey's approval. I don't need it." Searching the living room, he found in a desk drawer a heat gun. Pointing it at the casket of Louis Serapis, he pressed the trigger. The envelope of quick-pack steamed up. The casket itself fizzed as the plastic melted. Within, the body blackened, shriveled, charred away at last into a baked, coal-like clinker, small and nondescript. Satisfied, St. Cyr returned the heat gun to the desk drawer. Once more he picked up the phone and dialed. In his ear the monotonous voice intoned, "No one but Gam can do it. Gam's the man what am. Good slogan for you, Johnny. Gam's the man what am. Remember that. I'll do the talking. Give me the mic and I'll tell them. Gam's the man what am. Gam's—" Claude St. Cyr slammed down the phone, turned to the blackened deposit that had been Louis Serapis. He gaped mutely at what he could not comprehend. The voice, when St. Cyr turned on the television set, emanated from that, too, just as it had been doing. Nothing had changed. The voice of Louis Serapis was not originating in the body, because the body was gone. There simply was no connection between them. Seating himself in a chair, Claude St. Cyr got out his cigarettes and shakily lit up, trying to understand what this meant. It seemed almost as if he had it, almost had the explanation, but not quite. 5. By monorail, he had left his copter at the beloved Brethren mortuary. Claude St. Cyr numbly made his way to Convention Hall. The place, of course, was packed. The noise was terrible. But he managed to obtain the services of a robot page. Over the public address system, Phil Harvey's presence was requested in one of the side rooms used as meeting places by delegations wishing to caucus in secret. Harvey appeared, disheveled from shoving through the dense pack of spectators and delegates. "What is it, Claude?" he asked, and then he saw his attorney's face. "You better tell me," he said quietly. St. Cyr blurted, "The voice we hear, it isn't Louis. It's someone else trying to sound like Louis." "How do you know?" He told him. Nodding, Harvey said, "And it definitely was Louis's body you destroyed. There was no deceit there at the mortuary. You're positive of that?" "I'm not positive," St. Cyr said, "but I think it was. I believe it now, and I believed it at the time." It was too late to find out now, in any case. Not enough remained of the body for such an analysis to be successfully made. "But who could it be, then?" Harvey said. "My God, it's coming to us from beyond the solar system. Could it be non-terrestrials of some kind? Some sort of echo or mockery? A non-living reaction, unfamiliar to us? An inert process without intent?" St. Cyr laughed. "You're babbling, Phil. Cut it out." Nodding, Harvey said, "Whatever you say, Claude. If you think it's someone here—" "I don't know,"
St. Cyr said candidly. "But I'd guess it's someone right on this planet. Someone who knew Lewis well enough to have introjected his characteristics sufficiently thoroughly to imitate them." He was silent then. That was as far as he could carry his logical processes. Beyond that he saw nothing. It was a blank, and a frightening one at that. There is, he thought, an element of the deranged in it. What we took to be decay, it's more a form of madness than degeneration. Or is madness itself degeneration? He did not know. He wasn't trained in the field of psychiatry except regarding its legal aspects, and the legal aspects had no application here. "Has anyone nominated Gam yet?" he asked Harvey. "Not yet. It's expected to come sometime today, though. There's a delegate from Montana who'll do it, the rumor is." "Johnny Barefoot is here?" "Yes." Harvey nodded. "Busy as can be, lining up delegates. In and out of the different delegations, very much in evidence. No sign of Gam, of course. He won't come in until the end of the nominating speech, and then, of course, all hell will break loose. Cheering and parading and waving banners. The Gam supporters are all prepared." "Any indication of—" St. Cyr hesitated. "What we've assumed to be Lewis, his presence?" Or its presence, he thought, whatever it is. "None as yet," Harvey said. "I think we'll hear from it," St. Cyr said, "before the day is over." Harvey nodded. He thought so, too. "Are you afraid of it?" St. Cyr asked. "Sure," Harvey said. 1,000 times more so than ever, now that we don't even know who or what it is." "You're right to take that attitude," St. Cyr said. He felt the same way. "Perhaps we should tell Johnny," Harvey said. St. Cyr said, "Let him find out on his own." "All right, Claude," Harvey said. "Anything you say. After all, it was you who finally found Lewis's body. I have complete faith in you." In a way, St. Cyr thought, I wish I hadn't found it. I wish I didn't know what I know now. We were better off believing it was old Lewis talking to us from every phone, newspaper, and TV set. That was bad. But this is far worse. Although, he thought, it seems to me that the answer is there, somewhere, just waiting. I must try, he told himself. Try to get it. Try! Off by himself in a side room, Johnny Barefoot tensely watched the events of the convention on closed-circuit TV. The distortion, the invading presence from one light week away, had cleared for a time, and he could see and hear the delegate from Montana delivering the nominating speech for Alphonse Gam. He felt tired. The whole process of the convention, its speeches and parades, its tautness, grated on his nerves, ran contrary to his disposition. So damn much show, he thought. Display for what? If Gam wanted to gain the nomination, he could get it, and all the rest of this was purposeless. His own thoughts were on Kathy Egmont Sharp. He had not seen her since her departure for UC Hospital in San Francisco. At this point, he had no idea of her condition, whether she had responded to therapy or not. The deep intuition could not be evaded that she had not. How sick really was Kathy? Probably very sick, with or without drugs. He felt that strongly. Perhaps she would never be discharged from UC Hospital. He could imagine that. On the other hand, if she wanted out, he decided, she would find a way to get out. That he intuited too, even more strongly. So it was up to her. She had committed herself, gone into the hospital voluntarily, and she would come out, if she ever did, the same way. No one could compel Kathy. She was simply not that sort of person. And that,
he realized, could well be a symptom of the illness process. The door to the room opened. He glanced up from the TV screen and saw Claude St. Cyr standing in the entrance. St. Cyr held a heat gun in his hand, pointed at Johnny. He said, "Where's Kathy?" "I don't know," Johnny said. He got slowly, warily to his feet. "You do. I'll kill you if you don't tell me." "Why?" he said, wondering what had brought St. Cyr to this point, this extreme behavior. St. Cyr said, "Is it on Earth?" Still holding the gun pointed at Johnny, he came toward him. "Yes," Johnny said with reluctance. "Give me the name of the city." "What are you going to do?" Johnny said. "This isn't like you, Claude. You used to always work within the law." St. Cyr said, "I think the voice is Kathy. I know it's not Lewis now. We have that to go on, but beyond that it's just a guess. Kathy is the only one I know deranged enough, deteriorated enough. Give me the name of the hospital." "The only way you could know it isn't Lewis," Johnny said, "would be to destroy the body." "That's right," St. Cyr said, nodding. "Then you have," Johnny realized. "You found the correct mortuary. You got to Herb Schonheit von Vogelsang. So that was that." The door to the room burst open again. A group of cheering delegates, GAM supporters, marched in, blowing horns and hurling streamers, carrying huge hand-painted placards. St. Cyr turned toward them, waving his gun at them, and Johnny Barefoot sprinted past the delegates to the door and out into the corridor. He ran down the corridor and a moment later emerged at the great central hall in which GAM's demonstration was in full swing. From the loudspeakers mounted at the ceiling, a voice boomed over and over. "Vote for GAM, the man what am. GAM, GAM, vote for GAM, the one fine man. Vote for GAM who really am. GAM, 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 he really am." "Kathy," he thought, "it can't be you. It just can't." He ran on out of the hall, squeezing past the dancing, delirious delegates, past the glazed-eyed men and women in their funny hats, their banners wiggling. He reached the street, the parked copters and cars, throngs of people clustered about trying to push inside. "If it is you," he thought, "then you're too sick ever to come back. Even if you want to, will yourself to. Had you been waiting for Lewis to die, is that it? Do you hate us? Or are you afraid of us? What explains what it is you're doing? What's the reason for it?" He hailed a copter marked taxi. "To San Francisco," he instructed the driver. "Maybe you're not conscious that you're doing it," he thought. "Maybe it's an autonomous process, rising out of your unconscious mind, your mind split into two portions, one on the surface which we see, the other one, the one we hear." Should we feel sorry for you, he wondered, or should we hate you, fear you? How much harm can you do? I guess that's the real issue. I love you, he thought. In some fashion, at least, I care about you, and that's a form of love, not such as I feel toward my wife or my children, but it is a concern. Damn it, he thought. This is dreadful. Maybe St. Cyr is wrong. Maybe it isn't you. The copter swept upward into the sky, cleared the buildings, and turned west, its blades spinning at peak velocity. On the ground, standing in front of the convention hall, St. Cyr and Phil Harvey watched the copter go. "Well, so it worked," St. Cyr said. "I got him started moving. I'd guess he's on his way either to Los Angeles or to San Francisco." A second copter slid up before them, hailed by Phil Harvey. The two men entered it, and Harvey said, "You see the taxi that just took off? Stay behind it, just within sight, but don't let it catch a glimpse of you if you can help it." "Heck," the driver said. "If I can see it, it can see me."
but he clicked on his meter and began to ascend. Grumpily, he said to Harvey and St. Cyr, "I don't like this kind of stuff. It can be dangerous." "Turn on your radio," St. Cyr told him, "if you want to hear something that's dangerous." "Ah, hell," the driver said, disgusted. "The radio don't work. Some kind of interference, like sunspots, or maybe some amateur operator. I lost a lot of fares because the dispatcher can't get hold of me. I think the police ought to do something about it, don't you?" St. Cyr said nothing. Beside him, Harvey peered at the copter ahead. When he reached UC Hospital at San Francisco and had landed at the field on the main building's roof, Johnny saw the second ship circling, not passing on, and he knew that he was right. He had been followed all the way. But he did not care. It didn't matter. Descending by means of the stairs, he came out on the 3rd floor and approached a nurse. "Mrs. Sharp," he said. "Where is she?" "You'll have to ask at the desk," the nurse said, "and visiting hours aren't until—" He rushed on until he found the desk. "Mrs. Sharp's room is 309, the bespectacled elderly nurse at the desk said. "But you must have Dr. Gross's permission to visit her, and I believe Dr. Gross is having lunch right now and probably won't be back until 2 o'clock, if you'd care to wait." She pointed to a waiting room. "Thanks," he said. "I'll wait." He passed through the waiting room and out the door at the far end, down the corridor, watching the numbers on the doors until he saw room number 309. Opening the door, he entered the room, shut the door after him, and looked around for her. There was the bed, but it was empty. "Kathy," he said. At the window, in her robe, she turned, her face sly, bound up by hatred. Her lips moved, and, staring at him, she said with loathing, "I want Gam because he am." Spitting at him, she crept toward him, her hands raised, her fingers writhing. "Gam's a man, a real man," she whispered, and he saw in her eyes the dissolved remnants of her personality expire even as he stood there. "Gam, Gam, Gam," she whispered, and slapped him. He retreated. "It's you," he said. "Claude St. Cyr was right. Okay, I'll go." He fumbled for the door behind him, trying to get it open. Panic passed through him like a wind then. He wanted nothing but to get away. "Kathy," he said, "let go." Her nails had dug into him, into his shoulder, and she hung onto him, peering sideways into his face, smiling at him. "You're dead," she said. "Go away. I smell you, the dead inside you." "I'll go," he said, and managed to find the handle of the door. She let go of him then. He saw her right hand flash up, the nails directed at his face, possibly his eyes. He ducked, and her blow missed him. "I want to get away," he said, covering his face with his arms. Kathy whispered, "I am Gam, I am. I'm the only one who am alive, Gam alive." She laughed. "Yes, I will," she said, mimicking his voice perfectly. "Claude St. Cyr was right. Okay, I'll go, I'll go, I'll go." She was now between him and the door. "The window," she said. "Do it now. What you wanted to do when I stopped you." She hurried toward him, and he retreated backward step by step until he felt the wall behind him. "It's all in your mind," he said. "This hate. Everyone is fond of you. I am, Gam is, St. Cyr and Harvey are. What's the point of this?" "The point," Kathy said, "is that I show you what you're really like. Don't you know yet? You're even worse than me. I'm just being honest." "Why did you pretend to be Louis?" he said. "I am Louis," Kathy said. "When he died, he didn't go into half-life because I ate him. He became me. I was waiting for that. Alphonse and I had it all worked out. The transmitter out there with the recorded tape ready. We frightened you, didn't we?
You're all scared, too scared to stand in his way. He'll be nominated. He's been nominated already. I feel it. I know it." "Not yet," Johnny said. "But it won't be long," Kathy said, "and I'll be his wife." She smiled at him. "And you'll be dead, you and the others." Coming at him, she chanted, "I am Gam. I am Lewis, and when you're dead, I'll be you, Johnny Barefoot, and all the rest. I'll eat you all." She opened her mouth wide, and he saw the sharp, jagged, pale-as-death teeth. "And rule over the dead," Johnny said, and hit her with all his strength on the side of her face near the jaw. She spun backward, fell, and then at once was up and rushing at him. Before she could catch him, he sprinted away to one side, caught then a glimpse of her distorted, shredded features ruined by the force of his blow. And then the door to the room opened, and St. Cyr and Phil Harvey, with 2 nurses, stood there. Kathy stopped. He stopped, too. "Come on, Barefoot," St. Cyr said, jerking his head. Johnny crossed the room and joined them. Tying the sash of her robe, Kathy said matter-of-factly, "So it was planned. He was to kill me, Johnny was to, and the rest of you would all stand and watch and enjoy it." "They have an immense transmitter out there," Johnny said. "They placed it a long time ago, possibly years back. All this time they've been waiting for Lewis to die. Maybe they even killed him, finally. The idea is to get Gam nominated and elected while keeping everyone terrorized with that transmission. She's sick, much sicker than we realized, even sicker than you realized. Most of all, it was under the surface where it didn't show." St. Cyr shrugged. "Well, she'll have to be certified." He was calm but unusually slow-spoken. "The will named me as trustee. I can represent the estate against her, file the commitment papers, and then come forth at the sanity hearing." "I'll demand a jury trial," Kathy said. "I can convince a jury of my sanity. It's actually quite easy, and I've been through it before." "Possibly," St. Cyr said. "But anyhow, the transmitter will be gone. By that time, the authorities will be out there." "It'll take months to reach it," Kathy said, "even by the fastest ship, and by then the election will be over. Alphonse will be president." St. Cyr glanced at Johnny Barefoot. "Maybe so," he murmured. "That's why we put it out so far," Kathy said. "It was Alphonse's money, and my ability. I inherited Lewis's ability, you see. I can do anything. Nothing is impossible for me if I want it. All I have to do is want it enough." "You wanted me to jump," Johnny said, "and I didn't." "You would have," Kathy said, "in another minute, if they hadn't come in." She seemed quite poised now. "You will, eventually. I'll keep after you, and there's no place you can hide. You know I'll follow you and find you, all 3 of you." Her gaze swept from one of them to the next, taking them all in. Harvey said, "I've got a little power and wealth, too. I think we can defeat Gam, even if he's nominated." "You have power," Kathy said, "but not imagination. What you have isn't enough, not against me." She spoke quietly, with complete confidence. "Let's go," Johnny said, and started down the hall, away from room 309 and Kathy Egmont Sharp. Up and down San Francisco's hilly streets, Johnny walked, hands in his pockets, ignoring the buildings and people, seeing nothing, merely walking on and on. Afternoon faded, became evening. The lights of the city came on, and he ignored that, too. He walked block after block until his feet ached, burned, until he became aware that he was very hungry, that it was now 10 o'clock at night and he had not eaten anything since morning. He stopped then and looked around him. Where were Claude St. Cyr and Phil Harvey? He could not remember having parted from them. He did not even remember leaving the hospital. But Kathy, he remembered that. He could not forget it even if he wanted to. And he did not want to. It was too important ever to be forgotten by any of them who had witnessed it, understood it. At a newsstand he saw the massive, thick black headlines, "Gam wins nomination, promises battling campaign for November election." So she did get that, Johnny thought. They did, the two of them. They got what they're after exactly. And now, all they have to do is defeat Kent Margrave. And that thing out there, a light week away, it's still yammering, and will be for months. They'll win, he realized. At a drugstore he found a phone booth. Entering it, he put money into the slot and dialed Sarah Bell, his own home phone number. The phone clicked in his ear, and then the familiar monotonous voice chanted, "Gam in November, Gam in November, win with Gam, President Alphonse Gam, our man. I am for Gam, I am for Gam, for Gam." He rang off then and left the phone booth. It was hopeless. At the counter of the drugstore, he ordered a sandwich and coffee. He sat, eating mechanically, filling the requirements of his body without pleasure or desire, eating by reflex until the food was gone and it was time to pay the bill. What can I do? He asked himself. What can anyone do? All the means of communication are gone. The media have been taken over. They have the radio, TV, newspapers, phone, wire services, everything that depends on microwave transmission or open-gap electric circuitry. They've captured it all, left nothing for us, the opposition, by which to fight back. Defeat, he thought. That's the dreary reality that lies ahead for us. And then when they enter office, it'll be our death. "That'll be $1.10, the counter girl said. He paid for his meal and left the drugstore. When a copter marked taxi came spiraling by, he hailed it. "Take me home," he said. "Okay," the driver said amiably. "Where is home, buddy?" He gave him the address in Chicago, and then settled back for the long ride. He was giving up. He was quitting, going back to Sarah Bell, to his wife and children. The fight, for him, apparently was over. When she saw him standing in the doorway, Sarah Bell said, "Good God, Johnny, you look terrible." She kissed him, led him inside, into the warm, familiar living room. "I thought you'd be out celebrating." "Celebrating," he said hoarsely. "Your man won the nomination." She went to put the coffee pot on for him. "Oh, yeah," he said, nodding. "That's right. I was his PR man. I forgot." "Better lie down," Sarah Bell said. "Johnny, I've never seen you look so beaten. I can't understand it. What happened to you?" He sat down on the couch and lit a cigarette. "What can I do for you?" she asked with anxiety. "Nothing," he said. "Is that Louis Serapis on all the TV and phones? It sounds like him. I was talking with the Nelsons, and they said it's Louis's exact voice." "No," he said. "It's not Louis. Louis is dead." "But his period of half-life—" "No," he said. "He's dead. Forget about it." "You know who the Nelsons are, don't you? They're the new people who moved into the apartment that—" "I don't want to talk," he said, "or be talked at." Sarah Bell was silent for a minute, and then she said, "One thing they said, you won't like to hear it, I guess. The Nelsons are plain, quite commonplace people. They said even if Alphonse Gam got the nomination, they wouldn't vote for him. They just don't like him." He grunted. "Does that make you feel bad?" Sarah Bell asked. "I think they're reacting to the pressure.
Lewis's pressure on the TV and phones, they just don't care for it. I think you've been excessive in your campaign, Johnny." She glanced at him hesitantly. "That's the truth. I have to say it." Rising to his feet, he said, "I'm going to visit Phil Harvey. I'll be back later on." She watched him go out the door, her eyes darkened with concern. When he was admitted to Phil Harvey's house, he found Phil and Gertrude Harvey and Claude St. Cyr sitting together in the living room, each with a glass in hand, but no one speaking. Harvey glanced up briefly, saw him, and then looked away. "Are we going to give up?" he asked Harvey. Harvey said, "I'm in touch with Kent Margrave. We're going to try to knock out the transmitter. But it's 1,000,000 to 1 shot at that distance, and with even the fastest missile, it'll take a month." "But that's at least something," Johnny said. "It would at least be before the election. It would give them several weeks in which to campaign." "Does Margrave understand the situation?" "Yes," Claude St. Cyr said. "We told him virtually everything." "But that's not enough," Phil Harvey said. "There's one more thing we must do. You want to be in on it? Draw for the shortest match?" He pointed to the coffee table. On it, Johnny saw 3 matches, one of them broken in half. Now Phil Harvey added a 4th match, a whole one. St. Cyr said, "Her first. Her right away, as soon as possible. And then later on, if necessary, Alphonse Gamme." Weary, cold fright filled Johnny Barefoot. "Take a match," Harvey said, picking up the 4 matches, arranging and rearranging them in his hand, and then holding out the 4 even tops to the people in the room. "Go ahead, Johnny. You got here last, so I'll have you go first." "Not me," he said. "Then we'll draw without you," Gertrude Harvey said, and picked a match. Phil held the remaining ones out to St. Cyr, and he drew one also. 2 remained in Phil Harvey's hand. "I was in love with her," Johnny said. "I still am." Nodding, Phil Harvey said, "Yes, I know." His heart leaden, Johnny said, "Okay, I'll draw." Reaching, he selected one of the 2 matches. It was the broken one. "I got it," he said. "It's me." "Can you do it?" Claude St. Cyr asked him. He was silent for a time, and then he shrugged and said, "Sure, I can do it. Why not?" Why not, indeed, he asked himself. A woman that I was falling in love with. Certainly I can murder her, because it has to be done. There is no other way out for us. "It may not be as difficult as we think," St. Cyr said. "We've consulted some of Phil's technicians, and we picked up some interesting advice. Most of their transmissions are coming from nearby, not a light week away by any means. I'll tell you how we know. Their transmissions have kept up with changing events. For example, your suicide attempt at the Antler Hotel. There was no time lapse there or anywhere else." "And they're not supernatural, Johnny," Gertrude Harvey said. "So the first thing to do," St. Cyr continued, "is to find their base here on Earth, or at least here in the solar system. It could be on Gam's guinea fowl ranch on Io. Try there if you find she's left the hospital." "Okay," Johnny said, nodding slightly. "How about a drink?" Phil Harvey said to him. Johnny nodded. The 4 of them, seated in a circle, drank slowly and in silence. "Do you have a gun?" St. Cyr asked. "Yes." Rising to his feet, he set his glass down. "Good luck," Gertrude said after him. Johnny opened the front door and stepped outside alone, out into the dark, cold evening. Note: What the Dead Men Say. Man with a Broken Match.
April 15th, 1963. Worlds of Tomorrow, June 1964. End note. Orpheus with Clay Feet. At the offices of Concord Military Service Consultants, Jesse Slade looked through the window at the street below and saw everything denied him in the way of freedom, flowers and grass, the opportunity for a long and unencumbered walk into new places. He sighed. "Sorry, sir," the client opposite his desk mumbled apologetically. "I guess I'm boring you." "Not at all," Slade said, reawakening to his onerous duties. "Let's see." He examined the papers which the client, a Mr. Walter Grossbein, had presented to him. "Now, you feel, Mr. Grossbein, that your most favorable chance to elude military service lies in the area of a chronic ear trouble deemed by civilian doctors in the past acute labyrinthitis." Slade studied the pertinent documents. His duties, and he did not enjoy them, lay in locating for clients of the firm a way out of military service. The war against the Things had not been conducted properly of late. Many casualties from the Proxima region had been reported, and with the reports had come a rush of business for Concord Military Service Consultants. "Mr. Grossbein," Slade said thoughtfully, "I noticed when you entered my office that you tended to list to one side." "Did I?" Mr. Grossbein asked, surprised. "Yes, and I thought to myself, that man has a severe impairment of his sense of balance. That's related to the ear, you know, Mr. Grossbein. Hearing, from an evolutionary standpoint, is an outgrowth of the sense of balance. Some water creatures of a low order incorporate a grain of sand and make use of it as a drop weight within their fluid body, and by that method tell if they're going up or down." Mr. Grossbein said, "I believe I understand." "Say it then," Jesse Slade said. "I frequently list to one side or another as I walk." "And at night?" Mr. Grossbein frowned, and then said happily, I find it almost impossible to orient myself at night in the dark when I can't see." "Fine," Jesse Slade said, and began writing on the client's military service Form B-30. "I think this will get you an exemption," he said. Happily, the client said, "I can't thank you enough." "Oh, yes, you can," Jesse Slade thought to himself. "You can thank us to the tune of $50. After all, without us you might be a pale, lifeless corpse in some gully on a distant planet not far from now." And, thinking about distant planets, Jesse Slade felt once more the yearning, the need to escape from his small office and the process of dealing with gold-bricking clients whom he had to face day after day. There must be another life than this, Slade said to himself. Can this really be all there is to existence? Far down the street outside his office window, a neon sign glowed night and day. Muse Enterprises, the sign read, and Jesse Slade knew what it meant. "I'm going in there," he said to himself, "today. When I'm on my 10:30 coffee break, I won't even wait for lunchtime." As he put on his coat, Mr. Nat, his supervisor, entered the office and said, "Say, Slade, what's up? Why the fierce, trapped look?" I'm getting out, Mr. Nat," Slade told him, "escaping. I've told 15,000 men how to escape military service. Now it's my turn." Mr. Nat clapped him on the back. "Good idea, Slade. You're overworked. Take a vacation. Take a time travel adventure to some distant civilization. It'll do you good." "Thanks, Mr. Nat," Slade said. "I'll do just that." And he left his office as fast as his feet would carry him, out of the building and down the street to the glowing neon sign of Muse Enterprises. The girl behind the counter, blonde-haired, with dark green eyes and a figure that impressed him more for its engineering aspects, its suspension, so to speak, smiled at him and said, "Our Mr. Manville will see you in a moment, Mr. Slade. Please be seated. You'll find authentic 19th century Harper's Weeklies over on the table there," she added, "and some 20th century Mad comics, those great classics of lampoonery equal to Hogarth." Tensely, Mr. Slade seated himself and tried to read. He found an article in Harper's Weekly telling that the Panama Canal was impossible and had already been abandoned by its French designers. That held his attention for a moment. The reasoning was so logical, so convincing. But after a few moments his old ennui and restlessness, like a chronic fog, returned. Rising to his feet, he once more approached the desk. "Mr. Manville isn't here yet?" he asked hopefully. From behind him, a male voice said, "You, there at the counter." Slade turned and found himself facing a tall, dark-haired man with an intense expression, eyes blazing. "You," the man said, "are in the wrong century." Slade gulped. Striding toward him, the dark-haired man said, "I am Manville, sir." He held out his hand, and they shook. "You must go away," Manville said. "Do you understand, sir? As soon as possible." "But I want to use your services," Slade mumbled. Manville's eyes flashed. "I mean away into the past. What's your name?" He gestured emphatically. "Wait, it's coming to me. Jesse Slade of Concord, up the street, there." "Right," Slade said, impressed. "All right. Now down to business," Mr. Manville said. "Into my office." To the exceptionally constructed girl at the counter, he said, "No one is to disturb us, Miss Fribb." "Yes, Mr. Manville," Miss Fribb said. "I'll see to that, don't you fear, sir." "I know that, Miss Fribb." Mr. Manville ushered Slade into a well-furnished inner office. Old maps and prints decorated the walls. The furniture, Slade gaped. Early American, with wood pegs instead of nails, New England maple and worth a fortune. "Is it all right?" he began. "Yes, you may actually sit on that directorate chair," Mr. Manville told him, "but be careful. It scoots out from under you if you lean forward. We keep meaning to put rubber casters on it or some such thing." He looked irritated now at having to discuss such trifles. "Mr. Slade," he said brusquely, "I'll speak plainly. Obviously you're a man of high intellect, and we can skip the customary circumlocutions." "Yes," Slade said. "Please do." "Our time travel arrangements are of a specific nature, hence the name Muse. Do you grasp the meaning here?" Slade said, at a loss, but trying. "Let's see. A muse is an organism that functions to—" "That inspires," Mr. Manville broke in impatiently. "Slade, you are, let's face it, not a creative man. That's why you feel bored and unfulfilled. Do you paint, compose, make welded iron sculpture out of spaceship bodies and discarded lawn chairs? You don't. You do nothing. You're utterly passive, correct?" Slade nodded. "You've hit it, Mr. Manville." "I've hit nothing," Mr. Manville said irritably. "You don't follow me, Slade. Nothing will make you creative because you don't have it within you. You're too ordinary. I'm not going to get you started finger painting or basket weaving. I'm no Jungian analyst who believes art is the answer." Leaning back, he pointed his finger at Slade. "Look, Slade, we can help you, but you must be willing to help yourself first. Since you're not creative, the best you can hope for, and we can assist you here, is to inspire others who are creative. Do you see?" After a moment, Slade said, "I see, Mr. Manville. I do." "Right," Manville said, nodding. "Now, you can inspire a famous musician, like Mozart or Beethoven, or a scientist such as Albert Einstein, or a sculptor such as Sir Jacob Epstein. Any one of a number of people, writers, musicians, poets.
You could, for example, meet Sir Edward Gibbon during his travels to the Mediterranean and fall into a casual conversation with him and say something to this order. Look at the ruins of this ancient civilization all around us. I wonder, how does a mighty empire such as Rome come to fall into decay, fall into ruin, fall apart?
Good Lord, Slade said fervently. I see, Manville, I get it. I repeat the word fall over and over again to Gibbon, and due to me, he gets the idea of his great history of Rome, the decline and fall of the Roman Empire, and— he felt himself tremble. I helped.
Helped, Manville said. Slade, that's hardly the word. Without you, there would have been no such work. You, Slade, could be Sir Edward's muse. He leaned back, got out an Upmann cigar circa 1915, and lit up.
I think, Slade said, I'd like to mull this over. I want to be sure I inspire the proper person.
I mean, they all deserve to be inspired, but you want to find the person in terms of your own psychic needs. Manville agreed, puffing fragrant blue smoke. Take our brochure. He passed a large, shiny, multicolor 3D pop-up booklet to Slade. Take this home, read it, and come back to us when you're ready.
Slade said, God bless you, Mr. Manville.
And calm down, Manville said. The world isn't going to end. We know that here at Muse because we've looked. He smiled, and Slade managed to smile back. 2 days later, Jesse Slade returned to Muse Enterprises. Mr. Manville, he said, I know whom I want to inspire. He took a deep breath. I've thought, and what would mean the most to me would be if I could go back to Vienna and inspire Ludwig van Beethoven with the idea for the choral symphony. You know, that theme in the fourth movement that the baritone sings that goes, bum-bum-dee-da-dee-da, bum-bum, daughters of Elysium. You know. He flushed. I'm no musician, but all my life I've admired the Beethoven Ninth, and especially— It's been done, Manville said.
Eh?
He did not understand. It's been taken, Mr. Slade. Manville looked impatient as he sat at his great oak roll-top desk circa 1910. Bringing out a thick metal-staved black binder, he turned the pages. 2 years ago, Mrs. Ruby Welch of Montpelier, Idaho, went back to Vienna and inspired Beethoven with a theme for the choral movement of his Ninth. Manville slammed the binder shut and regarded Slade. Well, what's your second choice?
Stammering, Slade said, I'd have to think. Give me time.
Examining his watch, Manville said shortly, I'll give you 2 hours, until 3 this afternoon. Good day, Slade. He rose to his feet, and Slade automatically rose too. An hour later, in his cramped office at Concord Military Service Consultants, Jesse Slade realized in a flashing single instant who and what he wanted to inspire. At once he put on his coat, excused himself to sympathetic Mr. Nat, and hurried down the street to Muse Enterprises. Well, Mr. Slade, Manville said, seeing him enter. Back so soon. Come into the office. He strode ahead, leading the way. All right, let's have it. He shut the door after the two of them. Jesse Slade licked his dry lips, and then, coughing, said, Mr. Manville, I want to go back and inspire— well, let me explain. You know the great science fiction of the Golden Age between 1930 and 1970? Yes, Manville said impatiently, scowling as he listened. When I was in college, Slade said, getting my M.A. in English Lit, I had to read a good deal of 20th century science fiction, of course. Of the greats, there were 3 writers who stood out. The first was Robert Heinlein with his Future History. The second, Isaac Asimov with his Foundation epic series. And— he took a deep, shuddering breath— the man I did my paper on, Jack Dowland. Of the 3 of them, Dowland was considered the greatest. His Future History of the World began to appear in 1957 in both magazine form, as short stories, and in book form, as complete novels. By 1963, Dowland was regarded as... Mr. Manville said, Getting out the black binder, he began to thumb through it. 20th century science fiction. A rather specialized interest. Fortunately for you. Let's see. I hope, Slade said quietly, it hasn't been taken. Here is one client, Mr. Manville said. Leo Parks of Vacaville, California. He went back and inspired A.E. Van Vogt to avoid love stories and westerns and try science fiction. Turning more pages, Mr. Manville said, and last year a client of Muse Enterprises, Miss Julie Oxenblut of Kansas City, Kansas, asked to be permitted to inspire Robert Heinlein in his future history. Was it Heinlein, you said, Mr. Slade? No, Slade said. It was Jack Dowland, the greatest of the three. Heinlein was great, but I did much research on this, Mr. Manville, and Dowland was greater. No, it hasn't been done, Manville decided, closing up the black binder. From his desk drawer, he brought out a form. You fill this out, Mr. Slade, he said, and then we'll begin to roll on this matter. Do you know the year and the place at which Jack Dowland began work on his future history of the world? I do, Slade said. He was living in a little town on the then Route 40 in Nevada, a town called Purple Blossom, consisted of 3 gas stations, a cafe, a bar, and a general store. Dowland had moved there to get atmosphere. He wanted to write stories of the Old West in the form of TV scripts. He hoped to make a good deal of money. I see you know your subject, Manville said, impressed. Slade continued. While living in Purple Blossom, he did write a number of TV Western scripts, but somehow he found them unsatisfactory. In any case, he remained there, trying other fields, such as children's books and articles on teenage premarital sex for the slick magazines of the times. And then, all at once, in the year 1956, he suddenly turned to science fiction and immediately produced the greatest novelette seen to date in that field. That was the consensus gentium of the time, Mr. Manville, and I have read the story, and I agree. It was called The Father on the Wall, and it still appears in anthologies now and then. It's the kind of story that will never die. And the magazine in which it appeared, Fantasy and Science Fiction, will always be remembered for having published Dowland's first epic in its August 1957 issue. Nodding, Mr. Manville said, And this is the magnus opus which you wish to inspire, this and all that followed. You have it right, sir, Mr. Slade said. Fill out your form, Manville said, and we'll do the rest. He smiled at Slade, and Slade, confident, smiled back. The operator of the time ship, a short, heavy-set, crew-cut young man with strong features, said briskly to Slade, Okay, Bud, you ready or not? Make up your mind. Slade, for one last time, inspected his 20th century suit which Muse Enterprises had provided him, one of the services for the rather high fee which he had found himself paying. Narrow necktie, cuffless trousers, and Ivy League striped shirt. Yes, Slade decided. From what he knew of the period, it was authentic, right down to the sharp-pointed Italian shoes and the colorful stretched socks. He would pass without any difficulty as a citizen of the U.S. of 1956, even in Purple Blossom, Nevada. Now listen, the operator said, as he fastened the safety belt around Slade's middle. You got to remember a couple of things. First of all, the only way you can get back to 2040 is with me. You can't walk back. And second, you got to be careful not to change the past. I mean, stick to your one simple task of inspiring this individual, this Jack Dowland, and let it go at that. Of course, Slade said, puzzled at the admonition. Too many clients, the operator said. You'd be surprised how many go wild when they get back into the past. They get delusions of power and want to make all sorts of changes, eliminate wars, hunger, and poverty, you know, change history. I won't do that, Slade said. I have no interest in abstract cosmic ventures on that order. To him, inspiring Jack Dowland was cosmic enough. and yet he could empathize enough to understand the temptation. In his own work, he had seen all kinds of people. The operator slammed shut the hatch of the time-ship, made certain that Slade was strapped in properly, and then took his own seat at the controls. He snapped a switch, and a moment later, Slade was on his way to his vacation from monotonous office work, back to 1956, and the nearest he would come to a creative act in his life. The hot midday Nevada sun beat down, blinding him. Slade squinted, peered about nervously for the town of Purple Blossom. All he saw was dull rock and sand, the open desert with a single narrow road passing among the Joshua plants. "To the right," the operator of the time-ship said, pointing. "You can walk there in 10 minutes. You understand your contract, I hope. Better get it out and read it." From the breast pocket of his 1950s-style coat, Slade brought the long yellow contract form with Muse Enterprises. "It says you'll give me 36 hours, that you'll pick me up in this spot, and that it's my responsibility to be here. If I'm not and can't be brought back to my own time, the company is not liable." "Right," the operator said, and re-entered the time-ship. "Good luck, Mr. Slade. Or, as I should call you, Jack Dowland's Muse." He grinned, half in derision, half in friendly sympathy. And then the hatch shut after him. Jesse Slade was alone on the Nevada desert, a quarter-mile outside the tiny town of Purple Blossom. He began to walk, perspiring, wiping his neck with his handkerchief. There was no problem to locating Jack Dowland's house, since only 7 houses existed in the town. Slade stepped up onto the rickety wooden porch, glancing at the yard with its trash can, clothesline, discarded plumbing fixtures. Parked in the driveway, he saw a dilapidated car of some archaic sort, archaic even for the year 1956. He rang the bell, adjusted his tie nervously, and once more in his mind rehearsed what he intended to say. At this point in his life, Jack Dowland had written no science fiction. That was important to remember. It was, in fact, the entire point. This was the critical nexus in his life, history, this fateful ringing of his doorbell. Of course, Dowland did not know that. What was he doing within the house? Writing? Reading the funnies of a Reno newspaper? Sleeping? Footsteps. Tautly, Slade prepared himself. The door opened. A young woman wearing lightweight cotton trousers, her hair tied back with a ribbon, surveyed him calmly. What small, pretty feet she had, Slade noticed. She wore slippers. Her skin was smooth and shiny, and he found himself gazing intently, unaccustomed to seeing so much of a woman exposed. Both ankles were completely bare. "Yes?" the woman asked, pleasantly, but a trifle wearily. He saw now that she had been vacuuming. There in the living room was a tank-type GE vacuum cleaner. Its existence here proving that historians were wrong. The tank-type cleaner had not vanished in 1950 as was thought. Slade, thoroughly prepared, said smoothly, "Mrs. Dowland?" The woman nodded. Now a small child appeared to peep at him past its mother. "I'm a fan of your husband's monumental—" Oops, he thought that wasn't right. "Ahem," he corrected himself, using a 20th-century expression often found in books of that period. "Tisk, tisk," he said. "What I mean to say is this, madam. I know well the works of your husband Jack. I am here by means of a lengthy drive across the desert badlands to observe him in his habitat." He smiled hopefully. "You know Jack's work?" She seemed surprised, but thoroughly pleased. "On the telly," Slade said. "Fine scripts of his." He nodded. "You're English, are you?" Mrs. Dowland said. "Well, did you want to come in?" She held the door wide. "Jack is working right now up in the attic.
The children's noise bothers him, but I know he'd like to stop and talk to you, especially since you drove so far. You're Mr.
Slade, Slade said. Nice abode you possess here.
Thank you.
She led the way into a dark, cool kitchen, in the center of which he saw a round plastic table with wax milk carton, Melmac plate, sugar bowl, 2 coffee cups, and other amusing objects thereon. "Jack," she called at the foot of a flight of stairs, "there's a fan of yours here. He wants to see you." Far off above them a door opened. The sound of a person's steps, and then, as Slade stood rigidly, Jack Dowland appeared, young and good-looking, with slightly thinning brown hair, wearing a sweater and slacks, his lean, intelligent face beclouded with a frown. "I'm at work," he said curtly. "Even though I do it at home, it's a job like any other." He gazed at Slade. "What do you want? What do you mean you're a fan of my work? What work? Christ, it's been 2 months since I sold anything. I'm about ready to go out of my mind." Slade said, "Jack Dowland, that is because you have yet to find your proper genre." He heard his voice tremble. This was the moment. "Would you like a beer, Mr. Slade?" Mrs. Dowland asked. "Thank you, miss," Slade said. "Jack Dowland," he said, "I am here to inspire you." "Where are you from?" Dowland said suspiciously. "And how come you're wearing your tie that funny way?" "Funny in what respect?" Slade asked, feeling nervous. "With the knot at the bottom instead of up around your Adam's apple." Dowland walked around him now, studying him critically. "And why's your head shaved? You're too young to be bald." "The custom of this period," Slade said feebly, "demands a shaved head, at least in New York." "Shaved head, my ass," Dowland said. "Say, what are you? Some kind of a crank? What do you want?" "I want to praise you," Slade said. He felt angry now. A new emotion, indignation, filled him. He was not being treated properly, and he knew it. "Jack Dowland," he said, stuttering a little, "I know more about your work than you do. I know your proper genre is science fiction, and not television westerns. Better listen to me. I'm your muse." He was silent then, breathing noisily and with difficulty. Dowland stared at him, and then threw back his head and laughed. Also smiling, Mrs. Dowland said, "Well, I knew Jack had a muse, but I assumed it was female. Aren't all muses female?" "No," Slade said angrily. "Leon Parks of Vacaville, California, who inspired A.E. Van Vogt, was male." He seated himself at the plastic table, his legs being too wobbly now to support him. "Listen to me, Jack Dowland." "For God's sake," Dowland said, "either call me Jack or Dowland, but not both. It's not natural the way you're talking. Are you on tea or something?" He sniffed intently. "Tea?" Slade echoed, not understanding. "No, just a beer, please." Dowland said, "Well, get to the point. I'm anxious to be back at work. Even if it's done at home, it is work." It was now time for Slade to deliver his encomium. He had prepared it carefully. Clearing his throat, he began. "Jack, if I may call you that, I wonder why the hell you haven't tried science fiction. I figure that—" "I'll tell you why," Jack Dowland broke in. He paced back and forth, his hands in his trousers pockets. "Because there's going to be a hydrogen war. The future's black. Who wants to write about it? Key Reist." He shook his head. "And anyhow, who reads that stuff? Adolescents with skin trouble, misfits. And it's junk. Name me one good science fiction story. Just one. I picked up a magazine on a bus once when I was in Utah. Trash! I wouldn't write that trash even if it paid well. And I looked into it, and it doesn't pay well. Around 1/2 cent a word. And who can live on that?" Disgustedly, he started toward the stairs. "I'm going back to work." "Wait," Slade said, feeling desperate. All was going wrong. "Hear me out, Jack Dowland." "There you go with that funny talk again," Dowland said. But he paused, waiting. "Well?" he demanded. Slade said, "Mr. Dowland, I am from the future." He was not supposed to say that. Mr. Manville had warned him severely. But it seemed at the moment to be the only way out for him, the only thing that would stop Jack Dowland from walking off. "What?" Dowland said loudly. "The what?" "I am a time traveler," Slade said feebly, and was silent. Dowland walked back toward him. When he arrived at the time ship, Slade found the short-set operator seated on the ground before it, reading a newspaper. The operator glanced up, grinned, and said, "Back safe and sound, Mr. Slade. Come on, let's go." He opened the hatch and guided Slade within. "Take me back," Slade said. "Just take me back." "What's the matter? Didn't you enjoy your inspiring?" "I just want to go back to my own time," Slade said. "Okay," the operator said, raising an eyebrow. He strapped Slade into his seat and then took his own beside him. When they reached Muse Enterprises, Mr. Manville was waiting for them. "Slade," he said, "come inside." His face was dark. "I have a few words to say to you." When they were alone in Manville's office, Slade began, "He was in a bad mood, Mr. Manville. Don't blame me." He hung his head, feeling empty and futile. "You—" Manville stared down at him in disbelief. "You failed to inspire him. That's never happened before." "Maybe I can go back again," Slade said. "My God," Manville said. "You not only didn't inspire him, you turned him against science fiction." "How did you find this out?" Slade said. He had hoped to keep it quiet, make it his own secret to carry with him to the grave. Manville said bitingly, "All I had to do was keep my eye on the reference books dealing with literature of the 20th century. Half an hour after you left, the entire text on Jack Dowland, including the half-page devoted to his biography in the Britannica, vanished." Slade said nothing. He stared at the floor. "So I researched it," Manville said. "I had the computers at the University of California look up all extant citations on Jack Dowland." "Were there any?" Slade mumbled. "Yes," Manville said. "There were a couple. Minute, in rarefied technical articles dealing comprehensively and exhaustively with that period. Because of you, Jack Dowland is now completely unknown to the public, and was so even during his own day." He waved a finger at Slade, panting with wrath. "Because of you, Jack Dowland never wrote his epic future history of mankind. Because of your so-called inspiration, he continued to write scripts for TV westerns, and died at 46, an utterly anonymous hack." "No science fiction at all?" Slade asked, incredulous. Had he done that badly? He couldn't believe it. True, Dowland had bitterly repulsed every suggestion Slade had made. True, he had gone back up to his attic in a peculiar frame of mind after Slade had made his point. But, "All right," Manville said. "There exists one science fiction work by Jack Dowland, tiny, mediocre, and totally unknown." Reaching into his desk drawer, he grabbed out a yellowed ancient magazine, which he tossed to Slade. "One short story called Orpheus with Clay Feet, under the pen name Philip K. Dick. Nobody read it then, nobody reads it now. It was an account of a visit to Dowland by," he glared furiously at Slade, "by a well-intentioned idiot from the future with deranged visions of inspiring him to write a mythological history of the world to come. Well, Slade, what do you say?" Slade said heavily, "He used my visit as the basis for the story, obviously."
And it made him the only money he ever earned as a science fiction writer. Disappointingly little, barely enough to justify his effort in time. You're in the story, I'm in the story. Lord, Slade, you must have told him everything.
I did, Slade said, to convince him.
Well, he wasn't convinced. He thought you were a nut of some kind. He wrote the story, obviously, in a bitter frame of mind. Let me ask you this. Was he busy working when you arrived?
Yes, Slade said, but Mrs. Dowland said,
There was no Mrs. Dowland. Dowland never married. That must have been a neighbor's wife whom Dowland was having an affair with. No wonder he was furious. You broke in on his assignation with that girl, whoever she was. She's in the story, too. He put everything in and then gave up his house in Purple Blossom, Nevada, and moved to Dodge City, Kansas.
There was silence. Slade said at last. Well, could I try again? With someone else. I was thinking on the way back about Paul Ehrlich and his magic bullet, his discovery of the cure for—
Listen, Manville said. I've been thinking, too. You're going back, but not to inspire Dr. Ehrlich or Beethoven or Dowland or anybody like that, anybody useful to society.
With dread, Slade glanced up.
You're going back, Manville said between his teeth, to uninspire people, like Adolf Hitler and Karl Marx and Sanrome Klinger.
You mean you think I'm so ineffectual? Slade mumbled.
Exactly. We'll start with Hitler in his period of imprisonment after his first abortive attempt to seize power in Bavaria. The period in which he dictated Mein Kampf to Rudolf Hess. I've discussed this with my superiors, and it's all worked out. You'll be there as a fellow prisoner, you understand? And you'll recommend to Adolf Hitler, just as you recommended to Jack Dowland, that he write. In this case, a detailed autobiography laying out in detail his political program for the world. And if everything goes right—
I understand, Slade murmured, staring at the floor again. It's I'd say an inspired idea, but I'm afraid I've given onus to that word by now.
Don't credit me with the idea, Manville said. I got it out of Dowland's wretched story, Orpheus with Clay Feet. That's how he resolved it at the end.
He turned the pages of the ancient magazine until he came to the part he wanted.
Read that, Slade. You'll find that it carries you up to your encounter with me, and then you go off to do research on the Nazi Party so that you can best uninspire Adolf Hitler not to write his autobiography, and hence possibly prevent World War II. And if you fail to uninspire Hitler, we'll try you on Stalin. And if you fail to uninspire Stalin, then—
All right, Slade muttered. I understand. You don't have to spell it out for me.
And you'll do it, Manville said, because in Orpheus with Clay Feet you agree. So it's all decided already.
Slade nodded. Anything to make amends. To him, Manville said,
You idiot! How could you have done so badly?
It was an off day for me, Slade said. I'm sure I could do better the next time. Maybe with Hitler, he thought. Maybe I can do a terrific job of uninspiring him, better than anyone else ever did in uninspiring anyone in history.
We'll call you the Null Muse, Manville said.
Clever idea, Slade said.
Wearily, Manville said, Don't compliment me. Compliment Jack Dowland. It was in his story, too, at the very last.
And that's how it ends? Slade asked.
No, Manville said. It ends with me presenting you with a bill, the costs of sending you back to uninspire Adolf Hitler, $500 in advance. He held out his hand, just in case you never get back here.
Resignedly, in misery, Jesse Slade reached as slowly as possible into his 20th century coat pocket for his wallet. Note: Orpheus with Clay Feet, April 16, 1963. Published in Escapade circa 1964 under the pseudonym Jack Dowland. End note.
The Days of Perky Pat. At 10 in the morning, a terrific horn, familiar to him, hooted Sam Regan out of his sleep, and he cursed the care boy upstairs. He knew the racket was deliberate. The care boy, circling, wanted to be certain that flukers, and not merely wild animals, got the care parcels that were to be dropped. We'll get them, Sam Regan said to himself as he zipped his dust-proof overalls, put his feet into boots, and then grumpily sauntered as slowly as possible toward the ramp. Several other flukers joined him, all showing similar irritation. "He's early today," Todd Morrison complained, "and I'll bet it's all staples, sugar and flour and lard. Nothing interesting like, say, candy." "We ought to be grateful," Norman Shine said. "Grateful?" Todd halted to stare at him. "Grateful?" "Yes," Shine said. "What do you think we'd be eating without them, if they hadn't seen the clouds 10 years ago?" "Well," Todd said sullenly, "I just don't like them to come early. I actually don't exactly mind their coming as such." As he put his shoulders against the lid at the top of the ramp, Shine said genially, "That's mighty tolerant of you, Todd boy. I'm sure the care boys would be pleased to hear your sentiments." Of the three of them, Sam Regan was the last to reach the surface. He did not like the upstairs at all, and he did not care who knew it. And anyhow, no one could compel him to leave the safety of the Pinole fluke pit. It was entirely his business, and he noted now that a number of his fellow flukers had elected to remain below in their quarters, confident that those who did answer the horn would bring them back something. "It's bright," Todd murmured, blinking in the sun. The care ship sparkled close overhead, set against the gray sky as if hanging from an uneasy thread. Good pilot, this drop, Todd decided. He, or rather it, just lazily handles it in no hurry. Todd waved at the care ship, and once more the huge horn burst out its din, making him clap his hands to his ears. "Hey, a joke's a joke," he said to himself. And then the horn ceased. The care boy had relented. "Wave to him to drop," Norm Shine said to Todd. "You've got the wigwag." "Sure," Todd said, and began laboriously flapping the red flag, which the Martian creatures had long ago provided, back and forth, back and forth. A projectile slid from the underpart of the ship, tossed out stabilizers, spiraled toward the ground. "Shoot," Sam Regan said with disgust. "It is Staples. They don't have the parachute." He turned away, not interested. How miserable the upstairs looked today, he thought as he surveyed the scene surrounding him. There, to the right, the uncompleted house which someone, not far from their pit, had begun to build out of lumber salvaged from Vallejo 10 miles to the north. Animals or radiation dust had gotten the builder, and so his work remained where it was. It would never be put to use. And Sam Regan saw an unusually heavy precipitate had formed since last he had been up here, Thursday morning or perhaps Friday. He had lost exact track. The darned dust, he thought. Just rocks, pieces of rubble, and the dust. World's becoming a dusty object with no one to whisk it off regularly. "How about you?" he asked silently of the Martian care boy flying in slow circles overhead. "Isn't your technology limitless? Can't you appear some morning with a dust rag, 1,000,000 miles in surface area, and restore our planet to pristine newness?" Or rather, he thought, to pristine oldness, the way it was in the old days, as the children call it. We'd like that. While you're looking for something to give us in the way of further aid, try that. The care boy circled once more, searching for signs of writing in the dust, a message from the flukers below. I'll write that, Sam thought. Bring dust rag. Restore our civilization. Okay, Care Boy? All at once, the Care ship shot off, no doubt on its way back home to its base on Luna, or perhaps all the way to Mars. From the open fluke pit hole up which the three of them had come, a further head poked. A woman. Jean Regan, Sam's wife, appeared, shielded by a bonnet against the gray, blinding sun, frowning and saying, "Anything important? Anything new?" "Afraid not," Sam said. The Care parcel projectile had landed, and he walked toward it, scuffing his boots in the dust. The hull of the projectile had cracked open from the impact, and he could see the canisters already. It looked to be 5,000 pounds of salt. Might as well leave it up here so the animals wouldn't starve, he decided. He felt despondent. How peculiarly anxious the Care boys were, concerned all the time that the mainstays of existence be ferried from their own planet to Earth. They must think we eat all day long, Sam thought. My God, the pit was filled to capacity with stored foods, but of course it had been one of the smallest public shelters in Northern California. "Hey," Shine said, stooping down by the projectile and peering into the crack opened along its side. "I believe I see something we can use." He found a rusted metal pole. Once it had helped reinforce the concrete side of an old-days public building, and poked at the projectile, stirring its release mechanism into action. The mechanism, triggered off, popped the rear half of the projectile open, and there lay the contents. "Looks like radios in that box," Todd said. "Transistor radios." Thoughtfully stroking his short black beard, he said, "Maybe we can use them for something new in our layouts." "Mine's already got a radio," Shine pointed out. "Well, build an electronic self-directing lawnmower with the parts," Todd said. "You don't have that, do you?" He knew the Shine's perky pat layout fairly well. The two couples, he and his wife with Shine and his, had played together a good deal, being almost evenly matched. Sam Regan said, "Dibs on the radios, because I can use them." His layout lacked the automatic garage door opener that both Shine and Todd had. He was considerably behind them. "Let's get to work," Shine agreed. "We'll leave the staples here and just cart back the radios. If anybody wants the staples, let them come here and get them, before the do-cats do." Nodding, the other two men fell to the job of carting the useful contents of the projectile to the entrance of their fluke pit ramp, for use in their precious, elaborate, perky-pat layouts. Seated cross-legged with his whetstone, Timothy Shine, 10 years old and aware of his many responsibilities, sharpened his knife slowly and expertly. Meanwhile, disturbing him, his mother and father noisily quarreled with Mr. and Mrs. Morrison on the far side of the partition. They were playing Perky Pat again, as usual. How many times today they have to play that dumb game? Timothy asked himself. Forever, I guess. He could see nothing in it, but his parents played on anyhow, and they weren't the only ones. He knew from what other kids said, even from other fluke pits, that their parents too played Perky Pat most of the day, and sometimes even on into the night. His mother said loudly, "Perky Pat's going to the grocery store, and it's got one of those electric eyes that opens the door. Look." A pause. "See, it opened for her, and now she's inside." "She pushes a cart," Timothy's dad added in support. "No, she doesn't," Mrs. Morrison contradicted. "That's wrong. She gives her list to the grocer, and he fills it." "That's only in little neighborhood stores," his mother explained. "And this is a supermarket. You can tell because of the electric eye door." "I'm sure all grocery stores had electric eye doors," Mrs. Morrison said stubbornly, and her husband chimed in with his agreement. Now the voices rose in anger. Another squabble had broken out, as usual. "Aw, come to them,"
Timothy said to himself, using the strongest word which he and his friends knew. What's a supermarket anyhow? He tested the blade of his knife. He had made it himself, originally, out of a heavy metal pan, and then hopped to his feet. A moment later, he had sprinted silently down the hall and was rapping his special rap on the door of the chamberlain's quarters. Fred, also 10 years old, answered, "Hi, ready to go? I see you got that old knife of yours sharpened. What do you think we'll catch?" "Not a ducat," Timothy said. "A lot better than that. I'm tired of eating ducat. Too peppery." "Your parents playing Perky Pat?" "Yeah." Fred said, "My mom and dad have been gone for a long time, off playing with the Bentleys." He glanced sideways at Timothy, and in an instant they had shared their mute disappointment regarding their parents. Gosh, and maybe the darn game was all over the world by now. That would not have surprised either of them. "How come your parents play it?" Timothy asked. "Same reason yours do," Fred said. Hesitating, Timothy said, "Well, why? I don't know why they do. I'm asking you. Can't you say?" "It's because—" Fred broke off. "Ask them. Come on, let's get upstairs and start hunting." His eyes shone. "Let's see what we can catch and kill today." Shortly, they had ascended the ramp, popped open the lid, and were crouching amidst the dust and rocks, searching the horizon. Timothy's heart pounded. This moment always overwhelmed him, the first instant of reaching the upstairs, the thrilling initial sight of the expanse, because it was never the same. The dust, heavier today, had a darker gray color to it than before. It seemed denser, more mysterious. Here and there, covered by many layers of dust, lay parcels dropped from past relief ships, dropped and left to deteriorate, never to be claimed. And, Timothy saw, an additional new projectile which had arrived that morning. Most of its cargo could be seen within. The grown-ups had not had any use for the majority of the contents today. "Look," Fred said softly. 2 ducats, mutant dogs or cats, no one knew for sure, could be seen, lightly sniffing at the projectile, attracted by the unclaimed contents. "We don't want them," Timothy said. "That one's sure nice and fat," Fred said longingly. But it was Timothy that had the knife. All he himself had was a string with a metal bolt on the end, a bull-roarer that could kill a bird or small animal at a distance, but useless against a ducat, which generally weighed 15 to 20 pounds, and sometimes more. High up in the sky, a dot moved at immense speed, and Timothy knew that it was a care ship heading for another fluke pit, bringing supplies to it. Sure are busy, he thought to himself. Those care boys always coming and going. They never stop, because if they did, the grown-ups would die. Wouldn't that be too bad, he thought ironically. Sure be sad. Fred said, "Wave to it, and maybe it'll drop something." He grinned at Timothy, and then they both broke out laughing. "Sure," Timothy said. "Let's see. What do I want?" Again the two of them laughed at the idea of them wanting something. The 2 boys had the entire upstairs, as far as the eye could see. They had even more than the care boys had, and that was plenty, more than plenty. "Do you think they know," Fred said, "that our parents play Perky Pat with furniture made out of what they drop? I bet they don't know about Perky Pat. They never have seen a Perky Pat doll, and if they did, they'd be really mad." "You're right," Timothy said. "They'd be so sore they'd probably stop dropping stuff." He glanced at Fred, catching his eye. "Ah, no," Fred said. "We shouldn't tell them. Your dad would beat you again if you did that, and probably me, too." Even so, it was an interesting idea. He could imagine first the surprise and then the anger of the care boys.
It would be fun to see that. See the reaction of the eight-legged Martian creatures who had so much charity inside their warty bodies, the cephalopodic univalve mollusk-like organisms who had voluntarily taken it upon themselves to supply succor to the waning remnants of the human race. This was how they got paid back for their charity, this utterly wasteful, stupid purpose to which their goods were being put. This stupid Perky Pat game that all the adults played. And anyhow, it would be very hard to tell them. There was almost no communication between humans and care boys. They were too different. Acts, deeds could be done, conveying something, but not mere words, not mere signs. And anyhow, a great brown rabbit bounded by to the right, past the half-completed house. Timothy whipped out his knife. "Oh, boy!" he said aloud in excitement. "Let's go!" He set off across the rubbly ground, Fred a little behind him. Gradually they gained on the rabbit. Swift running came easy to the two boys. They had done much practicing. "Throw the knife!" Fred panted, and Timothy, skidding to a halt, raised his right arm, paused to take aim, and then hurled the sharpened, weighted knife, his most valuable, self-made possession. It cleaved the rabbit straight through its vitals. The rabbit tumbled, slid, raising a cloud of dust. "I bet we can get $1 for that," Fred exclaimed, leaping up and down. "The hide alone! I bet we can get 50 cents just for the darn hide." Together they hurried toward the dead rabbit, wanting to get there before a red-tailed hawk or a day owl swooped on it from the gray sky above. Bending, Norman Shine picked up his Perky Pat doll and said sullenly, "I'm quitting. I don't want to play any more." Distressed, his wife protested. "But we've got Perky Pat all the way downtown in her new Ford hardtop convertible, and parked, and a dime in the meter, and she's shopped, and now she's in the analyst's office reading Fortune. We're way ahead of the Morrisons. Why do you want to quit, Norm?" "We just don't agree," Norman grumbled. "You say analysts charged $20 an hour, and I distinctly remember them charging only 10. Nobody could charge 20. So you're penalizing our side, and for what? The Morrisons agree it was only 10, don't you?" he said to Mr. and Mrs. Morrison, who squatted on the far side of the layout which combined both couples' Perky Pat sets. Helen Morrison said to her husband, "You went to the analyst more than I did. Are you sure he charged only 10? "Well, I went mostly to group therapy," Todd said, "at the Berkeley State Mental Hygiene Clinic, and they charged according to your ability to pay. And Perky Pat is at a private psychoanalyst." "We'll have to ask someone else," Helen said to Norman Shine. "I guess all we can do now this minute is suspend the game." He found himself being glared at by her, too, now, because by his insistence on the one point, he had put an end to their game for the whole afternoon. "Shall we leave it all set up?" Fran Shine asked. "We might as well. Maybe we can finish tonight after dinner." Norman Shine gazed down at their combined layout, the swanky shops, the well-lit streets with the parked new-model cars, all of them shiny, the split-level house itself, where Perky Pat lived and where she entertained Leonard, her boyfriend. It was the house that he perpetually yearned for. The house was the real focus of the layout, of all the Perky Pat layouts, however much they might otherwise differ. Perky Pat's wardrobe, for instance, there in the closet of the house, the big bedroom closet, her capri pants, her white cotton short shorts, her two-piece polka-dot swimsuit, her fuzzy sweaters, and there in her bedroom, her hi-fi set, her collection of long-playing records. It had been this way once, really been like this in the old days. Norm Shine could remember his own LP record collection, and he had once had clothes almost as swanky as Perky Pat's boyfriend Leonard. Cashmere jackets and tweed suits and Italian sports shirts and shoes made in England.
He hadn't owned a Jaguar XKE sports car like Leonard did, but he had owned a fine-looking old 1963 Mercedes-Benz, which he had used to drive to work. We lived then, Norm Shine said to himself, like Perky Pat and Leonard do now. This is how it actually was. To his wife he said, pointing to the clock radio which Perky Pat kept beside her bed, "Remember our GE clock radio? How it used to wake us up in the morning with classical music from that FM station KSFR? The Wolfgangers, the program was called, from 6 a.m. to 9 every morning." "Yes," Fran said, nodding soberly. "And you used to get up before me. I knew I should have gotten up and fixed bacon and hot coffee for you, but it was so much fun just indulging myself, not stirring for half an hour longer until the kids woke up." "Woke up, hell! They were awake before we were," Norm said. "Don't you remember? They were in the back watching the Three Stooges on TV until 8. Then I got up and fixed hot cereal for them, and then I went on to my job at Ampex down at Redwood City." "Oh, yes," Fran said. "The TV." Their Perky Pat did not have a TV set. They had lost it to the Regans in a game a week ago, and Norm had not yet been able to fashion another one realistic-looking enough to substitute. So, in a game, they pretended now that the TV repairman had come for it. That was how they explained their Perky Pat not having something she really would have had. Norm thought, playing this game, it's like being back there, back in the world before the war. That's why we play it, I suppose. He felt shame, but only fleetingly. The shame, almost at once, was replaced by the desire to play a little longer. "Let's not quit," he said suddenly. "I'll agree the psychoanalyst would have charged Perky Pat $20, okay?" "Okay," both the Morrisons said together, and they settled back down once more to resume the game. Todd Morrison had picked up their Perky Pat. He held it, stroking its blonde hair. Theirs was blonde, whereas the Shine's was a brunette, and fiddling with the snaps of its skirt. "Whatever are you doing?" his wife inquired. "Nice skirt she has," Todd said. "You did a good job sewing it." Norm said, "Ever know a girl back in the old days that looked like Perky Pat?" "No." Todd Morrison said somberly, "Wish I had, though. I saw girls like Perky Pat, especially when I was living in Los Angeles during the Korean War. But I just could never manage to know them personally. And, of course, there were really terrific girl singers like Peggy Lee and Julie London. They looked a lot like Perky Pat." "Play," Fran said vigorously, and Norm, whose turn it was, picked up the spinner and spun. 11, he said. "That gets my Leonard out of the sports car repair garage and on his way to the racetrack." He moved the Leonard doll ahead. Thoughtfully, Todd Morrison said, "You know, I was out the other day hauling in perishables which the care boys had dropped. Bill Ferner was there, and he told me something interesting. He met a fluker from a fluke pit down where Oakland used to be. And at that fluke pit, you know what they play? Not Perky Pat. They never have heard of Perky Pat." "Well, what do they play, then?" Helen asked. "They have another doll entirely." Frowning, Todd continued, "Bill says the Oakland fluker called it a Connie companion doll. Ever hear of that?" "A Connie companion doll," Fran said thoughtfully. "How strange. I wonder what she's like. Does she have a boyfriend?" "Oh, sure," Todd said. "His name is Paul. Connie and Paul. You know, we ought to hike down there to that Oakland fluke pit one of these days and see what Connie and Paul look like and how they live. Maybe we could learn a few things to add to our own layouts." Norm said, "Maybe we could play them." Puzzled, Fran said, "Could a Perky Pat play a Connie companion? Is that possible?
I wonder what would happen."
There was no answer from any of the others, because none of them knew. As they skinned the rabbit, Fred said to Timothy, "Where did the name fluker come from? It's sure an ugly word. Why do they use it?"
"A fluker is a person who lived through the hydrogen war," Timothy explained. "You know, by a fluke. A fluke of fate, see? Because almost everyone was killed. There used to be thousands of people."
"But what's a fluke, then? When you say a fluke of fate—"
"A fluke is when fate has decided to spare you," Timothy said. And that was all he had to say on the subject. That was all he knew. Fred said thoughtfully, "But you and we're not flukers because we weren't alive when the war broke out. We were born after." "Right," Timothy said.
"So anyone who calls me a fluker," Fred said, "is going to get hit in the eye with my bull roarer."
"And careboy," Timothy said. "That's a made-up word, too. It's from when stuff was dumped from jet planes and ships to people in a disaster area. They were called care parcels because they came from people who cared."
"I know that," Fred said. "I didn't ask that."
"Well, I told you anyhow," Timothy said.
The two boys continued skinning the rabbit.
Jean Regan said to her husband, "Have you heard about the Connie companion doll?" She glanced down the long, rough-board table to make sure none of the other families was listening. "Sam," she said, "I heard it from Helen Morrison. She heard it from Todd, and he heard it from Bill Ferner, I think, so it's probably true."
"What's true?" Sam said.
"That in the Oakland fluke pit they don't have Perky Pat. They have Connie Companion. And it occurred to me that maybe some of this, you know, this sort of emptiness, this boredom we feel now and then, maybe if we saw the Connie Companion doll and how she lives, maybe we could add enough to our own layout to—" She paused, reflecting, "to make it more complete."
"I don't care for the name," Sam Regan said. "Connie Companion. It sounds cheap." He spooned up some of the plain, utilitarian grain mash which the Care Boys had been dropping of late, and, as he ate a mouthful, he thought, "I'll bet Connie Companion doesn't eat slop like this. I'll bet she eats cheeseburgers with all the trimmings at a high-type drive-in."
"Could we make a trek down there?" Jean asked.
"To Oakland Fluke Pit?" Sam stared at her. "It's 15 miles, all the way on the other side of the Berkeley Fluke Pit."
"But this is important," Jean said stubbornly. "And Bill says that a fluker from Oakland came all the way up here in search of electronic parts or something. So if he can do it, we can. We've got the dust suits they dropped us. I know we could do it."
Little Timothy Shine, sitting with his family, had overheard her. Now he spoke up.
"Mrs. Regan, Fred Chamberlain and we could trek down that far if you pay us. What do you say?"
He nudged Fred, who sat beside him.
"Couldn't we? For maybe $5?
Fred, his face serious, turned to Mrs. Regan and said,
"We could get you a Connie Companion doll for $5 for each of us."
"Good grief," Jean Regan said, outraged, and dropped the subject. But later, after dinner, she brought it up again when she and Sam were alone in their quarters. "Sam, I've got to see it," she burst out. Sam, in a galvanized tub, was taking his weekly bath, so he had to listen to her.
"Now that we know it exists, we have to play against someone in the Oakland Fluke Pit. At least we can do that, can't we? Please?"
She paced back and forth in the small room, her hands clasped tensely.
"Connie Companion may have a standard station and an airport terminal with jet landing strip and color TV and a French restaurant where they serve escargot, like the one you and I went to when we were first married. I just have to see her layout."
"I don't know," Sam said hesitantly. There's something about Connie Companion Doll that makes me uneasy. What could it possibly be? I don't know. Jean said bitterly, "It's because you know her layout is so much better than ours, and she's so much more than Perky Pat." "Maybe that's it," Sam murmured. "If you don't go, if you don't try to make contact with them down at the Oakland Fluke Pit, someone else will. Someone with more ambition will get ahead of you, like Norman Shine. He's not afraid the way you are." Sam said nothing. He continued with his bath, but his hands shook. A care boy had recently dropped complicated pieces of machinery which were evidently a form of mechanical computer. For several weeks the computers, if that was what they were, had sat about the pit in their cartons unused. But now Norman Shine was finding something to do with one. At the moment he was busy adapting some of its gears, the smallest ones, to form a garbage disposal unit for his Perky Pat's kitchen. Using the tiny special tools, designed and built by inhabitants of the Fluke Pit, which were necessary in fashioning environmental items for Perky Pat, he was busy at his hobby bench. Thoroughly engrossed in what he was doing, he all at once realized that Fran was standing directly behind him watching. "I get nervous when I'm watched," Norm said, holding a tiny gear with a pair of tweezers. "Listen," Fran said, "I've thought of something. Does this suggest anything to you?" She placed before him one of the transistor radios which had been dropped the day before. "It suggests that garage door opener already thought of," Norm said irritably. He continued with his work, expertly fitting the miniature pieces together in the sink drain of Pat's kitchen. Such delicate work demanded maximum concentration. Fran said, "It suggests that there must be radio transmitters on Earth somewhere, or the care boys wouldn't have dropped these." "So?" Norm said, uninterested. "Maybe our mayor has one," Fran said. "Maybe there's one right here in our own pit, and we could use it to call the Oakland Fluke Pit. Representatives from there could meet us halfway, say at the Berkeley Fluke Pit, and we could play there, so we wouldn't have that long 15-mile trip." Norman hesitated in his work. He set the tweezers down and said slowly, "I think possibly you're right." But if their mayor, Hooker Glebe, had a radio transmitter, would he let them use it? And if he did... "We can try," Fran urged. "It wouldn't hurt to try." "Okay," Norm said, rising from his hobby bench. The short, sly-faced man in army uniform, the mayor of the Pinole Fluke Pit, listened in silence as Norm Shine spoke. Then he smiled a wise, cunning smile. "Sure, I have a radio transmitter. Had it all the time, 50-watt output. But why would you want to get in touch with the Oakland Fluke Pit?" Guardedly, Norm said, "That's my business." Hooker Glebe said thoughtfully, "I'll let you use it for $15. It was a nasty shock, and Norm recoiled. Good Lord, all the money he and his wife had. They needed every bill of it for use in playing Perky Pat. Money was the tender in the game. There was no other criterion by which one could tell if he had won or lost. "That's too much," he said aloud. "Well, say 10, the mayor said, shrugging. In the end, they settled for $6.50 piece. "I'll make the radio contact for you," Hooker Glebe said, "because you don't know how. It will take time." He began turning a crank at the side of the generator of the transmitter. "I'll notify you when I've made contact with them, but give me the money now." He held out his hand for it, and with great reluctance, Norm paid him. It was not until late that evening that Hooker managed to establish contact with Oakland. Pleased with himself, beaming in self-satisfaction, he appeared at the Shine's quarters during their dinner hour. "All set," he announced. "Say, you know there are actually 9 fluke pits in Oakland? I didn't know that. Which you want?" "I've got one with the radio code of red vanilla." He chuckled. "They're tough and suspicious down there. It was hard to get any of them to answer." Leaving his evening meal, Norman hurried to the mayor's quarters, Hooker puffing along after him. The transmitter, sure enough, was on, and static wheezed from the speaker of its monitoring unit. Awkwardly, Norm seated himself at the microphone. "Do I just talk?" he asked Hooker Glebe. "Just say, 'This is Pinole Fluke Pit calling.' Repeat that a couple of times, and then when they acknowledge, you say what you want to say." The mayor fiddled with controls of the transmitter, fussing in an important fashion. "This is Pinole Fluke Pit," Norm said loudly into the microphone. Almost at once, a clear voice from the monitor said, "This is Red Vanilla 3 answering." The voice was cold and harsh. It struck him forcefully as distinctly alien. Hooker was right. "Do you have Connie Companion down there where you are?" "Yes, we do," the Oakland fluker answered. "Will I challenge you?" Norman said, feeling the veins in his throat pulse with the tension of what he was saying. "We're Perky Pat in this area. We'll play Perky Pat against your Connie Companion. Where can we meet?" "Perky Pat," the Oakland fluker echoed. "Yeah, I know about her. What would the stakes be, in your mind?" "Up here we play for paper money, mostly," Norman said, feeling that his response was somehow lame. "We've got lots of paper money," the Oakland fluker said cuttingly. "That wouldn't interest any of us. What else?" "I don't know." He felt hampered, talking to someone he could not see. He was not used to that. People should, he thought, be face to face. Then you can see the other person's expression. This was not natural. "Let's meet halfway," he said, "and discuss it. Maybe we could meet at the Berkeley Fluke Pit. How about that?" The Oakland fluker said, "That's too far. You mean lug our Connie Companion layout all that way? It's too heavy, and something might happen to it." "No, just to discuss rules and stakes," Norman said. Dubiously, the Oakland fluker said, "Well, I guess we could do that. But you better understand, we take Connie Companion doll pretty damn seriously. You better be prepared to talk terms." "We will," Norm assured him. All this time, Mayor Hooker Glebe had been cranking the handle of the generator. Perspiring, his face bloated with exertion, he motioned angrily for Norm to conclude his palaver. "At the Berkeley Fluke Pit," Norm finished, "in 3 days. And send your best player, the one who has the biggest and most authentic layout. Our Perky Pat layouts are works of art, you understand." The Oakland fluker said, "We'll believe that when we see them. After all, we've got carpenters and electricians and plasterers here building our layouts. I'll bet you're all unskilled." "Not as much as you think," Norm said hotly, and laid down the microphone. To Hooker Glebe, who had immediately stopped cranking, he said, "We'll beat them. Wait till they see the garbage disposal unit I'm making for my Perky Pat. Did you know there were people back in the old days, I mean, real, alive human beings, who didn't have garbage disposal units?" "I remember," Hooker said peevishly. "Say, you got a lot of cranking for your money. I think you gypped me talking so long." He eyed Norm with such hostility that Norm began to feel uneasy. After all, the mayor of the pit had the authority to evict any fluker he wished. That was their law. "I'll give you the fire alarm box I just finished the other day," Norm said. "In my layout, it goes at the corner of the block where Perky Pat's boyfriend Leonard lives. Good enough, Hooker agreed, and his hostility faded. It was replaced at once by desire. Let's see it, Norm. I bet it'll go good in my layout. A fire alarm box is just what I need to complete my first block where I have the mailbox. Thank you. You're welcome, Norm sighed philosophically. When he returned from the 2-day trek to the Berkeley fluke pit, his face was so grim that his wife knew at once that the parley with the Oakland people had not gone well. That morning a care boy had dropped cartons of a synthetic tea-like drink. She fixed a cup of it for Norman, waiting to hear what had taken place 8 miles to the south. We haggled, Norm said, seated wearily on the bed which he and his wife and child all shared. They don't want money. They don't want goods. Naturally not goods, because the darn care boys are dropping regularly down there, too. What will they accept, then? Norm said, Perky Pat herself. He was silent then. Oh, good Lord, she said, appalled. But if we win, Norm pointed out, we win Connie Companion. And the layouts? What about them? We keep our own. It's just Perky Pat herself, not Leonard, not anything else. But, she protested, what'll we do if we lose Perky Pat? I can make another one, Norm said, given time. There's still a big supply of thermoplastics and artificial hair here in the pit. And I have plenty of different paints. It would take at least a month, but I could do it. I don't look forward to the job, I admit, but... His eyes glinted. Don't look on the dark side. Imagine what it would be like to win Connie Companion, doll. I think we may well win. Their delegate seemed smart, and, as Hooker said, tough. But the one I talked to didn't strike me as being very fluky. You know, on good terms with luck. And after all, the element of luck, of chance, entered into each stage of the game through the agency of the spinner. It seems wrong, Fran said, to put up Perky Pat herself. But if you say so... She managed to smile a little. I'll go along with it. And if you won Connie Companion, who knows? You might be elected mayor when Hooker dies. Imagine, to have won somebody else's doll. Not just the game, the money, but the doll itself. I can win, Norm said soberly, because I'm very fluky. He could feel it in him, the same flukiness that had got him through the hydrogen war alive, that had kept him alive ever since. You either have it or you don't, he realized, and I do. His wife said, Shouldn't we ask Hooker to call a meeting of everyone in the pit and send the best player out of our entire group so as to be the surest of winning? Listen, Norm Shine said emphatically, I'm the best player. I'm going, and so are you. We make a good team, and we don't want to break it up. Anyhow, we'll need at least 2 people to carry Perky Pat's layout. All in all, he judged, their layout weighed 60 pounds. His plan seemed to him to be satisfactory, but when he mentioned it to the others living in the Pinole fluke pit, he found himself facing sharp disagreement. The whole next day was filled with argument. You can't lug your layout all that way yourselves, Sam Regan said. Either take more people with you or carry your layout in a vehicle of some sort, such as a cart. He scowled at Norm. Where'd I get a cart? Norm demanded. Maybe something could be adapted, Sam said. I'll give you every bit of help I can. Personally, I'd go along, but as I told my wife, this whole idea worries me. He thumped Norm on the back. I admire your courage, you and Fran, setting off this way. I wish I had what it takes. He looked unhappy. In the end, Norm settled on a wheelbarrow. He and Fran would take turns pushing it. That way neither of them would have to carry any load above and beyond their food and water, and, of course, knives by which to protect them from the Ducats.
As they were carefully placing the elements of their layout in the wheelbarrow, Norm Shine's boy, Timothy, came sidling up to them. "Take me along, Dad," he pleaded. "For 50 cents, I'll go as guide and scout, and also I'll help you catch food along the way." "We'll manage fine," Norm said. "You stay here in the fluke pit. You'll be safer here." It annoyed him, the idea of his son tagging along on an important venture such as this. It was almost sacrilegious. "Kiss us goodbye," Fran said to Timothy, smiling at him briefly. Then her attention returned to the layout within the wheelbarrow. "I hope it doesn't tip over," she said fearfully to Norm. "Not a chance," Norm said, "if we're careful." He felt confident. A few moments later, they began wheeling the wheelbarrow up the ramp to the lid at the top, to upstairs. Their journey to the Berkeley fluke pit had begun. A mile outside the Berkeley fluke pit, he and Fran began to stumble over empty drop canisters, and some only partly empty. Remains of past care parcels, such as littered the surface near their own pit. Norm Shine breathed a sigh of relief. The journey had not been so bad after all, except that his hands had become blistered from gripping the metal handles of the wheelbarrow, and Fran had turned her ankle so that now she walked with a painful limp. But it had taken them less time than he had anticipated, and his mood was one of buoyancy. Ahead, a figure appeared, crouching low in the ash. A boy. Norm waved at him and called, "Hey, Sonny, we're from the Pinole pit. We're supposed to meet a party from Oakland here. Do you remember me?" The boy, without answering, turned and scampered off. "Nothing to be afraid of," Norm said to his wife. "He's going to tell their mayor. A nice old fellow named Ben Fenimore." Soon, several adults appeared, approaching warily. With relief, Norm set the legs of the wheelbarrow down into the ash, letting go and wiping his face with his handkerchief. "Has the Oakland team arrived yet?" he called. "Not yet," a tall, elderly man with a white armband and ornate cap answered. "It's you, Shine, isn't it?" he said, peering. This was Ben Fenimore. "Back already with your layout." Now the Berkeley flukers had begun crowding around the wheelbarrow, inspecting the Shine's layout. Their faces showed admiration. "They have Perky Pat here," Norm explained to his wife. "But," he lowered his voice, "their layouts are only basic. Just a house, wardrobe, and car. They've built almost nothing. No imagination." One Berkeley fluker, a woman, said wonderingly to Fran, "And you made each of the pieces of furniture yourselves?" Marveling, she turned to the man beside her. "See what they've accomplished, Ed?" "Yes," the man answered, nodding. "Say," he said to Fran and Norm, "can we see it all set up? You're going to set it up in our pit, aren't you?" "We are indeed," Norm said. The Berkeley flukers helped push the wheelbarrow the last mile, and before long they were descending the ramp to the pit below the surface. "It's a big pit," Norm said knowingly to Fran. "Must be 2,000 people here. This is where the University of California was." "I see," Fran said, a little timid at entering a strange pit. It was the first time in years, since the war in fact, that she had seen any strangers, and so many at once. It was almost too much for her. Norm felt her shrink back, pressing against him in fright. When they had reached the first level and were starting to unload the wheelbarrow, Ben Fenimore came up to them and said softly, "I think the Oakland people have been spotted. We just got a report of activity upstairs, so be prepared." He added, "We're rooting for you, of course, because you're Perky Pat, the same as us." "Have you ever seen Connie Companion doll?" Fran asked him. "No, ma'am," Fenimore answered courteously, "but naturally we've heard about it, being neighbors to Oakland and all.
I'll tell you one thing. We hear that Connie Companion Doll is a bit older than Perky Pat. You know, more, mature. He explained, I just wanted to prepare you. Norm and Fran glanced at each other. Thanks, Norm said slowly. Yes, we should be as much prepared as possible. How about Paul? Oh, he's not much, Fenimore said. Connie runs things. I don't even think Paul has a real apartment of his own. But you better wait until the Oakland flukers get here. I don't want to mislead you. My knowledge is all hearsay, you understand. Another Berkeley fluker standing nearby spoke up. I saw Connie once, and she's much more grown up than Perky Pat. How old do you figure Perky Pat is? Norm asked him. Oh, I'd say 17 or 18, Norm was told. And Connie? He waited tensely. Oh, she might be 25, even. From the ramp behind them they heard noises. More Berkeley flukers appeared, and after them 2 men, carrying between them a platform on which, spread out, Norm saw a great, spectacular layout. This was the Oakland team, and they weren't a couple, a man and wife. They were both men, and they were hard-faced with stern, remote eyes. They jerked their heads briefly at him and Fran, acknowledging their presence. And then, with enormous care, they set down the platform on which their layout rested. Behind them came a third Oakland fluker carrying a metal box much like a lunch pail. Norm, watching, knew instinctively that in the box lay Connie Companion Doll. The Oakland fluker produced a key and began unlocking the box. We're ready to begin playing any time, the taller of the Oakland men said. As we agreed in our discussion, we'll use a numbered spinner instead of dice. Less chance of cheating that way. Agreed, Norm said. Hesitantly, he held out his hand. I'm Norman Shine, and this is my wife and play partner, Fran. The Oakland man, evidently the leader, said, I'm Walter R. Wynne. This is my partner here, Charlie Dowd. And the man with the box, that's Peter Foster. He isn't going to play, he just guards our layout. Wynne glanced about at the Berkeley flukers as if saying, I know you're all partial to Perky Pat in here, but we don't care, we're not scared. Fran said, We're ready to play, Mr. Wynne. Her voice was low but controlled. What about money? Fenimore asked. I think both teams have plenty of money, Wynne said. He laid out several $1,000s in greenbacks, and now Norm did the same. The money, of course, is not a factor in this, except as a means of conducting the game. Norm nodded. He understood perfectly. Only the dolls themselves mattered, and now for the first time he saw Connie Companion Doll. She was being placed in her bedroom by Mr. Foster, who evidently was in charge of her. And the sight of her took his breath away. Yes, she was older, a grown woman, not a girl at all. The difference between her and Perky Pat was acute. And so lifelike, carved, not poured. She obviously had been whittled out of wood and then painted. She was not a thermoplastic. And her hair, it appeared to be genuine hair. He was deeply impressed. What do you think of her? Walter Wynne asked, with a faint grin. Very impressive, Norm conceded. Now the Oaklanders were studying Perky Pat. Poured thermoplastic, one of them said. Artificial hair. Nice clothes, though, all stitched by hand, you can see that. Interesting. What we heard was correct. Perky Pat isn't a grown-up, she's just a teenager. Now the male companion to Connie appeared. He was set down in the bedroom beside Connie. Wait a minute, Norm said. You're putting Paul, or whatever his name is, in her bedroom with her? Doesn't he have his own apartment? Wynne said, They're married. Married? Norm and Fran stared at him dumbfounded. Why, sure, Wynne said. So naturally they live together. Your dolls, they're not, are they? No, Fran said. Leonard is Perky Pat's boyfriend. Her voice trailed off. Norm, she said, clutching his arm, I don't believe him. I think he's just saying they're married to get the advantage. Because if they both start out from the same room, Norm said aloud, You fellows, look here. It's not fair calling them married. Wynne said, We're not calling them married. They are married. Their names are Connie and Paul Lathrop of 24 Arden Place, Piedmont. They've been married for a year, most players will tell you. He sounded calm. Maybe, Norm thought, it's true. He was truly shaken. Look at them together, Fran said, kneeling down to examine the Oaklanders' layout. In the same bedroom, in the same house. Why, Norm, do you see? There's just the one bed. A big double bed. Wild-eyed, she appealed to him. How can Perky Pat and Leonard play against them? Her voice shook. It's not morally right. This is another type of layout entirely, Norm said to Walter Wynne. This that you have, utterly different from what we're used to, as you can see. He pointed to his own layout. I insist that in this game, Connie and Paul not live together and not be considered married. But they are, Foster spoke up. It's a fact. Look, their clothes are in the same closet. He showed them the closet. And in the same bureau drawers. He showed them that, too. And look in the bathroom. 2 toothbrushes, his and hers, in the same rack. So you can see we're not making it up. There was silence. Then Fran said in a choked voice, And if they're married, you mean they've been intimate? Wynne raised an eyebrow, then nodded. Sure, since they're married. Is there anything wrong with that? Perky Pat and Leonard have never... Fran began and then ceased. Naturally not, Wynne agreed, because they're only going together. We understand that. Fran said, We just can't play. We can't. She caught hold of her husband's arm. Let's go back to Pinole Pit, please, Norman. Wait, Wynne said at once. If you don't play, you're conceding. You have to give up Perky Pat. The 3 Oaklanders all nodded, and Norm saw many of the Berkeley flukers were nodding too, including Ben Fenimore. They're right, Norm said heavily to his wife. We'd have to give her up. We better play, dear. Yes, Fran said in a dead, flat voice. We'll play. She bent down and listlessly spun the needle of the spinner. It stopped at 6. Smiling, Walter Wynne knelt down and spun. He obtained a 4. The game had begun. Crouching behind the strewn, decayed contents of a care parcel that had been dropped long ago, Timothy Shine saw coming across the surface of ash his mother and father, pushing the wheelbarrow ahead of them. They looked tired and worn. Hi! Timothy yelled, leaping out at them in joy at seeing them again. He had missed them very much. Hi, son, his father murmured, nodding. He let go of the handles of the wheelbarrow, then halted and wiped his face with his handkerchief. Now Fred Chamberlain raced up, panting. Hi, Mr. Shine. Hi, Mrs. Shine. Hey, did you win? Did you beat the Oakland Flukers? I bet you did, didn't you? He looked from one of them to the other and then back. In a low voice, Fran said, Yes, Freddie, we won. Norm said, Look in the wheelbarrow. The 2 boys looked, and there among Perky Pat's furnishings lay another doll, larger, fuller figured, much older than Pat. They stared at her, and she stared up sightlessly at the gray sky overhead. So this is Connie Companion doll, Timothy said to himself. Gee.
We were lucky, Norm said. Now several people had emerged from the pit and were gathering around them, listening. Jean and Sam Regan, Todd Morrison and his wife Helen, and now their mayor, Hooker Glebe himself, waddling up excited and nervous, his face flushed, gasping for breath from the labor, unusual for him, of ascending the ramp. Fran said, "We got a cancellation of debts card just when we were most behind. We owed $50,000, and it made us even with the Oakland flukers. And then after that, we got an advance 10 squares card, and that put us right on the jackpot square, at least in our layout. We had a very bitter squabble because the Oaklanders showed us that on their layout it was a tax lien slapped on real estate holdings square. But we had spun an odd number, so that put us back on our own board." She sighed. "I'm glad to be back. It was hard, Hooker. It was a tough game." Hooker Glebe wheezed. "Let's all get a look at the Connie companion doll, folks." To Fran and Norm he said, "Can I lift her up and show them?" "Sure," Norm said, nodding. Hooker picked up Connie companion doll. "She sure is realistic," he said, scrutinizing her. "Clothes aren't as nice as ours generally are. They look machine-made." "They are," Norm agreed. "But she's carved, not poured." "Yeah, so I see." Hooker turned the doll about, inspecting her from all angles. "A nice job. She's, more filled out than Perky Pat. What's this outfit she has on? Tweed suit of some sort." "A business suit," Fran said. "We won that with her. They had agreed on that in advance." "You see, she has a job," Norm explained. "She's a psychology consultant for a business firm doing marketing research in consumer preferences. A high-paying position. She earns $20,000 a year, I believe Wynne said." "Golly," Hooker said. "And Pat's just going to college. She's still in school." He looked troubled. "Well, I guess they were bound to be ahead of us in some ways. What matters is that you won." His jovial smile returned. "Perky Pat came out ahead." He held the Connie companion doll up high where everyone could see her. "Look what Norm and Fran came back with, folks." Norm said, "Be careful with her, Hooker." His voice was firm. "Eh?" Hooker said, pausing. "Why, Norm?" "Because," Norm said, "she's going to have a baby." There was a sudden, chill silence. The ash around them stirred faintly. That was the only sound. "How do you know?" Hooker asked. "They told us. The Oaklanders told us. And we won that, too, after a bitter argument that Fenimore had to settle." Reaching into the wheelbarrow, he brought out a little leather pouch. From it, he carefully took a carved pink newborn baby. "We won this, too, because Fenimore agreed that, from a technical standpoint, it's literally part of Connie companion doll at this point." Hooker stared a long, long time. "She's married," Fran explained, "to Paul. They're not just going together. She's 3 months pregnant, Mr. Wynne said. He didn't tell us until after we won. He didn't want to then, but they felt they had to. I think they were right. It wouldn't have done not to say." Norm said, "And in addition, there's actually an embryo outfit." "Yes," Fran said. "You have to open Connie up, of course, to see." "No," Jean Regan said. "Please, no." Hooker said, "No, Mrs. Shine, don't." He backed away. Fran said, "It shocked us, of course, at first, but—" "You see," Norm put in, "it's logical. You have to follow the logic. Why, eventually, Perky Pat—" "No!" Hooker said violently. He bent down, picked up a rock from the ash at his feet. "No," he said, and raised his arm. "You stop, you two. Don't say any more." Now the Regans, too, had picked up rocks. No one spoke. Fran said at last, "Norm, we've got to get out of here." "You're right," Todd Morrison told them. His wife nodded in grim agreement.
You two go back down to Oakland, Hooker told Norman and Fran Shine. You don't live here anymore. You're different than you were. You changed. Yes, Sam Regan said slowly, half to himself. I was right. There was something to fear. To Norm Shine, he said, How difficult a trip is it to Oakland? We just went to Berkeley, Norm said, to the Berkeley fluke pit. He seemed baffled and stunned by what was happening. My God, he said, we can't turn around and push this wheelbarrow back all the way to Berkeley again. We're worn out. We need rest. Sam Regan said, What if somebody else pushed? He walked up to the Shines then and stood with them. I'll push the darn thing. You lead the way, Shine. He looked toward his own wife, but Jean did not stir, and she did not put down her handful of rocks. Timothy Shine plucked at his father's arm. Can I come this time, Dad? Please let me come. Okay, Norm said, half to himself. Now he drew himself together. So we're not wanted here. He turned to Fran. Let's go. Sam's going to push the wheelbarrow. I think we can make it back there before nightfall. If not, we can sleep out in the open. Timothy'll help protect us against the Ducats. Fran said, I guess we have no choice. Her face was pale. And take this, Hooker said. He held out the tiny carved baby. Fran Shine accepted it and put it tenderly back in its leather pouch. Norm laid Connie Companion back down in the wheelbarrow where she had been. They were ready to start back. It'll happen up here eventually, Norm said to the group of people, to the Pinole flukers. Oakland is just more advanced, that's all. Go on, Hooker Glebe said. Get started. Nodding, Norm started to pick up the handles of the wheelbarrow, but Sam Regan moved him aside and took them himself. Let's go, he said. The three adults, with Timothy Shine going ahead of them with his knife ready in case a Ducat attacked, started into motion in the direction of Oakland and the south. No one spoke. There was nothing to say. It's a shame this had to happen, Norm said at last, when they had gone almost a mile and there was no further sign of the Pinole flukers behind them. Maybe not, Sam Regan said. Maybe it's for the good. He did not seem downcast, and after all, he had lost his wife. He had given up more than anyone else, and yet he had survived. Glad you feel that way, Norm said somberly. They continued on, each with his own thoughts. After a while, Timothy said to his father, All these big fluke pits to the south, there's lots more things to do there, isn't there? I mean, you don't just sit around playing that game. He certainly hoped not. His father said, That's true, I guess. Overhead, a care ship whistled at great velocity and then was gone again almost at once. Timothy watched it go, but he was not really interested in it, because there was so much more to look forward to, on the ground and below the ground, ahead of them to the south. His father murmured, Those Oaklanders, their game, their particular doll, it taught them something. Connie had to grow, and it forced them all to grow along with her. Our flukers never learned about that, not from Perky Pat. I wonder if they ever will. She'd have to grow up the way Connie did. Connie must have been like Perky Pat once, a long time ago. Not interested in what his father was saying, who really cared about dolls and games with dolls, Timothy scampered ahead, peering to see what lay before them, the opportunities and possibilities, for him and his mother and Dad, for Mr. Regan also. I can't wait, he yelled back at his father, and Norm Shine managed a faint, fatigued smile in answer. Note: The Days of Perky Pat. In the Days of Perky Pat, April 18th, 1963. Amazing,
December 1963. The days of Perky Pat came to me in one lightning-swift flash when I saw my children playing with Barbie dolls. Obviously, these anatomically super-developed dolls were not intended for the use of children, or more accurately, should not have been. Barbie and Ken consisted of two adults in miniature. The idea was that the purchase of countless new clothes for these dolls was necessary if Barbie and Ken were to live in the style to which they were accustomed. I had visions of Barbie coming into my bedroom at night and saying, "I need a mink coat." Or even worse, "Hey, big fellow, want to take a drive to Vegas in my Jaguar XKE?" I was afraid my wife would find me and Barbie together, and my wife would shoot me. The sale of the days of Perky Pat to Amazing was a good one, because in those days, Seal Goldsmith edited Amazing, and she was one of the best editors in the field. Avram Davidson at Fantasy and Science Fiction had turned it down, but later he told me that had he known about Barbie dolls, he probably would have bought it. I could not imagine anyone not knowing about Barbie. I had to deal with her and her expensive purchases constantly. It was as bad as keeping my TV set working. The TV set always needed something, and so did Barbie. I always felt that Ken should buy his own clothes. In those days, the early 60s, I wrote a great deal, and some of my best stories and novels emanated from that period. My wife wouldn't let me work in the house, so I rented a little shack for $25 a month and walked over to it each morning. This was out in the country. All I saw on my walk to my shack were a few cows in their pastures, and my own flock of sheep who never did anything but trudge along after the bell sheep. I was terribly lonely, shut up by myself in my shack all day. Maybe I missed Barbie, who was back at the big house with the children. So perhaps the days of Perky Pat is a wishful fantasy on my part. I would have loved to see Barbie, or Perky Pat, or Connie Companion show up at the door of my shack. What did show up was something awful. My vision of the face of Palmer Eldritch, which became the basis of the novel The Three Stigmata of Palmer Eldritch, which the Perky Pat story generated. There I went one day, walking down the country road to my shack, looking forward to 8 hours of writing, in total isolation from all other humans, and I looked up at the sky and saw a face. I didn't really see it, but the face was there, and it was not a human face. It was a vast visage of perfect evil. I realize now, and I think I dimly realized at the time, what caused me to see it. The months of isolation, of deprivation of human contact. In fact, sensory deprivation as such. Anyhow, the visage could not be denied. It was immense. It filled a quarter of the sky. It had empty slots for eyes. It was metal and cruel, and, worst of all, it was God. I drove over to my church, St. Columbia's Episcopal Church, and talked to my priest. He came to the conclusion that I had had a glimpse of Satan and gave me unction. Not supreme unction, just healing unction. It didn't do any good. The metal face in the sky remained. I had to walk along every day as it gazed down at me. Years later, after I had long since written The Three Stigmata of Palmer Eldritch and sold it to Doubleday, my first sale to Doubleday, I came across a picture of the face in an issue of Life magazine. It was, very simply, a World War I observation cupola on the Marne built by the French. My father had fought in the Second Battle of the Marne. He had been with the 5th Marines, about the first group of American soldiers to go over to Europe and fight in that ghastly war. When I was a very small child, he had showed me his uniform and gas mask, the entire gas filtration equipment, and told me how the soldiers became panic-stricken during gas attacks as the charcoal in their filtration systems became saturated, and how sometimes a soldier would freak and tear off his mask and run. As a child, I felt a lot of anxiety listening to my father's war stories,
and looking at and playing with a gas mask and helmet. But what scared me the most was when my father would put on the gas mask. His face would disappear. This was not my father any longer. This was not a human being at all. I was only 4 years old. After that, my mother and father got divorced, and I did not see my father for years. But the sight of him wearing his gas mask, blending as it did with his accounts of men with their guts hanging from them, men destroyed by shrapnel, decades later in 1963, as I walked alone day after day along that country road with no one to talk to, no one to be with, that metal, blind, inhuman visage appeared to me again, but now transcendent and vast and absolutely evil. I decided to exorcise it by writing about it, and I did write about it, and it did go away. But I had seen the evil one himself, and I said then, and say now, the evil one wears a metal face. If you want to see this for yourself, look at a picture of the war masks of the Attic Greeks. When men wish to inspire terror and kill, they put on such metal faces. The invading Christian knights that Alexander Nevsky fought wore such masks. If you saw Eisenstein's film, you know what I am talking about. They all looked alike. I had not seen Nevsky when I wrote The Three Stigmata, but I saw it later, and saw again the thing that had hung in the sky back in 1963, the thing into which my own father had been transformed when I was a child. So The Three Stigmata is a novel that came out of powerful atavistic fears in me, fears dating back to my early childhood, and no doubt connected with my grief and loneliness when my father left my mother and me. In the novel, my father appears as both Palmer Eldritch, the evil father, the diabolic mask father, and as Leo Bolero, the tender, gruff, warm, human, loving man. The novel which emerged came out of the most intense anguish possible. In 1963, I was reliving the original isolation I had experienced upon the loss of my father, and the horror and fear expressed in the novel are not fictional sentiments ground out to interest the reader. They come from the deepest part of me, yearning for the good father and fear of the evil father, the father who left me. I found in the story The Days of Perky Pat a vehicle that I could translate into a thematic basis for the novel I wanted to write. Now, you see, Perky Pat is the eternally beckoning fair one, das ewige Weiblichkeit, the eternally feminine, as Goethe put it. Isolation generated the novel, and yearning generated the story. So the novel is a mixture of the fear of being abandoned and the fantasy of the beautiful woman who waits for you, somewhere, but God only knows where. I still have to figure it out. But if you are sitting alone day after day at your typewriter, turning out one story after another and having no one to talk to, no one to be with, and yet pro forma having a wife and 4 daughters from whose house you have been expelled, banished to a little single-walled shack that is so cold in winter that literally the ink would freeze in my typewriter ribbon, well, you are going to write about iron, slot-eyed faces and warm young women. And thus I did, and thus I still do. Reaction to The Three Stigmata was mixed. In England, some reviewers described it as blasphemy. Terry Carr, who was my agent at Scott Meredith at the time, told me later, "That novel is crazy," although subsequent to that, he reversed his opinion. Some reviewers found it a profound novel. I only find it frightening. I was unable to proofread The Galleys because the novel frightened me so. It is a dark journey into the mystical and the supernatural and the absolutely evil as I understood it at the time. Let us say, I would like Perky Pat to show up at my door, but I dread the possibility that, when I hear the knock, it will be Palmer Eldritch waiting outside and not Perky Pat. Actually, to be honest, neither has shown up in the 17 or so years since I wrote the novel. I guess that is the story of life. What you most fear never happens, but what you most yearn for never happens either. This is the difference between life and fiction. I suppose it's a good trade-off, but I'm not sure. 1979. End note. Stand by. An hour before his morning program on Channel 6, ranking news clown Jim Briskin sat in his private office with his production staff, conferring on the report of an unknown, possibly hostile flotilla detected at 800 astronomical units from the sun. It was big news, of course, but how should it be presented to his several billion viewers scattered over 3 planets and 7 moons? Peggy Jones, his secretary, lit a cigarette and said, "Don't alarm them, Jim Jam. Do it folksy style." She leaned back, riffled the dispatches received by their commercial station from Unicephalon 40D's teletypers. It had been the homeostatic problem-solving structure Unicephalon 40D at the White House in Washington, D.C., which had detected this possible external enemy. In its capacity as President of the United States, it had at once dispatched ships of the line to stand picket duty. The flotilla appeared to be entering from another solar system entirely, but that fact, of course, would have to be determined by the picket ships. "Folksy style," Jim Briskin said glumly. I grin and say, "Hey, look, comrades, it's happened at last, the thing we all feared, ha-ha." He eyed her. "That'll get baskets full of laughs all over Earth and Mars, but just possibly not on the far-out moons. Because if there were some kind of attack, it would be the farther colonists who would be hit first." "No, they won't be amused," his continuity advisor, Ed Feinberg, agreed. He, too, looked worried. He had a family on Ganymede. "Is there any lighter piece of news," Peggy asked, "by which you could open your program? The sponsor would like that." She passed the armload of news dispatches to Briskin. "See what you can do. Mutant cow obtains voting franchise in court case in Alabama, you know." "I know," Briskin agreed as he began to inspect the dispatches. One, such as his quaint account, it had touched the hearts of millions, of the mutant blue jay which learned by great trial and effort to sow. It had sown itself and its progeny a nest one April morning in Bismarck, North Dakota, in front of the TV cameras of Briskin's network. One piece of news stood out. He knew intuitively as soon as he saw it that here he had what he wanted to lighten the dire tone of the day's news. Seeing it, he relaxed. The worlds went on with business as usual despite this great news break from 800 AUs out. "Look," he said, grinning, "old Gus Schatz is dead, finally." "Who's Gus Schatz?" Peggy asked, puzzled. "That name, it does sound familiar." "The Union man," Jim Briskin said. "You remember, the standby president sent over to Washington by the Union 22 years ago. He's dead, and the Union—" He tossed her the dispatch. It was lucid and brief. "Now it's sending a new standby president over to take Schatz's place. I think I'll interview him, assuming he can talk." "That's right," Peggy said. "I keep forgetting. There still is a human standby in case Unicephalon fails." "Has it ever failed?" "No," Ed Feinberg said, "and it never will. So we have one more case of union featherbedding, the plague of our society." "But still," Jim Briskin said, "people would be amused. The home life of the top standby in the country, why the Union picked him, what his hobbies are, what this man, whoever he is, plans to do during his term to keep from going mad with boredom. Old Gus learned to bind books. He collected rare old motor magazines and bound them in vellum with gold-stamped lettering." Both Ed and Peggy nodded in agreement. "Do that,"
Peggy urged him. "You can make it interesting, Jim Jam. You can make anything interesting. I'll place a call to the White House. Or is the new man there yet?"
"Probably still at Union headquarters in Chicago," Ed said. "Try a line there. Government Civil Servants Union East Division."
Picking up the phone, Peggy quickly dialed. At 7 o'clock in the morning, Maximilian Fisher sleepily heard noises. He lifted his head from the pillow, heard the confusion growing in the kitchen, the landlady's shrill voice, then men's voices which were unfamiliar to him. Groggily he managed to sit up, shifting his bulk with care. He did not hurry. The doc had said not to overexert because of the strain on his already enlarged heart. So he took his time dressing. "Must be after a contribution to one of the funds," Max said to himself. "It sounds like some of the fellows. Pretty early, though." He did not feel alarmed. "I'm in good standing," he thought firmly. "Nothing to fear." With care, he buttoned a fine pink and green-striped silk shirt, one of his favorites. "Gives me class," he thought, as with labored effort he managed to bend far enough over to slip on his authentic simulated deerskin pumps. Be ready to meet them on an equality level, he thought, as he smoothed his thinning hair before the mirror. "If they shake me down too much, I'll squawk directly to Pat Noble at the New York hiring hall. I mean, I don't have to stand for any stuff. I've been in the union too long." From the other room, a voice bawled, "Fisher, get your clothes on and come out. We got a job for you, and it begins today." A job, Max thought with mixed feelings. He did not know whether to be glad or sorry. For over a year now he had been drawing from the Union Fund, as were most of his friends. Well, what do you know? Cripes, he thought. Suppose it's a hard job, like maybe I got to bend over all the time or move around. He felt anger. What a dirty deal. I mean, who do they think they are? Opening the door, he faced them. "Listen," he began, but one of the Union officials cut him off. "Pack your things, Fisher. Gus Schatz kicked the bucket, and you got to go down to Washington, D.C. and take over the #1 standby. We want you there before they abolish the position or something, and we have to go out on strike or go to court. Mainly, we want to get someone right in, clean and easy with no trouble. You understand? Make the transition so smooth that no one hardly takes notice." At once, Max said, "What's it pay?" Witheringly, the union official said, "You got no decision to make in this. You're picked. You want your freeloader fund money cut off? You want to have to get out at your age and look for work?" "Aw, come on," Max protested. "I can pick up the phone and dial Pat Noble." The union officials were grabbing up objects here and there in the apartment. "We'll help you pack. Pat wants you in the White House by 10 o'clock this morning." "Pat!" Max echoed. He had been sold out. The union officials, dragging suitcases from the closet, grinned. Shortly, they were on their way across the flatlands of the Midwest by monorail. Moodily, Maximilian Fisher watched the countryside flash past. He said nothing to the officials flanking him, preferring to mull the matter over and over in his mind. What could he recall about the #1 standby job? It began at 8 a.m., he recalled reading that, and there always were a lot of tourists flocking through the White House to catch a glimpse of Unicephalon 40D, especially the school kids. And he disliked kids, because they always jeered at him due to his weight. Cripes, he'd have 1,000,000 of them filing by because he had to be on the premises. By law, he had to be within 100 yards of Unicephalon 40D at all times, day and night. Or was it 50 yards? Anyhow, it practically was right on top, so if the homeostatic problem-solving system failed... Maybe I better bone up on this, he decided. Take a TV educational course on government administration just in case. To the union official on his right, Max asked, "Listen, good member,
Do I have any powers in this job you guys got me? I mean, can I—" "It's a union job like every other union job," the official answered wearily. "You sit, you stand by. Have you been out of work that long you don't remember?" He laughed, nudging his companion. "Listen, Fisher here wants to know what authority the job entails." Now both men laughed. "I tell you what, Fisher," the official drawled, "when you're all set up there in the White House, when you got your chair and bed and made all your arrangements for meals and laundry and TV viewing time, why don't you amble over to Unicephalon 40D and just sort of whine around there, you know, scratch and whine until it notices you?" "Lay off," Max muttered. "And then," the official continued, "you sort of say, 'Hey, Unicephalon, listen, I'm your buddy. How about a little I scratch your back, you scratch mine? You pass an ordinance for me?'" "But what can he do in exchange?" the other union official asked. "Amuse it. He can tell it the story of his life, how he rose out of poverty and obscurity and educated himself by watching TV 7 days a week until finally, guess what? He rose all the way to the top. He got the job," the official snickered, "of standby president." Maximilian, flushing, said nothing. He stared woodenly out of the monorail window. When they reached Washington, D.C. and the White House, Maximilian Fisher was shown a little room. It had belonged to Gus, and although the faded old motor magazines had been cleared out, a few prints remained tacked on the walls: a 1963 Volvo S122, a 1957 Peugeot 403, and other antique classics of a bygone age. And on a bookcase, Max saw a hand-carved plastic model of a 1950 Studebaker Starlight coupe, with each detail perfect. "He was making that when he croaked," one of the union officials said as he set down Max's suitcase. "He could tell you any fact there is about those old pre-turbine cars, any useless bit of car knowledge." Max nodded. "You got any idea what you're going to do?" the official asked him. "Ah, hell," Max said. "How could I decide so soon? Give me time." Moodily, he picked up the Studebaker Starlight coupe and examined its underside. The desire to smash the model car came to him. He put the car down then, turning away. "Make a rubber band ball," the official said. "What?" Max said. "The standby before Gus. Lewis somebody or other. He collected rubber bands, made a huge ball, big as a house, by the time he died. I forget his name, but the rubber band ball is at the Smithsonian now." There was a stir in the hallway. A White House receptionist, a middle-aged woman severely dressed, put her head in the room and said, "Mr. President, there's a TV news clown here to interview you. Please try to finish with him as quickly as possible, because we have quite a few tours passing through the building today, and some may want to look at you." "Okay," Max said. He turned to face the TV news clown. It was Jim Jam Briskin he saw, the ranking clown just now. "You want to see me?" he asked Briskin haltingly. "I mean, you're sure it's me you want to interview?" He could not imagine what Briskin could find of interest about him. Holding out his hand, he added, "This is my room, but these model cars and pics aren't mine, they were Gus's. I can't tell you nothing about them." On Briskin's head, the familiar flaming red clown wig glowed, giving him, in real life, the same bizarre cast that the TV cameras picked up so well. He was older, however, than the TV image indicated, but he had the friendly, natural smile that everyone looked for. It was his badge of informality, a really nice guy, even-tempered but with a caustic wit when occasion demanded. Briskin was the sort of man who— well, Max thought, the sort of fellow you'd like to see marry into your family. They shook hands. Briskin said, "You're on camera, Mr. Max Fisher, or rather, Mr. President, I should say. This is Jim Jam talking. For our literally billions of viewers located in every niche and corner of this far-flung solar system of ours, let me ask you this. How does it feel, sir, to know that if Unicephalon 40D should fail, even momentarily, you would be catapulted into the most important post that has ever fallen onto the shoulders of a human being, that of actual, not merely stand-by President of the United States? Does it worry you at night?" He smiled. Behind him, the camera technicians swung their mobile lenses back and forth. Lights burned Max's eyes, and he felt the heat beginning to make him sweat under his arms and on his neck and upper lip. "What emotions grip you at this instant?" Briskin asked, "as you stand on the threshold of this new task for perhaps the balance of your life? What thoughts run through your mind now that you're actually here in the White House?" After a pause, Max said, "It's a big responsibility." And then he realized, he saw, that Briskin was laughing at him, laughing silently as he stood there. Because it was all a gag Briskin was pulling. Out in the planets and moons, his audience knew it too. They knew Jim Jam's humor. "You're a large man, Mr. Fisher," Briskin said, "if I may say so, a stout man. Do you get much exercise? I ask this because with your new job, you pretty well will be confined to this room, and I wondered what change in your life this would bring about." "Well," Max said, "I feel, of course, that a government employee should always be at his post. Yes, what you say is true. I have to be right here day and night. But that doesn't bother me. I'm prepared for it." "Tell me," Jim Briskin said, "do you—" And then he ceased. Turning to the video technicians behind him, he said in an odd voice, "We're off the air." A man wearing headphones squeezed forward past the cameras. "On the monitor, listen." He hurriedly handed the headphones to Briskin. "We've been preempted by Unicephalon. It's broadcasting a news bulletin." Briskin held the phones to his ear. His face writhed, and he said, "Those ships at 800 AUs, they are hostile, it says." He glanced up sharply at his technicians, the Red Clown's wig sliding askew. "They've begun to attack." Within the following 24 hours, the aliens had managed not only to penetrate the Sol system, but also to knock out Unicephalon 40D. News of this reached Maximilian Fisher in an indirect manner as he sat in the White House cafeteria having his supper. "Mr. Maximilian Fisher?" "Yeah?" Max said, glancing up at the group of Secret Servicemen who had surrounded his table. "You're President of the United States." "Nah," Max said. "I'm the standby president. That's different." The Secret Serviceman said, "Unicephalon 40D is out of commission for perhaps as long as a month. So according to the amended Constitution, you're President and also Commander-in-Chief of the Armed Forces. We're here to guard you." The Secret Serviceman grinned ludicrously. Max grinned back. "Do you understand?" the Secret Serviceman asked. "I mean, does it penetrate?" "Sure," Max said. Now he understood the buzz of conversation he had overheard while waiting in the cafeteria line with his tray. It explained why White House personnel had looked at him strangely. He set down his coffee cup, wiped his mouth with his napkin, slowly and deliberately, pretended to be absorbed in solemn thought. But actually, his mind was empty. "We've been told," the Secret Serviceman said, "that you're needed at once at the National Security Council bunker. They want your participation in finalization of strategy deliberations." They walked from the cafeteria to the elevator. "Strategy policy," Max said as they descended. "I got a few opinions about that. I guess it's time to deal harshly with these alien ships, don't you agree?" The Secret Serviceman nodded. "Yes, we got to show we're not afraid," Max said. "Sure, we'll get finalization. We'll blast the buggers." The Secret Serviceman laughed good-naturedly. Pleased, Max nudged the leader of the group. "I think we're pretty goddamn strong. I mean, the USA has got teeth." "You tell 'em, Max," one of the Secret Servicemen said, and they all laughed aloud, Max included. As they stepped from the elevator, they were stopped by a tall, well-dressed man who said urgently, "Mr. President, I'm Jonathan Kirk, White House Press Secretary. I think before you go in there to confer with the NSC people, you should address the nation in this hour of gravest peril. The public wants to see what their new leader is like." He held out a paper. "Here's a statement drawn up by the Political Advisory Board. It codifies your—" "Nuts," Max said, handing it back without looking at it. "I'm the president, not you. Kirk, Burke, Shirk. Never heard of you. Show me the microphone and I'll make my own speech. Or get me Pat Noble. Maybe he's got some ideas." And then he remembered that Pat had sold him out in the first place. Pat had gotten him into this. "Not him either," Max said. "Just give me the microphone." "This is a time of crisis," Kirk grated. "Sure," Max said. "So leave me alone. You keep out of my way and I'll keep out of yours. Ain't that right?" He slapped Kirk good-naturedly on the back. "And we'll both be better off." A group of people with portable TV cameras and lighting appeared, and among them Max saw Jim Jam Briskin in the middle with his staff. "Hey, Jim Jam," he yelled. "Look, I'm president now." Stolidly, Jim Briskin came toward him. "I'm not going to be winding no ball of string," Max said, "or making model boats, nothing like that." He shook hands warmly with Briskin. "I thank you," Max said, "for your congratulations." "Congratulations," Briskin said then in a low voice. "Thanks," Max said, squeezing the man's hand until the knuckles creaked. "Of course, sooner or later they'll get that noise box patched up and I'll just be standby again. But—" He grinned gleefully around at all of them. The corridor was full of people now, from TV to White House staff members to Army officers and Secret Service men. Briskin said, "You have a big task, Mr. Fisher." "Yeah," Max agreed. Something in Briskin's eyes said, "And I wonder if you can handle it. I wonder if you're the man to hold such power." "Surely I can do it," Max declared into Briskin's microphone for all the vast audience to hear. "Possibly you can," Jim Briskin said, and on his face was dubiousness. "Hey, you don't like me anymore," Max said. "How come?" Briskin said nothing, but his eyes flickered. "Listen," Max said, "I'm president now. I can close down your silly network. I can send FBI men in any time I want. For your information, I'm firing the Attorney General right now, whatever his name is, and putting in a man I know, a man I can trust." Briskin said, "I see." And now he looked less dubious. Conviction of a sort which Max could not fathom began to appear instead. "Yes," Jim Briskin said, "you have the authority to order that, don't you? If you're really president." "Watch out," Max said. "You're nothing compared to me, Briskin, even if you do have that great big audience." Then, turning his back on the cameras, he strode through the open door into the NSC bunker. Hours later, in the early morning, down in the National Security Council subsurface bunker, Maximilian Fisher listened sleepily to the TV set in the background as it yammered out the latest news. By now, intelligence sources had plotted the arrival of 30 more alien ships in the Sol system. It was believed that 70 in all had entered. Each was being continually tracked. But that was not enough, Max knew. Sooner or later he would have to give the order to attack the alien ships. He hesitated. After all, who were they? Nobody at CIA knew. How strong were they? Not known either. And would the attack be successful? And then there were domestic problems. Unicephalon had continually tinkered with the economy, priming it when necessary, cutting taxes, lowering interest rates. That had ceased with the problem-solver's destruction. Geez, Max thought dismally, what do I know about unemployment? I mean, how can I tell what factories to reopen and where? He turned to General Tompkins, chairman of the Joint Chiefs of Staff, who sat beside him examining a report on the scrambling of the tactical defensive ships protecting Earth. "They got all them ships distributed right?" he asked Tompkins. "Yes, Mr. President."
General Tompkins answered. Max winced. But the general did not seem to have spoken ironically. His tone had been respectful. "Okay," Max murmured. "Glad to hear that. And you got all that missile cloud up so there's no leaks like you let in that ship to blast Unicephalon. I don't want that to happen again." "We're under DEFCON 1, General Tompkins said. "Full war footing as of 6 o'clock our time." "How about those strategic ships?" That, he had learned, was the euphemism for their offensive strike force. "We can mount an attack at any time," General Tompkins said, glancing down at the long table to obtain the assenting nods of his co-workers. "We can take care of each of the 70 invaders now within our system." With a groan, Max said, "Anybody got any bicarb?" The whole business depressed him. What a lot of work and sweat, he thought. All this goddamn agitation. Why don't the buggers just leave our system? I mean, do we have to get into a war? No telling what their home system will do in retaliation. You never can tell about unhuman life forms. They're unreliable. "That's what bothers me," he said aloud. "Retaliation." He sighed. General Tompkins said, "Negotiation with them evidently is impossible." "Go ahead, then," Max said. "Go give it to them." He looked about for the bicarb. "I think you're making a wise choice," General Tompkins said, and across the table the civilian advisors nodded in agreement. "Here's an odd piece of news," one of the advisors said to Max. He held out a teletype dispatch. "James Briskin has just filed a writ of mandamus against you in a federal court in California, claiming you're not legally president because you didn't run for office." "You mean because I didn't get voted in?" Max said. "Just because of that?" "Yes, sir. Briskin is asking the federal courts to rule on this, and meanwhile he has announced his own candidacy." "What?" "Briskin claims not only that you must run for office and be voted in, but you must run against him. And with his popularity, he evidently feels—" "Ah, nuts," Max said in despair. "How do you like that?" No one answered. "Well, anyhow," Max said, "it's all decided. You military fellas go ahead and knock out those alien ships. And meanwhile," he decided there and then, "we'll put economic pressure on Jim Jam's sponsors, that Rhinelander Beer and Cal Best Electronics, to get him not to run." The men at the long table nodded. Papers rattled as briefcases were put away. The meeting, temporarily, was at an end. "He's got an unfair advantage," Max said to himself. "How can I run when it's not equal? Him, a famous TV personality, and me not. That's not right. I can't allow that." Jim Jam can run, he decided, but it won't do him any good. He's not going to beat me, because he's not going to be alive that long. A week before the election, Telscan, the Interplanetary Public Opinion Sampling Agency, published its latest findings. Reading them, Maximilian Fisher felt more gloomy than ever. "Look at this," he said to his cousin Leon Late, the lawyer whom he had recently made Attorney General. He tossed the report to him. His own showing, of course, was negligible. In the election, Briskin would easily and most definitely win. "Why is that?" Late asked. Like Max, he was a large, paunchy man who for years now had held a standby job. He was not used to physical activity of any sort, and his new position was proving difficult for him. However, out of family loyalty to Max, he remained. "Is that because he's got all those TV stations?" he asked, sipping from his can of beer. Max said cuttingly, "Nah, it's because his navel glows in the dark. Of course it's because of his TV stations, you jerk. He's got them pounding away night and day, creating an image." He paused moodily. "He's a clown. It's that red wig. It's fine for a newscaster, but not for a president." Too morose to speak, he lapsed into silence. And worse was to follow. At 9 p.m. that night, Jim Jam Briskin began a 72-hour marathon TV program over all his stations, a great final drive to bring his popularity over the top and ensure his victory. In his special bedroom at the White House, Max Fisher sat with a tray of food before him, in bed, gloomily facing the TV set. That Briskin, he thought furiously for the millionth time. "Look," he said to his cousin. The Attorney General sat in the easy chair across from him. "There's the nerd now." He pointed to the TV screen. Leon Late, munching on his cheeseburger, said, "It's abominable." "You know where he's broadcasting from? Way out in deep space, out past Pluto, at their farthest out transmitter, which your FBI guys will never in a million years manage to get to." "They will," Leon assured him. "I told them they have to get him. The president, my cousin, personally says so." "But they won't get him for a while," Max said. "Leon, you're just too damn slow. I'll tell you something. I got a ship of the line out there, the Dwight D. Eisenhower. It's all ready to lay an egg on them, you know, a big bang, just as soon as I pass on the word." "Right, Max." "And I hate to," Max said. The telecast had begun to pick up momentum already. Here came the spotlights, and sauntering out onto the stage, pretty Peggy Jones, wearing a glittery bare-shoulder gown, her hair radiant. Now we get a top-flight striptease, Max realized, by a real fine-looking girl. Even he sat up and took notice. Well, maybe not a true striptease, but certainly the opposition, Briskin and his staff, had sex working for them here. Across the room, his cousin, the Attorney General, had stopped munching his cheeseburger. The noise came to a halt, then picked up slowly once more. On the screen, Peggy sang, "It's Jim Jam for whom I am, America's best-loved guy. It's Jim Jam, the best one that am, the candidate for you and I." "Oh, God," Max groaned. And yet, the way she delivered it, with every part of her slim, long body, it was okay. "I guess I got to inform the Dwight D. Eisenhower to go ahead," he said, watching. "If you say so, Max," Leon said. "I assure you, I'll rule that you acted legally. Don't worry none about that." "Give me the red phone," Max said. "That's the armored connection that only the commander-in-chief uses for top-secret instructions. Not bad, huh?" He accepted the phone from the Attorney General. "I'm calling General Tompkins, and he'll relay the order to the ship. Too bad, Briskin," he added with one last look at the screen. "But it's your own fault. You didn't have to do what you did, opposing me and all." The girl in the silvery dress had gone now, and Jim Jam Briskin had appeared in her place. Momentarily, Max waited. "Hi, beloved comrades," Briskin said, raising his hands for silence. The canned applause, Max knew that no audience existed in that remote spot, lowered, then rose again. Briskin grinned amiably, waiting for it to die. "It's a fake," Max grunted. "Fake audience. They're smart, him and his staff. His rating's already way up." "Right, Max," the Attorney General agreed. "I noticed that." "Comrades," Jim Briskin was saying soberly on the TV screen, "as you may know, originally President Maximilian Fisher and I got along very well." His hand on the red phone, Max thought to himself that what Jim Jam said was true. "Where we broke," Briskin continued, "was over the issue of force, of the use of naked, raw power. To Max Fisher, the office of president is merely a machine, an instrument which he can use as an extension of his own desires to fulfill his own needs. I honestly believe that in many respects his aims are good. He is trying to carry out Unicephalon's fine policies. But as to the means, that's a different matter." Max said, "Listen to him, Leon." And he thought, no matter what he says, I'm going to keep on.
Nobody is going to stand in my way because it's my duty. It's the job of the office. And if you got to be president like I am, you do it too. Even the president, Briskin was saying, must obey the law. He doesn't stand outside it, however powerful he is. He was silent for a moment, and then he said slowly, I know that at this moment, the FBI, under direct orders from Max Fisher's appointee Leon Late, is attempting to close down these stations, to still my voice. Here again, Max Fisher is making use of power, of the police agency for his own ends, making it an extension. Max picked up the red phone. At once a voice said from it, Yes, Mr. President, this is General Tompkins, C. What's that? Max said. Chief of Communications, Army 600 to 1000, sir. Aboard the Dwight D. Eisenhower, accepting relay through the transmitter at the Pluto station. Oh, yeah, Max said, nodding. Listen, you fellas stand by, you understand? Be ready to receive instructions. He put his hand over the mouthpiece of the phone. Leon, he said to his cousin, who had now finished his cheeseburger and was starting on a strawberry shake. How can I do it? I mean, Briskin is telling the truth. Leon said, Give Tompkins the word. He belched, then tapped himself on the chest with the side of his fist. Pardon me. On the screen, Jim Briskin said, I think very possibly I'm risking my life to speak to you, because this we must face. We have a president who would not mind employing murder to obtain his objectives. This is the political tactic of a tyranny, and that's what we're seeing. A tyranny coming into existence in our society, replacing the rational, disinterested rule of the homeostatic problem-solving Unicephalon 40D, which was designed, built, and put into operation by some of the finest minds we have ever seen. Minds dedicated to the preservation of all that's worthy in our tradition. And the transformation from this to a one-man tyranny is melancholy, to say the least. Quietly, Max said, Now I can't go ahead. Why not? Leon said. Didn't you hear him? He's talking about me. I'm the tyrant he has reference to. Christ. Max hung up the red phone. I waited too long. It's hard for me to say it, Max said. But, well, hell, it would prove he's right. I know he's right anyhow, Max thought. But do they know it? Does the public know it? I can't let them find out about me, he realized. They should look up to their president, respect him, honor him. No wonder I show up so bad in the Telscan poll. No wonder Jim Briskin decided to run against me the moment he heard I was in office. They really do know about me. They sense it. Sense that Jim Jam is speaking the truth. I'm just not presidential caliber. I'm not fit, he thought, to hold this office. Listen, Leon, he said, I'm going to give it to that Briskin anyhow and then step down. It'll be my last official act. Once more he picked up the red phone. I'm going to order them to wipe out Briskin and then someone else can be president. Anyone the people want. Even Pat Noble or you, I don't care. He jiggled the phone. Hey, C, he said loudly. Come on, answer. To his cousin he said, Leave me some of that shake. It's actually half mine. Sure, Max, Leon said loyally. Isn't no one there? Max said into the phone. He waited. The phone remained dead. Something's gone wrong, he said to Leon. Communications have busted down. It must be those aliens again. And then he saw the TV screen. It was blank. What's happening? Max said. What are they doing to me? Who's doing it? He looked around, frightened. I don't get it. Leon stoically drank the milkshake, shrugging to show that he had no answer, but his beefy face had paled. It's too late, Max said. For some reason, it's just too late. Slowly, he hung up the phone. I've got enemies, Leon, more powerful than you or me, and I don't even know who they are."
He sat in silence before the dark, soundless TV screen, waiting. The speaker of the TV set said abruptly, "Pseudo-autonomic news bulletin. Stand by, please." Then again there was silence. Jim Briskin, glancing at Ed Feinberg and Peggy, waited. "Comrade citizens of the United States," the flat, unmodulated voice from the TV speaker said all at once. "The interregnum is over. The situation has returned to normal." As it spoke, words appeared on the monitor screen, a ribbon of printed tape passing slowly across before the TV cameras in Washington, D.C. Unicephalon 40D had spliced itself into the coax in its usual fashion. It had preempted the program in progress. That was its traditional right. The voice was the synthetic verbalizing organ of the homeostatic structure itself. "The election campaign is nullified," Unicephalon 40D said. "That is item 1. The standby President Maximilian Fisher is canceled out. That is item 2. Item 3. We are at war with the aliens who have invaded our system. Item 4. James Briskin, who has been speaking to you." This is it, Jim Briskin realized. In his earphones, the impersonal, plateau-like voice continued. "Item 4. James Briskin, who has been speaking to you on these facilities, is hereby ordered to cease and desist, and a writ of mandamus is issued forthwith, requiring him to show just cause why he should be free to pursue any further political activity. In the public interest, we instruct him to become politically silent." Grinning starkly at Peggy and Ed Feinberg, Briskin said, "That's it. It's over. I'm to politically shut up." "You can fight it in the courts," Peggy said at once. "You can take it all the way up to the Supreme Court. They've set aside decisions of Unicephalon in the past." She put her hand on his shoulder, but he moved away. "Or do you want to fight it?" "At least I'm not canceled out," Briskin said. He felt tired. "I'm glad to see that machine back in operation," he said, to reassure Peggy. "It means a return to stability. That we can use." "What'll you do, Jim Jam?" Ed asked. "Go back to Rhinelander Beer and Cal Best Electronics and try to get your old job back?" "No," Briskin murmured. "Certainly not that." But he could not really become politically silent. He could not do what the problem solver said. It simply was not biologically possible for him. Sooner or later he would begin to talk again, for better or worse. And, he thought, I'll bet Max can't do what it says either. Neither of us can. Maybe, he thought, I'll answer the writ of mandamus. Maybe I'll contest it. A countersuit. I'll sue Unicephalon 40D in a court of law. Jim Jam Briskin the plaintiff, Unicephalon 40D the defendant. He smiled. I'll need a good lawyer for that. Someone quite a bit better than Max Fisher's top legal mind, cousin Leon Late. Going to the closet of the small studio in which they had been broadcasting, he got his coat and began to put it on. A long trip lay ahead of them, back to Earth from this remote spot, and he wanted to get started. Peggy, following after him, said, "You're not going back on the air at all? Not even to finish the program?" "No," he said. "But Unicephalon will be cutting back out again, and what'll that leave? Just dead air. That's not right, is it, Jim? Just to walk out like this? I can't believe you'd do it. It's not like you." He halted at the door of the studio. "You heard what it said. The instructions it handed out to me." "Nobody leaves dead air going," Peggy said. "It's a vacuum, Jim, the thing nature abhors, and if you don't fill it, someone else will. Look, Unicephalon is going back off right now." She pointed at the TV monitor. The ribbon of words had ceased. Once more the screen was dark, empty of motion and light. "It's your responsibility,"
Peggy said, "and you know it." "Are we back on the air?" he asked Ed. "Yes, it's definitely out of the circuit, at least for a while." Ed gestured toward the vacant stage on which the TV cameras and lights focused. He said nothing more. He did not have to. With his coat still on, Jim Briskin walked that way. Hands in his pockets, he stepped back into the range of the cameras, smiled, and said, "I think, beloved comrades, the interruption is over. For the time being, anyhow. So, let's continue." The noise of canned applause, manipulated by Ed Feinberg, swelled up, and Jim Briskin raised his hands and signaled the non-existent studio audience for silence. "Does any of you know a good lawyer?" Jim Jam asked caustically. "And if you do, phone us and tell us right away, before the FBI finally manages to reach us out here." In his bedroom at the White House, as Unicephalon's message ended, Maximilian Fisher turned to his cousin Leon and said, "Well, I'm out of office." "Yeah, Max," Leon said heavily. "I guess you are." "And you too," Max pointed out. "It's going to be a clean sweep. You can count on that." "Canceled." He gritted his teeth. "That's sort of insulting. It could have said retired." "I guess that's just its way of expressing itself," Leon said. "Don't get upset, Max. Remember your heart trouble. You still got the job of standby, and that's the top standby position there is. Standby President of the United States, I want to remind you. And now you've got all this worry and effort off your back. You're lucky." "I wonder if I'm allowed to finish this meal," Max said, picking at the food in the tray before him. His appetite, now that he was retired, began almost at once to improve. He selected a chicken salad sandwich and took a big bite from it. "It's still mine," he decided, his mouth full. "I still get to live here and eat regularly, right?" "Right," Leon agreed, his legal mind active. "That's in the contract the union signed with Congress. Remember back to that? We didn't go out on strike for nothing." "Those were the days," Max said. He finished the chicken salad sandwich and returned to the eggnog. It felt good not to have to make big decisions. He let out a long, heartfelt sigh and settled back into the pile of pillows propping him up. But then he thought, in some respects, I sort of enjoyed making decisions. I mean, it was... He searched for the thought. It was different from being a standby or drawing unemployment. It had satisfaction, he thought. That's what it gave me, like I was accomplishing something. He missed that already. He felt suddenly hollow, as if things had all at once become purposeless. "Leon," he said, "I could have gone on as president another whole month and enjoyed the job. You know what I mean?" "Yeah, I guess I get your meaning," Leon mumbled. "No, you don't," Max said. "I'm trying, Max," his cousin said. "Honest." With bitterness, Max said, "I shouldn't have had them go ahead and let those engineer fellas patch up that unicephalon. I should have buried the project, at least for 6 months." "Too late to think about that now," Leon said. "Is it?" Max asked himself. "You know, something could happen to Unicephalon 40D. An accident." He pondered that as he ate a piece of green apple pie with a wide slice of Longhorn cheese. A number of persons whom he knew could pull off such tasks, and did so now and then. A big, nearly fatal accident, he thought, late some night when everyone's asleep and it's just me and it awake here in the White House. I mean, let's face it, the aliens showed us how. "Look, Jim Jam Briskin's back on the air," Leon said, gesturing at the TV set. Sure enough, there was the famous, familiar red wig, and Briskin was saying something witty and yet profound, something that made one stop to ponder. "Hey, listen," Leon said. "He's poking fun at the FBI. Can you imagine him doing that now? He's not scared of anything."
Don't bother me, Max said. I'm thinking.
He reached over and carefully turned the sound of the TV set off. For thoughts such as he was having, he wanted no distractions. Note: Standby. Top standby job, April 18th, 1963. Amazing, October 1963. End note. What'll we do with Ragland Park? In his domain near the logging town of John Day, Oregon, Sebastian Hadda thoughtfully ate a grape as he watched the TV screen. The grapes, flown to Oregon by illegal jet transport, came from one of his farms in the Sonoma Valley of California. He spat the seeds into the fireplace across from him, half listening to his culture announcer delivering a lecture on the portrait busts of 20th century sculptors. If only I could get Jim Briskin on my network, Hadda thought gloomily. The ranking TV news clown, so popular with his flaming scarlet wig and genial informal patter. Culture needs that, Hadda realized. But their society at the moment was being run by the idiotic, but peculiarly able, President Maximilian Fisher, who had locked horns with Jim Jam Briskin, who had, in fact, clapped the famous news clown in jail. So, as a result, Jim Jam was available neither for the commercial network which linked the 3 habitable planets, nor for culture. And meanwhile, Max Fisher ruled on. If I could get Jim Jam out of prison, Hadda thought, perhaps due to gratitude, he'd move over to my network, leave his sponsors Rhinelander Beer and Cal Best Electronics. After all, they have not been able to free him despite their intricate court maneuvers. They don't have the power or the know-how, and I have. One of Hadda's wives, Thelma, had entered the living room of the domain and now stood watching the TV screen from behind him. "Don't place yourself there, please," Hadda said. "It gives me a panic reaction. I like to see people's faces." He twisted around in his deep chair. "The fox is back," Thelma said. "I saw him. He glared at me." She laughed with delight. "He looked so feral and independent, a bit like you, Seb. I wish I could have gotten a film clip of him." "I must spring Jim Jam Briskin," Hadda said aloud. He had decided. Picking up the phone, he dialed Culture's production chief, Nat Kaminsky, at the transmitting Earth satellite Coulone. "In exactly 1 hour," Hadda told his employee, "I want all our outlets to begin crying for Jim Jam Briskin's release from jail. He's not a traitor, as President Fisher declares. In fact, his political rights, his freedom of speech have been taken away from him, illegally. Got it? Show clips of Briskin. Build him up, you understand." Hadda hung up then and dialed his attorney, Art Heaviside. Thelma said, "I'm going back outdoors and feed the animals." "Do that," Hadda said, lighting an Abdullah, a British-made Turkish cigarette which he was most fond of. "Art," he said into the phone, "get started on Jim Jam Briskin's case. Find a way to free him." His lawyer's voice came protestingly. "But, Seb, if we mix into that, we'll have President Fisher after us with the FBI. It's too risky." Hadda said, "I need Briskin. Culture has become pompous. Look at the screen right this minute. Education and art. We need a personality, a good news clown. We need Jim Jam." Telscan's surveys of late had shown an ominous dropping off of viewers, but he did not tell Art Heaviside that. It was confidential. Sighing, the attorney said, "Will do, Seb, but the charge against Briskin is sedition in time of war." "Time of war? With whom?" "Those alien ships, you know, that entered the Sol system last February. Darn it, Seb, you know we're at war. You can't be so lofty as to deny that. It's a legal fact." "In my opinion," Hadda said, "the aliens are not hostile." He put the receiver down, feeling angry.
It's Max Fisher's way of holding on to supreme power, he said to himself, thumping the war scare drum. I ask you, what actual damage have the aliens done lately? After all, we don't own the Sol system. We just like to think we do. In any case, culture, educational TV itself, was withering, and as the owner of the network, Sebastian Hatta had to act. Am I personally declining in vigor? He asked himself. Once more picking up the phone, he dialed his analyst, Dr. Ito Yasumi, at his domain outside of Tokyo. I need help, he said to himself. Culture's creator and financial backer needs help, and Dr. Yasumi can give it to me. Facing him from across his desk, Dr. Yasumi said, Hada, maybe problem stems from you having 8 wives. That's about 5 too many. He waved Hada back to the couch. Be calm, Hada. Pretty sad that big-time operator like Mr. S. Hada falling apart under stress. You afraid President Fisher's FBI get you like they got Jim Briskin? He smiled. No, Hada said. I'm fearless. He lay semi-supine, arms behind his head, gazing at a Paul Klee print on the wall. Or perhaps it was an original. Good analysts did make a god-awful amount of money. Yasumi's charge to him was $1,000 a half hour. Yasumi said contemplatively, Maybe you should seize power, Hada, in bold coup against Max Fisher. Make successful power play of your own. Become president, and then release Mr. Jim Jam. No problem, then. Fisher has the armed forces behind him, Hada said gloomily, as commander-in-chief. Because of General Tompkins, who likes Fisher, they're absolutely loyal. He had already thought of this. Maybe I ought to flee to my domain on Callisto, he murmured. It was a superb one, and Fisher, after all, had no authority there. It was not U.S., but Dutch territory. Anyhow, I don't want to fight. I'm not a fighter, a street brawler. I'm a cultured man. You are a biophysical organism with built-in responses. You are alive. All that live strive to survive. You will fight if necessary, Hada. Looking at his watch, Hada said, I have to go, Ito. At 3, I have an appointment in Havana to interview a new folk singer, a ballad and banjo man who's sweeping Latin America. Raglan Park is his name. He can bring life back into culture. I know of him, Ito Yasumi said. Saw him on commercial TV. Very good performer. Part Southern U.S., part Dane, very young, with huge black mustache and blue eyes. Magnetic, this Rags, as is called. But is folk singing cultural? Hada murmured. I tell you something, Dr. Yasumi said. There's strangeness about Rags Park. I noted even over TV, not like other people. That's why he's such a sensation. More than that, I diagnose, Yasumi reflected. You know, mental illness and psionic powers closely related, as in poltergeist effect. Many schizophrenics of paranoid variety are telepaths, picking up hate thoughts and subconscious of persons around them. I know, Hada sighed, thinking that this was costing him hundreds of dollars, this spouting of psychiatric theory. Go careful with Rags Park, Dr. Yasumi cautioned. You volatile type, Hada. Jump too quick. First, idea of springing Jim Jam Briskin, risking FBI wrath, and now this Rags Park. You like hat designer or human free. Best bet, as I say, is to openly face President Fisher, not deviousness, as I foresee you doing. Devious? Hada murmured. I'm not devious. You most devious patient I got, Dr. Yasumi told him bluntly. You got nothing but tricky bones in your body, Hada. Watch out, or you scheme yourself out of existence. He nodded with great soberness. I'll go carefully, Hada said, his mind on Rags Park. He barely heard what Dr. Yasumi was telling him. A favor, Dr. Yasumi said.
When you can arrange, let me examine Mr. Park. I would enjoy, okay? For your good, Hada, as well as professional interest. Psi talent may be of new kind. One never knows.
Okay, Hada agreed. I'll give you a call. But, he thought, I'm not going to pay for it. Your examination of Rags Park will be on your own time. There was an opportunity before his appointment with the ballad singer Rags Park to drop by the federal prison in New York at which Jim Jam Briskin was being held on the sedition in time of war charge. Hada had never met the news clown face to face, and he was surprised to discover how much older the man looked than on the TV. But perhaps Briskin's arrest, his troubles with President Fisher, had temporarily overwhelmed him. It would be enough to overwhelm anyone, Hada reflected, as the deputy unlocked the cell and admitted him. How did you happen to tangle with President Fisher? Hada asked. The news clown shrugged and said, You lived through that period in history as much as I did. He lit a cigarette and stared woodenly past Hada. He was referring, Hada realized, to the demise of the great problem-solving computer at Washington, D.C., Unicephalon 40D. It had ruled as President of the United States and Commander-in-Chief of the Armed Forces until a missile, delivered by the alien ships, had put it out of action. During that period, the standby president, Max Fisher, had taken power, a clod appointed by the Union, a primitive man with an unnatural bucolic cunning. When at last Unicephalon 40D had been repaired and had resumed functioning, it had ordered Fisher to depart his office and Jim Briskin to cease political activity. Neither man had complied. Briskin had gone on campaigning against Max Fisher, and Fisher had managed, by some method still unknown, to disable the computer, thereby again becoming President of the United States. And his initial act had been to clap Jim Jam in jail. Has Art Heaviside, my attorney, seen you? Hada asked. No, Briskin said shortly. Listen, my friend, Hada said. Without my help, you'll be in prison forever, or at least until Max Fisher dies. This time he isn't making the mistake of allowing Unicephalon 40D to be repaired. It's out of action for good. Briskin said, And you want me on your network in exchange for getting me out of here. He smoked rapidly at his cigarette. I need you, Jim Jam, Hada said. It took courage for you to expose President Fisher for the power-hungry buffoon he is. We've got a terrible menace hanging over us in Max Fisher, and if we don't join together and work fast, it'll be too late. We'll both be dead. You know, in fact you said it on TV, that Fisher would gladly stoop to assassination to get what he wants. Briskin said, Can I say what I want over your facilities? I give you absolute freedom. Attack anyone you want, including me. After a pause, Briskin said, I'd take your offer, Hada, but I doubt if even Art Heaviside can get me out of here. Leon Late, Fisher's Attorney General, is conducting the prosecution against me personally. Don't resign yourself, Hada said. Billions of your viewers are waiting to see you emerge from this cell. At this moment, all my outlets are clamoring for your release. Public pressure is building up. Even Max will have to listen to that. What I'm afraid of is that an accident will happen to me, Briskin said. Just like the accident that befell Unicephalon 40D a week after it resumed functioning. If it couldn't save itself, how can... You afraid? Hada inquired, incredulous. Jim Jam Briskin? The ranking news clown? I don't believe it. There was silence. Briskin said, The reason my sponsors, Rhinelander Beer and Cal Best Electronics, haven't been able to get me out is... He paused. Pressure put on them by President Fisher. Their attorneys as much as admitted that to me. When Fisher learns you're trying to help me, he'll bring all the pressure he has to bear directly on you. He glanced up acutely at Hada. Do you have the stamina to endure it? I wonder.
Certainly I have, Hada said, as I told Dr. Yasumi. And he'll put pressure on your wives, Jim Jam Briskin said. I'll divorce all 8 of them, Hada said hotly. Briskin held out his hand, and they shook. It's a deal, then, Jim Jam said. I'll go to work for culture as soon as I'm out of here. He smiled in a weary but hopeful way. Elated, Hada said, Have you ever heard of Rags Park, the folk and ballad singer? At 3 today, I'm signing him, too. There's a TV set here, and now and then I catch one of Park's numbers, Briskin said. He sounds good. But do you want that on culture? It's hardly educational. Culture is changing. We're going to sugarcoat our didacticisms from now on. We've been losing our audience. I don't intend to see culture wither away. The very concept of it. The word culture stood for Committee Utilizing Learning Techniques for Urban Renewal Efforts. A major part of Hada's real estate holdings consisted of the city of Portland, Oregon, which he had acquired intact 10 years ago. It was not worth much, typical of the semi-abandoned slum constellations which had become not only repellent but obsolete. Portland had a certain sentimental value to him because he had been born there. However, one notion lingered in his mind. If for any reason the colonies on the other planets and moons had to be abandoned, if the settlers came streaming back to Earth, the cities would be repopulated once more. And with the alien ships flitting about the farther planets, this was not as implausible as it sounded. In fact, a few families had emigrated back to Earth already. So, underneath, culture was not quite the disinterested public service nonprofit agency that it appeared. Mixed in with the education, Hada's outlets drummed away at the seductive idea of the city, how much it could offer, how little there was to be had in the colonies. Give up the difficult, crude life of the frontier, culture declared night and day. Return to your own planet. Repair the decaying cities. They're your real home. Did Briskin know this? Hada wondered. Did the news clown understand the actual purpose of his organization? Hada would find that out if and when he managed to get Briskin out of jail and before a culture microphone. At 3 o'clock, Sebastian Hada met the folk singer Raglan Park at the Havana Office of Culture. I'm glad to make your acquaintance, Rags Park said shyly. Tall, skinny, with his huge black mustache hiding most of his mouth, he shuffled about self-consciously, his blue eyes gentle with authentic friendliness. He had an unusual sweetness about him, Hada noted, almost a saintly quality. Hada found himself impressed. And you play both the guitar and 5-string banjo? Hada said. Not at once, of course. Rags Park mumbled, No, sir, I alternate. Want me to play something right now for you? Where were you born? Nat Kaminsky asked. Hada had brought his production chief along. In matters such as this, Kaminsky's opinion was valuable. In Arkansas, Rags answered. My family raises hogs. He had his banjo with him, and now, nervously, he twanged a few notes. I know a real sad song that'll break your heart. It's called Poor Old Hoss. Want me to sing it for you? We've heard you, Hada said. We know you're good. He tried to imagine this awkward young man twanging away over culture in between lectures on 20th century portrait sculptors. Hard to imagine. Rags said, I bet there's one thing you don't know about me, Mr. Hada. I make up a lot of my own ballads. Creative, Kaminsky said to Hada, straight-faced. That's good. For instance, Rags continued, I once made up a ballad about a man named Tom McPhail who ran 10 miles with a bucket of water to put out the fire in his little daughter's crib. Did he make it? Hada asked. Sure did, just in time. Tom McPhail ran faster and faster with that bucket of water. Chanting, Rags twanged in accompaniment. Here comes Tom McPhail, holding on tight to that great little pail. Holding on tight, boys, here he come. Heart full of fear, faculties numb. Twang, twang, sounded the banjo, mournfully and urgently. Kaminsky said acutely, I've been following your shows, and I've never heard you sing that number. Oh, Rags said, I had bad luck with that, Mr. Kaminsky. Turned out there really is a Tom McPhail. Lives in Pocatello, Idaho. I sang about old Tom McPhail on my January 14th TV show, and right away he got sore. He was listening, and got a lawyer to write me. Wasn't it just a coincidence in names? Hada said. Well, Rags said, twisting about self-consciously, it seems there really had been a fire in his home there in Pocatello, and McPhail, he got panicky and ran with a bucket to the creek, and it was 10 miles off, like I said in the song. Did he get back with the water in time? Amazingly, he did, Rags said. Kaminsky said to Hada, it would be better on culture if this man stuck to authentic old English ballads such as Greensleeves. That would seem more what we want. Thoughtfully, Hada said to Rags, bad luck to pick a name for a ballad and have it turn out that such a man really exists. Have you had that sort of bad luck since? Yes, I have, Rags admitted. I made up a ballad last week. It was about a lady, Miss Marcia Dobbs. Listen. All day, all night, Marcia Dobbs loves a married man whose wife she robs. Robs that wife and hearth of Jack Cook's heart. Steals the husband, makes that marriage fall apart. That's the first verse, Rags explained. It goes on for 17 verses. Tells how Marcia comes to work at Jack Cook's office as a secretary, goes to lunch with him, then later they meet late at... Is there a moral at the end? Kaminsky inquired. Oh, sure, Rags said. Don't take no one else's man, because if you do, heaven avenges the dishonored wife. In this case, virus flu lay round the corner just for Jack. For Marcia Dobbs 'twas to be worse, a heart attack. Miss Cooks, the hand of heaven sought to spare, surrounded her, became a garment strong to wear. Miss Cooks... Hada broke in over the twanging and singing. That's fine, Rags, that's enough. He glanced at Kaminsky and winced. And I bet it turned out, Kaminsky said, that there's a real Marcia Dobbs who had an affair with her boss, Jack Cooks. Right, Rags said, nodding. No lawyer called me, but I read it in the homeopape, the New York Times. Marcia, she died of a heart attack, and it was actually during... He hesitated modestly. You know, while she and Jack Cooks were at a motel satellite love-making. Have you deleted that number from your repertoire? Kaminsky asked. Well, Rag said, I can't make up my mind. Nobody's suing me, and I like the ballad. I think I'll leave it in. To himself, Hada thought, what was it Dr. Yasumi said? That he scented psi powers of some unusual kind in Raglan Park? Perhaps it's the parapsychological power of having the bad luck to make up ballads about people who really exist. Not much of a talent, that. On the other hand, he realized, it could be a variant on the telepathic talent, and with a little tinkering it might be quite valuable. How long does it take you to make up a ballad? He asked Rags. I can do it on the spot, Rags Park answered. I could do it now. Give me a theme and I'll compose right here in this office of yours. Hada pondered and then said, My wife Thelma has been feeding a gray fox that I know, or I believe, killed and ate our best Rouen duck. After a moment of considering, Rags Park twanged, Miss Thelma Hada talked to the fox built it a home from an old pine box. Sebastian heard a sad cluck. Wicked gray fox had eaten his duck. But ducks don't cluck, they quack, Nat Kaminsky said critically. That's a fact, Rags admitted. He pondered and then sang, Hot as production chief changed my luck. I got no job and ducks don't cluck. Grinning, Kaminsky said, Okay, Rags, you win. To Hada, he said, I advise you to hire him. Let me ask you this, Hada said to Rags. Do you think the fox got my Rouen? Gosh, Rags said, I don't know anything about that. But in your ballad you said so, Hada pointed out. Let me think, Rags said. Presently he twanged once more and said, Interesting problem, Hada stated. Perhaps my ability's underrated. Perhaps I'm not no ordinary guy. Do I get my ballads through the use of Sci? How did you know I meant Sci? Hada asked. You can read interior thoughts, can't you? Yasumi was right. Rags said, Mister, I'm just singing and twanging. I'm just an entertainer, same as Jim Jam Briskin, that news clown President Fisher clapped in jail. Are you afraid of jail? Hada asked him bluntly. President Fisher doesn't have nothing against me, Rags said. I don't do political ballads. If you work for me, Hada said, maybe you will. I'm trying to get Jim Jam out of jail. Today all my outlets began their campaign. Yes, he ought to be out, Rags agreed, nodding. That was a bad thing, President Fisher using the FBI for that. Those aliens aren't that much of a menace. Kaminsky, rubbing his chin meditatively, said, Do one on Jim Jam Briskin, Max Fisher, the aliens, on the whole political situation. Sum it up. That's asking a lot, Rags said with a wry smile. Try, Kaminsky said. See how well you can epitomize. Hoo-wee, Rags said. Epitomize? Now I know I'm talking to culture. Okay, Mr. Kaminsky, how's this? He said, Fat little president by name of Max used his power, gave Jim the axe. Sebastian Hada's got eyes like a vulture, sees his opening, steps in with culture. You're hired, Hada said to the folk singer, and reached into his pocket for a contract form. Kaminsky said, Will we be successful, Mr. Park? Tell us about the outcome. I'd, rather not, Rags said. At least not this minute. You think I can also read the future, too, that I'm a precog as well as a telepath? He laughed gently. I've got plenty of talent, according to you. I'm flattered. He bowed mockingly. I'll assume that you're coming to work for us, Hada said, and your willingness to be an employee of culture. Is it a sign that you feel President Fisher is not going to be able to get us? Oh, we could be in jail, too, along with Jim Jam, Rags murmured. That wouldn't surprise me. Seating himself, his banjo in hand, he prepared to sign the contract. In his bedroom at the White House, President Max Fisher had listened for almost an hour now to the TV set, to culture hammering away on the same topic again and again. Jim Briskin must be released, the voice said. It was a smooth, professional announcer's voice, but behind it, unheard, Max knew, was Sebastian Hada. Attorney General, Max said to his cousin Leon Late, get me dossiers on all of Hada's wives, all 7 or 8, whatever it is. I guess I got to take a drastic course. When, later in the day, the 8 dossiers had been put before him, he began to read carefully, chewing on his El Producto Alta cigar and frowning, his lips moving with the effort of comprehending the intricate, detailed material. Geez, what a mess some of these dames must be, he realized. Ought to be getting chemical psychotherapy, have their brain metabolisms straightened out. But he was not displeased. It had been his hunch that a man like Sebastian Hatta would attract an unstable sort of woman. One in particular, Hatta's fourth wife, interested him, Zoe Martin Hatta, 31 years old, now living on Io with her 10-year-old son. Zoe Hatta had definite psychotic traits. "Attorney General," he said to his cousin, "this dame is living on a pension supplied by the U.S. Department of Mental Health. Hatta isn't contributing a dime to her support. You get her here to the White House, you understand? I got a job for her." The following morning, Zoe Martin Hatta was brought to his office. He saw, between the two FBI men, a scrawny woman, attractive but with wild, animosity-filled eyes. "Hello, Mrs. Zoe Hatta," Max said. "Listen, I know something about you. You're the only genuine Mrs. Hatta. The others are imposters, right? And Sebastian's done you dirt." He waited and saw the expression on her face change. "Yes," Zoe said. "I've been in courts for 6 years trying to prove what you just said. I can hardly believe it. Are you really going to help me?" "Sure," Max said. "But you gotta do it my way. I mean, if you're waiting for that skunk Hatta to change, you're wasting your time. About all you can do," he paused, "is even up the score." The violence which had left her face crept back as she understood, gradually, what he meant. Frowning, Dr. Ito Yasumi said, "I have now made my examination, Hatta." He began putting away his battery of cards. "This Rags Park is neither a telepath or precog. He neither reads my mind nor cognates what is to be, and frankly, Hatta, although I still sense psi power about him, I have no idea what it might be." Hatta listened in silence. Now Rags Park, this time with a guitar over his shoulder, wandered in from the other room. It seemed to amuse him that Dr. Yasumi could make nothing of him. He grinned at both of them and then seated himself. "I'm a puzzle," he said to Hatta. "Either you got too much when you hired me or not enough. But you don't know which, and neither does Dr. Yasumi or me." "I want you to start at once over culture," Hatta told him impatiently. "Make up and sing folk ballads that depict the unfair imprisonment and harassment of Jim Jam Briskin by Leon Late and his FBI. Make Late appear a monster. Make Fisher appear a scheming, greedy boob. Understand?" "Sure," Rags Park said, nodding. "We got to get public opinion aroused. I knew that when I signed. I ain't just entertaining no more." Dr. Yasumi said to Rags, "Listen, I have a favor to ask. Make up folk-style ballad telling how Jim Jam Briskin get out of jail." Both Hatta and Rags Park glanced at him. "Not about what is," Yasumi explained, "but about that which we want to be." Shrugging, Park said, "Okay." The door to Hatta's office burst open, and the chief of his bodyguards, Dieter Saxton, put his head excitedly in. "Mr. Hatta, we just gunned down a woman who was trying to get through to you with a homemade bomb. Do you have a moment to identify her? We think maybe it was one of your wives." "God in heaven," Hatta said, and hurried along with Saxton from the office and down the corridor. There on the floor, near the front entrance of the domain, lay a woman he knew. Zoe, he thought. He knelt down, touched her. "Sorry," Saxton mumbled. "We had to, Mr. Hatta." "All right," he said. "I believe you if you say so." He greatly trusted Saxton. After all, he had to. Saxton said, "I think from now on you better have one of us close by you at all times. I don't mean outside your office. I mean within physical touch." "I wonder if Max Fisher sent her here," Hatta said.
The chances are good, Saxton said. I'd make book on it.
Just because I'm trying to get Jim Jam Briskin released. Hada was thoroughly shaken. It really amazes me. He rose to his feet unsteadily. Let me go after Fisher, Saxton urged in a low voice, for your protection. He has no right to be president. Unicephalon 40D is our only legal president, and we all know Fisher put it out of commission. No, Hada murmured. I don't like murder. It's not murder, Saxton said. It's protection for you and your wives and children. Maybe so, Hada said, but I still can't do it. At least not yet. He left Saxton and made his way with difficulty back to his office, where Rags Park and Dr. Yasumi waited.
We heard, Yasumi said to him. Bear up, Hada. The woman was a paranoid schizophrenic, with delusions of persecution. Without psychotherapy, it was inevitable that she would meet a violent death. Do not blame yourself or Mr. Saxton. Hada said, and at one time I loved that woman. Dolefully strumming on his guitar, Rags Park sang to himself. The words were not audible. Perhaps he was practicing on his ballad of Jim Briskin's escape from jail. Take Mr. Saxton's advice, Dr. Yasumi said. Protect yourself at all times. He patted Hada on the shoulder. Rags spoke up. Mr. Hada, I think I've got my ballad now. About... I don't want to hear it, Hada said harshly. Not now. He wished the two of them would leave. He wanted to be by himself. Maybe I should fight back, he thought. Dr. Yasumi recommends it. Now Dieter Saxton recommends it. What would Jim Jam recommend? He has a sound mind. He would say, don't employ murder. I know that would be his answer. I know him. And if he says not to, I won't. Dr. Yasumi was instructing Rags Park. About it, please. About that vase of gladioli over there on the bookcase. Tell how it rise up straight in the air and hover. All right? What kind of ballad is that? Rags said. Anyhow, I got my work cut out for me. You heard what Mr. Hada said. But I'm still testing you, Dr. Yasumi grumbled. To his cousin, the Attorney General, Max Fisher, said disgustedly, Well, we didn't get him. No, Max, Leon Late agreed. He's got good men in his employ. He's not an individual like Briskin. He's a whole corporation. Moodily, Max said, I read a book once that said if 3 people are competing, eventually 2 of them will join together and gang up on the 3rd one. It's inevitable. That's exactly what's happened. Hada and Briskin are buddies, and I'm alone. We have to split them apart, Leon, and get one of them on our side against the other. Once Briskin liked me, only he disapproved of my methods. Leon said, Wait till he hears about Zoe Hada trying to kill her ex-husband. Then Briskin will really disapprove of you. You think it's impossible to win him over now? I sure do, Max. You're in a worse position than ever regarding him. Forget about winning him over. There's some idea in my mind, though, Max said. I can't quite make out what it is yet, but it has to do with freeing Jim Jam in the hopes that he'll feel gratitude. You're out of your mind, Leon said. How come you ever thought of an idea like that? It isn't like you. I don't know, Max groaned, but there it is. To Sebastian Hada, Rags Park said, I think maybe I got me a ballad now, Mr. Hada, like Dr. Yasumi suggested. It has to do with telling how Jim Jam Briskin gets out of jail. You want to hear it? Dully, Hada nodded. Go ahead. After all, he was paying the folk singer. He might as well get something for his money. Twanging away, Rags sang, Jim Jam Briskin languished in jail,
Couldn't find no one to put up his bail. Blame Max Fisher. Blame Max Fisher. Rags explained. That's the chorus. Blame Max Fisher, okay? All right, Hada said, nodding. The Lord came along, said, Max, I'm mad. Casting that man in jail, that was bad. Blame Max Fisher, the good Lord cried. Poor Jim Briskin, his rights denied. Blame Max Fisher, I'm here to tell. Good Lord say, him go straight to hell. Repent, Max Fisher, there's only one route. Get on my good side. Let Jim Jam out. Rags explained to Hada, now here's what's going to happen. He cleared his throat. Bad Max Fisher, he saw the light. Told Leon Late we got to do right. Sent a message down to turn that key. Open that door and let Jim Jam free. Old Jim Briskin saw an end to his plight. Jail door open now. Let's in the light. That's all, Rags informed Hada. It's sort of a holler type of folk song, a spiritual where you tap your foot. Do you like it? Hada managed to nod. Oh, sure. Anything's fine. Shall I tell Mr. Kaminsky you want me to air it over culture? Air away, Hada said. He did not care. The death of Zoe still weighed on his mind. He felt responsible, because after all, it had been his bodyguards who had done it, and the fact that Zoe had been insane, had been trying to destroy him, did not seem to matter. It was still a human life. It was still murder. Listen, he said to Rags on impulse. I want you to make up another song, now. With sympathy, Rags said, I know, Mr. Hada. A ballad about the sad death of your former wife, Zoe. I've been thinking about that, and I have a ballad already. Listen. There once was a lady fair to see and hear, wander spirit over field and star, sorrowful but forgiving from afar. That spirit knows who did her in. It was a stranger, not her kin. It was Max Fisher who knew her not. Hada interrupted. Don't whitewash me, Rags. I'm to blame. Don't put everything on Max as if he's a whipping boy. Seated in the corner of the office, listening quietly, Dr. Yasumi now spoke up. And also, too much credit to President Fisher in your ballads, Rags. In Ballad of Jim Jam's release from jail, you specifically give credit to Max Fisher for ethical change of heart. This will not do. The credit for Jim Jam's release must go to Hada. Listen, Rags, I have composed a poem for this occasion. Dr. Yasumi chanted, News Crown nestles not in jail. A friend, Sebastian Hada, got him free. He loves that friend, regards him well, knows whom to honor and to seek. Exactly 32 syllables. Dr. Yasumi explained modestly. Old-style Japanese-type haiku poetry does not have to rhyme, as do U.S. English ballads, however, must get right to the point, which in this matter is all important. To Rags he said, You make my haiku into ballad, okay? In your typical fashion, in rhythmic, rhyming couplets, etc., and so on. I counted 33 syllables, Rags said. Anyhow, I'm a creative artist. I'm not used to being told what to compose. He turned to Hada. Who am I working for, you or him? Not him, as far as I know. Do as he says, Hada told Rags. He's a brilliant man. Sullenly, Rags murmured, Okay, but I didn't expect this sort of job when I signed the contract. He retired to a far corner of the office to brood, think, and compose. What are you involved with here, Doctor? Hada asked. We'll see, Dr. Yasumi said mysteriously. Theory about psi power of this balladeer here. May pay off, may not. You seem to feel that the exact wording of Rags's ballads is very important, Hada said. That's right, Dr. Yasumi agreed. As in Regal document. You wait, Hada. You find out if I right eventually. If I wrong, doesn't matter anyhow." He smiled encouragingly at Hada. The phone in President Max Fisher's office rang. It was the Attorney General, his cousin, calling in agitation. "Max, I went over to the federal pen where Jim Jam is to see about quashing the charges against him like you were talking about." Leon hesitated. "He's gone, Max. He's not in there anymore." Leon sounded wildly nervous. "How'd he get out?" Max said, more baffled than angry. "Art Heaviside, Hada's attorney, found a way. I don't know yet what it is. I have to see Circuit Court Judge Dale Winthrop about it. He signed the release order an hour or so ago. I have an appointment with Winthrop. As soon as I've seen him, I'll call you back." "I'll be darned," Max said slowly. "Well, we were too late." He hung up the phone reflexively and then stood, deep in thought. "What has Hada got going for him?" he asked himself. "Something I don't understand." And now the thing to watch for, he realized, is Jim Briskin showing up on TV, on Culture's network. With relief, he saw on the screen not Jim Briskin, but a folk singer plucking away on a banjo. And then he realized that the folk singer was singing about him. Bad Max Fisher, he saw the light, told Leon Late we got to do right, sent a message down to turn that key. Listening, Max Fisher said aloud, "My God, that's exactly what happened. That's exactly what I did." Eerie, he thought. What's it mean, this ballad singer on Culture who sings about what I'm doing? Secret matters that he couldn't possibly know about. Telepathic, maybe, Max thought. That must be it. Now the folk singer was narrating and plucking about Sebastian Hada, how Hada had been personally responsible for getting Jim Jam Briskin out of jail. And it's true, Max said to himself. When Leon Late got there to the federal pen, he found Briskin gone because of Art Heaviside's activity. I better listen pretty carefully to this singer, because for some reason he seems to know more than I do. But the singer now had finished. The Culture announcer was saying, "That was a brief interlude of political ballads by the world-renowned Raglan Park. Mr. Park, you'll be pleased to hear, will appear on this channel every hour for 5 minutes of new ballads composed here in Culture's studios for the occasion. Mr. Park will be watching the teletypers and will compose his ballads to—" Max switched the set off then. Like Calypso, Max realized. New ballads. God, he thought dismally. Suppose Park sings about Unicephalon 40D coming back. I have a feeling, he thought, that what Raglan Park sings turns out to be true. It's one of those psionic talents. And they, the opposition, are making use of this. On the other hand, he thought, I might have a few psionic talents of my own, because if I didn't, I wouldn't have gotten as far as I have. Seated before the TV set, he switched it on once again and waited, chewing his lower lip and pondering what he should do. As yet, he could come up with nothing. But I will, sooner or later, he said to himself, and before they come up with the idea of bringing Unicephalon 40D back. Dr. Yasumi said, I have solved what Raglan Park's psi talent is, Hada. You care to know? I'm more interested in the fact that Jim Jam is out of jail, Hada answered. He put down the receiver of the telephone, almost unable to believe the news. He'll be here right away, he said to Dr. Yasumi. He's on his way direct by monorail. We'll see that he gets to Callisto, where Max has no jurisdiction, so they can't possibly re-arrest him. His mind swirled with plans. Rubbing his hands together, he said rapidly,
Jim Jam can broadcast from our transmitter on Callisto, and he can live at my domain there. That'll be beer and Skittles for him. I know he'll agree."
"He is out," Dr. Yasumi said dryly, "because of Rags's psi talent, so you had better listen. Because this psi talent is not understood even by Rags, and honestly to God, it could rebound on you any time."
Reluctantly, Hada said, "Okay, give me your opinion."
"Relationship between Rags's made-up ballads and the reality is one of cause and effect. What Rags describes then takes place. The ballad precedes the event, and not by much. You see? This could be dangerous if Rags understood it and made use of it for own advantage."
"If this is true," Hada said, "then we want him to compose a ballad about Unicephalon 40D returning to action." That was obvious to him instantly. Max Fisher would be merely the standby president once more, as he had originally been, without authority of any kind.
"Correct," Dr. Yasumi said. "But problem is, now that he is making up these political-type ballads, Raglan Park is apt to discover this fact too. For if he makes up song about Unicephalon, and then it actually—"
"You're right," Hada said. Even Park couldn't miss that. He was silent then, deep in thought. Raglan Park was potentially even more dangerous than Max Fisher. On the other hand, Raglan seemed like a good egg. There was no reason to assume that he would misuse his power as Max Fisher had his. But it was a great deal of power for one human being to have. Much too much. Dr. Yasumi said,
"Care must be taken as to exactly what sort of ballads Raglan makes up. Contents must be edited in advance, maybe by you."
"I want as little as possible," Hada began, and then ceased. The receptionist had buzzed him. He switched on the intercom. "Mr. James Briskin is here." "Send him right in," Hada said, delighted. "He's here already, Ito." Hada opened the door to the office, and there stood Jim Jam, his face lined and sober.
"Mr. Hada got you out,"
Dr. Yasumi informed Jim Jam. "I know. I appreciate it, Hada." Briskin entered the office, and Hada at once closed and locked the door. "Listen, Jim Jam," Hada said without preamble. "We've got greater problems than ever. Max Fisher as a threat is nothing. Now we have to deal with an ultimate form of power, an absolute rather than a relative form. I wish I had never gotten into this. Whose idea was it to hire Rags Park?"
Dr. Yasumi said, "Yours, Hada, and I warned you at the time."
"I'd better instruct Rags not to make up any more new ballads," Hada decided. "That's the first step to take. I'll call the studio. My God, he might make up one about us all going to the bottom of the Atlantic, or 20 AUs out into deep space."
"Avoid panic,"
Dr. Yasumi told him firmly.
"There you go ahead with panic, Hada. Volatile as ever. Be calm, and think first."
"How can I be calm," Hada said, "when that rustic has the power to move us around like toys? Why, he can command the entire universe."
"Not necessarily," Dr. Yasumi disagreed. "There may be limit. Psi power not well understood even yet. Hard to test out in laboratory condition. Hard to subject to rigorous, repeatable scrutiny."
He pondered. Jim Briskin said, "As I understand what you're saying, you were sprung by a made-up ballad," Hada told him. "Done at my command. It worked, but now we're stuck with the ballad singer." He paced back and forth, hands in his pockets. "What'll we do with Raglan Park?" he asked himself desperately. At the main studios of culture in the Earth satellite Kulone, Raglan Park sat with his banjo and guitar, examining the news dispatches coming in over the teletype and preparing ballads for his next appearance. Jim Jam Briskin, he saw, had been released from jail by order of a federal judge. Pleased, Raglan considered a ballad on that topic, then remembered that he had already composed and sung several. What he needed was a new topic entirely. He had done that one to death. From the control booth, Nat Kaminsky's voice boomed over the loudspeaker. "You about ready to go on again, Mr. Park?" "Oh, sure," Raglan replied, nodding. Actually, he was not, but he would be in a moment or two. What about a ballad, he thought, concerning a man named Pete Robinson of Chicago, Illinois, whose Springer Spaniel was attacked one fine day in broad daylight on a city street by an enraged eagle? No, that's not political enough, he decided. What about one dealing with the end of the world? A comet hitting Earth, or maybe the aliens swarming in and taking over, a real scary ballad with people getting blown up and cut in half by ray guns. But that was too unintellectual for culture. That wouldn't do either. Well, he thought, then a song about the FBI. I've never done one on the subject. Leon Late's men in gray business suits with fat red necks, college graduates carrying briefcases. To himself, he sang, while strumming his guitar, "Our department chief says, hark, go and bring back Raglan Park. He's a menace to conformity. His crimes are an enormity." Chuckling, Raglan pondered how to go on with the ballad. A ballad about himself. Interesting idea. How had he happened to think of that? He was so busy concocting the ballad, in fact, that he did not notice the three men in gray business suits with fat red necks who had entered the studio and were coming toward him, each man carrying a briefcase in a way that made it clear he was a college graduate and used to carrying it. I really have a good ballad going, Raglan said to himself, the best one of my career. Strumming, he went on, "Yes, they sneaked up in the dark, aimed their guns and shot poor Park, stilled freedom's clarion cry when they doomed this man to die. But a crime not soon forgotten, even in a culture rotten." That was as far as Raglan got in his ballad. The leader of the group of FBI men lowered his smoking pistol, nodded to his companions, and then spoke into his wrist transmitter. "Inform Mr. Late that we have been successful." The tinny voice from his wrist answered, "Good. Return to headquarters at once. He orders it." He, of course, was Maximilian Fisher. The FBI men knew that, knew who had sent them on their mission. In his office at the White House, Maximilian Fisher breathed a sigh of relief when informed that Raglan Park was dead. A close call, he said to himself. That man might have finished me off, me and everybody else in the world. Amazing, he thought, that we were able to get him. The break certainly went our way. I wonder why. Could be one of my psionic talents has to do with putting an end to folk singers, he said to himself, and grinned with sleek satisfaction. Specifically, he thought, a side talent for getting folk singers to compose ballads on the theme of their own destruction. And now, he realized, the real problem of getting Jim Briskin back into jail, and it will be hard. Hada is probably smart enough to think of transporting him immediately to an outlying moon where I have no authority. It will be a long struggle, me against those two, and they could well beat me in the end. He sighed. A lot of hard work, he said to himself, but I guess I gotta do it. Picking up the phone, he dialed Leon Late. Note: What'll we do with Raglan Park? No ordinary guy. April 29th, 1963. Amazing, November 1963. End note.
Oh, to be a blobble. He put a $20 platinum coin into the slot, and the analyst, after a pause, lit up. Its eyes shone with sociability, and it swiveled about in its chair, picked up a pen and pad of long yellow paper from its desk, and said, "Good morning, sir. You may begin." "Hello, Dr. Jones. I guess you're not the same Dr. Jones who did the definitive biography of Freud. That was a century ago." He laughed nervously. Being a rather poverty-stricken man, he was not accustomed to dealing with the new, fully homeostatic psychoanalysts. He said, "Should I free associate, or give you background material, or just what?" Dr. Jones said, "Perhaps you could begin by telling me who you are, und warum mich, why you have selected me." "I'm George Munster, of Catwalk 4, Building WEF 395, San Francisco condominium, established 1996. "How do you do, Mr. Munster?" Dr. Jones held out its hand, and George Munster shook it. He found the hand to be of a pleasant body temperature and decidedly soft. The grip, however, was manly. "You see," Munster said, "I'm an ex-GI, a war veteran. That's how I got my condominium apartment at WEF 395, veteran's preference." "Ah, yes," Dr. Jones said, ticking faintly as it measured the passage of time. "The war with the Blobbles." "I fought 3 years in that war," Munster said, nervously smoothing his long, black, thinning hair. "I hated the Blobbles, and I volunteered. I was only 19, and I had a good job, but the crusade to clear the Sol system of Blobbles came first in my mind." Dr. Jones said, ticking and nodding. George Munster continued, "I fought well. In fact, I got 2 decorations and a battlefield citation, corporal. That's because I single-handedly wiped out an observation satellite full of Blobbles. We'll never know exactly how many, because, of course, being Blobbles, they tend to fuse together and unfuse confusingly." He broke off then, feeling emotional. Even remembering and talking about the war was too much for him. He lay back on the couch, lit a cigarette, and tried to become calm. The Blobbles had emigrated originally from another star system, probably Proxima. Several thousand years ago they had settled on Mars and on Titan, doing very well at agrarian pursuits. They were developments of the original unicellular amoeba, quite large and with a highly organized nervous system, but still amoeba, with pseudopodia, reproducing by binary fission, and in the main offensive to Terran settlers. The war itself had broken out over ecological considerations. It had been the desire of the Foreign Aid Department of the UN to change the atmosphere on Mars, making it more usable for Terran settlers. This change, however, had made it unpalatable for the Blobble colonies already there, hence the squabble. And, Munster reflected, it was not possible to change half the atmosphere of a planet, the Brownian movement being what it was. Within a period of 10 years, the altered atmosphere had diffused throughout the planet, bringing suffering, at least so they alleged, to the Blobbles. In retaliation, a Blobble armada had approached Terra and had put into orbit a series of technically sophisticated satellites designed eventually to alter the atmosphere of Terra. This alteration had never come about because, of course, the War Office of the UN had gone into action. The satellites had been detonated by self-instructing missiles, and the war was on. Dr. Jones said, "Are you married, Mr. Munster?" "No, sir," Munster said, "and—" He shuddered. "You'll see why when I've finished telling you. See, Doctor," he stubbed out his cigarette, "I'll be frank. I was a Terran spy. That was my task. They gave the job to me because of my bravery in the field. I didn't ask for it." "I see," Dr. Jones said. "Do you?" Munster's voice broke.
Do you know what was necessary in those days in order to make a Terran into a successful spy among the Blobbles?" Nodding, Dr. Jones said, "Yes, Mr. Munster. You had to relinquish your human form and assume the repellent form of a Blobble." Munster said nothing. He clenched and unclenched his fist bitterly. Across from him, Dr. Jones ticked. That evening, back in his small apartment at WEF 395, Munster opened a fifth of teacher's scotch, sat by himself sipping from a cup, lacking even the energy to get a glass down from the cupboard over the sink. What had he gotten out of the session with Dr. Jones today? Nothing, as nearly as he could tell. And it had eaten deep into his meager financial resources. Meager because for almost 12 hours out of the day he reverted, despite all the efforts of himself and the Veterans Hospitalization Agency of the UN, to his old wartime blobble shape. To a formless, unicellular-like blob right in the middle of his own apartment at WEF 395. His financial resources consisted of a small pension from the War Office. Finding a job was impossible, because as soon as he was hired, the strain caused him to revert there on the spot, in plain sight of his new employer and fellow workers. It did not assist in forming successful work relationships. Sure enough, now at 8 in the evening, he felt himself once more beginning to revert. It was an old and familiar experience to him, and he loathed it. Hurriedly, he sipped the last of the cup of scotch, put the cup down on a table, and felt himself slide together into a homogeneous puddle. The telephone rang. "I can't answer," he called to it. The phone's relay picked up his anguished message and conveyed it to the calling party. Now Munster had become a single transparent gelatinous mass in the middle of the rug. He undulated toward the phone. It was still ringing, despite his statement to it, and he felt furious resentment. Didn't he have enough troubles already without having to deal with a ringing phone? Reaching it, he extended a pseudopodium and snatched the receiver from the hook. With great effort, he formed his plastic substance into the semblance of a vocal apparatus, resonating dully. "I'm busy," he resonated in a low, booming fashion into the mouthpiece of the phone. "Call later." Call, he thought, as he hung up, tomorrow morning, when I've been able to regain my human form. The apartment was quiet, now. Sighing, Munster flowed back across the carpet to the window, where he rose into a high pillar in order to see the view beyond. There was a light-sensitive spot on his outer surface, and although he did not possess a true lens, he was able to appreciate, nostalgically, the sight of San Francisco Bay, the Golden Gate Bridge, the playground for small children which was Alcatraz Island. Damn it, he thought bitterly. I can't marry. I can't live a genuine human existence, reverting this way to the form the War Office big shots forced me into back in the war times. He had not known then, when he accepted the mission, that it would leave this permanent effect. They had assured him it was only temporary, for the duration, or some such glib phrase. Duration, my ass, Munster thought with furious, impotent resentment. It's been 11 years now. The psychological problems created for him, the pressure on his psyche, were immense, hence his visit to Dr. Jones. Once more the phone rang. "Okay," Munster said aloud, and flowed laboriously back across the room to it. "You want to talk to me?" he said, as he came closer and closer. The trip, for someone in blobble form, was a long one. "I'll talk to you. You can even turn on the vid screen and look at me."
At the phone, he snapped the switch which would permit visual communication as well as auditory. "Have a good look," he said, and displayed his amorphous form before the scanning tube of the video. Dr. Jones' voice came. "I'm sorry to bother you at your home, Mr. Munster, especially when you're in this, awkward condition." The homeostatic analyst paused. "But I've been devoting time to problem-solving vis-à-vis your condition. I may have at least a partial solution."
"What?" Munster said, taken by surprise. "You mean to imply that medical science can now—"
No, Dr. Jones said hurriedly. "The physical aspects lie out of my domain. You must keep that in mind, Munster. When you consulted me about your problems, it was the psychological adjustment that—"
"I'll come right down to your office and talk to you," Munster said.
And then he realized that he could not. In his blobble form, it would take him days to undulate all the way across town to Dr. Jones' office.
"Jones," he said desperately, "you see the problems I face. I'm stuck here in this apartment every night beginning about 8 o'clock and lasting through until almost 7 in the morning. I can't even visit you and consult you and get help."
"Be quiet, Mr. Munster," Dr. Jones interrupted. "I'm trying to tell you something. You're not the only one in this condition. Did you know that?"
Heavily, Munster said, "Sure. In all, 83 Terrans were made over into blobbles at one time or another during the war. Of the 83,
he knew the facts by heart,
61 survived, and now there's an organization called Veterans of Unnatural Wars, of which 50 are members. I'm a member. We meet twice a month, revert in unison."
He started to hang up the phone. So this was what he had gotten for his money, this stale news.
"Goodbye, Doctor,"
he murmured. Dr. Jones whirred in agitation. "Mr. Munster, I don't mean other Terrans. I've researched this in your behalf, and I discover that according to captured records at the Library of Congress, 15 blobbles were formed into pseudo-Terrans to act as spies for their side. Do you understand?" After a moment, Munster said,
"Not exactly."
"You have a mental block against being helped," Dr. Jones said. "But here's what I want, Munster. You be at my office at 11 in the morning tomorrow. We'll take up the solution to your problem then. Good night." Wearily, Munster said,
"When I'm in my blobble form, my wits aren't too keen, Doctor. You'll have to forgive me."
He hung up, still puzzled. So there were 15 blobbles walking around on Titan this moment, doomed to occupy human form. So what? How did that help him? Maybe he would find out at 11 tomorrow. When he strode into Dr. Jones' waiting room, he saw, seated in a deep chair in a corner by a lamp reading a copy of Fortune, an exceedingly attractive young woman. Automatically, Munster found a place to sit from which he could eye her. Stylish, dyed white hair braided down the back of her neck. He took in the sight of her with delight, pretending to read his own copy of Fortune. Slender legs, small and delicate elbows, and her sharp, clearly featured face, the intelligent eyes, the thin, tapered nostrils. A truly lovely girl, he thought. He drank in the sight of her, until all at once she raised her head and stared coolly back at him. "Dull, having to wait," Munster mumbled. The girl said, "Do you come to Dr. Jones often?" "No," he admitted. "This is just the second time." "I've never been here before," the girl said. "I was going to another electronic, fully homeostatic psychoanalyst in Los Angeles, and then late yesterday Dr. Bing, my analyst, called me and told me to fly up here and see Dr. Jones this morning. Is this one good?" Munster said, "I guess so." "We'll see," he thought. That's precisely what we don't know at this point.
The inner office door opened, and there stood Dr. Jones. "Miss Arrowsmith," it said, nodding to the girl. "Mr. Munster." It nodded to George. "Won't you both come in?" Rising to her feet, Miss Arrowsmith said, "Who pays the $20, then?" But the analyst had become silent. It had turned off. "I'll pay," Miss Arrowsmith said, reaching into her purse. "No, no," Munster said. "Let me." He got out a $20 piece and dropped it into the analyst's slot. At once, Dr. Jones said, "You're a gentleman, Mr. Munster." Smiling, it ushered the two of them into its office. "Be seated, please. Miss Arrowsmith, without preamble, please allow me to explain your condition to Mr. Munster." To Munster it said, "Miss Arrowsmith is a blobble." Munster could only stare at the girl. "Obviously," Dr. Jones continued, "presently in human form. This, for her, is the state of involuntary reversion. During the war, she operated behind Terran lines, acting for the Blobble War League. She was captured and held, but then the war ended and she was neither tried nor sentenced." "They released me," Miss Arrowsmith said in a low, carefully controlled voice. "Still in human form. I stayed here out of shame. I just couldn't go back to Titan and—" Her voice wavered. "There is great shame attached to this condition," Dr. Jones said, "for any high-caste blobble." Nodding, Miss Arrowsmith sat, clutching a tiny Irish linen handkerchief and trying to look poised. "Correct, Doctor. I did visit Titan to discuss my condition with medical authorities there. After expensive and prolonged therapy with me, they were able to induce a return to my natural form for a period of—" She hesitated. "About 1/4 of the time. But the other 3/4, I am as you perceive me now." She ducked her head and touched the handkerchief to her right eye. "Geez," Munster protested, "you're lucky. A human form is infinitely superior to a blobble form. I ought to know. As a blobble, you have to creep along. You're like a big jellyfish, no skeleton to keep you erect. And binary fission. It's lousy, I say really lousy, compared to the Terran form of, reproduction." He colored. Dr. Jones ticked and stated, "For a period of about 6 hours, your human forms overlap, and then for about 1 hour, your blobble forms overlap. So all in all, the two of you possess 7 hours out of 24 in which you both possess identical forms. In my opinion—" It toyed with its pen and paper. 7 hours is not too bad, if you follow my meaning." After a moment, Miss Arrowsmith said, "But Mr. Munster and I are natural enemies." "That was years ago," Munster said. "Correct," Dr. Jones agreed. "True, Miss Arrowsmith is basically a blobble, and you, Munster, are a Terran, but—" It gestured. "Both of you are outcasts in either civilization. Both of you are stateless, and hence gradually suffering a loss of ego identity. I predict for both of you a gradual deterioration ending finally in severe mental illness. Unless you two can develop a rapprochement." The analyst was silent then. Miss Arrowsmith said softly, "I think we're very lucky, Mr. Munster. As Dr. Jones said, we do overlap for 7 hours a day. We can enjoy that time together, no longer in wretched isolation." She smiled up hopefully at him, rearranging her coat. Certainly she had a nice figure. The somewhat low-cut dress gave an ideal clue to that. Studying her, Munster pondered. "Give him time," Dr. Jones told Miss Arrowsmith. "My analysis of him is that he will see this correctly and do the right thing." Still rearranging her coat and dabbing at her large, dark eyes, Miss Arrowsmith waited. The phone in Dr. Jones' office rang a number of years later. He answered it in his customary way. "Please, sir or madam, deposit $20 if you wish to speak to me." A tough male voice on the other end of the line said, "Listen, this is the UN legal office, and we don't deposit $20 to talk to anybody, so trip that mechanism inside you, Jones." "Yes, sir," Dr. Jones said, and with his right hand tripped the lever behind his ear that caused him to come on free. "Back in 2037, the UN legal expert said, did you advise a couple to marry, a George Munster and a Vivian Arrowsmith, now Mrs. Munster?" "Why, yes," Dr. Jones said after consulting his built-in memory banks. "Had you investigated the legal ramifications of their issue?" Well," Dr. Jones said, "that is not my worry. You can be arraigned for advising any action contrary to UN law. There is no law prohibiting a Blobble and a Terran from marrying." The UN legal expert said, "All right, Doctor. I'll settle for a look at their case histories." "Absolutely not," Dr. Jones said. "That would be a breach of ethics. We'll get a writ and sequester them then." "Go ahead." Dr. Jones reached behind his ear to shut himself off. "Wait. It may interest you to know that the Munsters now have 4 children, and following the Mendelian law, the offspring comprise a strict 1-to-1 ratio. 1 Blobble girl, 1 hybrid boy, 1 hybrid girl, 1 Terran girl. The legal problem arises in that the Blobble Supreme Council claims the pure-blooded Blobble girl as a citizen of Titan, and also suggests that one of the 2 hybrids be donated to the Council's jurisdiction." The UN legal expert explained, "You see, the Munsters' marriage is breaking up. They're getting divorced, and it's sticky finding which laws obtain regarding them and their issue." "Yes," Dr. Jones admitted, "I would think so. What has caused their marriage to break up?" "I don't know and don't care. Possibly the fact that both adults and 2 of the 4 children rotate daily between being Blobbles and Terrans. Maybe the strain got to be too much. If you want to give them psychological advice, consult them. Goodbye." The UN legal expert rang off. "Did I make a mistake, advising them to marry?" Dr. Jones asked itself. "I wonder if I shouldn't look them up. I owe at least that to them." Opening the Los Angeles phone book, it began thumbing through the M's. These had been 6 difficult years for the Munsters. First, George had moved from San Francisco to Los Angeles. He and Vivian had set up a household in a condominium apartment with 3 instead of 2 rooms. Vivian, being in Terran form 3/4 of the time, had been able to obtain a job. Right out in public, she gave jet flight information at the 5th Los Angeles airport. George, however, his pension comprised an amount only 1/4 that of his wife's salary, and he felt it keenly. To augment it, he had searched for a way of earning money at home. Finally, in a magazine, he had found this valuable ad. "Make swift profits in your own condo. Raise giant bullfrogs from Jupiter, capable of 80-foot leaps. Can be used in frog racing, where legal, and..." So in 2038 he had bought his first pair of frogs imported from Jupiter and had begun raising them for swift profits right in his own condominium apartment building in a corner of the basement that Leopold, the partially homeostatic janitor, let him use gratis. But in the relatively feeble Terran gravity, the frogs were capable of enormous leaps, and the basement proved too small for them. They ricocheted from wall to wall like green ping-pong balls and soon died. Obviously, it took more than a portion of the basement at QEK 604 Apartments to house a crop of the damned things, George realized. And then, too, their first child had been born.
It had turned out to be a pure-blooded blobble. For 24 hours a day it consisted of a gelatinous mass, and George found himself waiting in vain for it to switch over to a human form. VUW headquarters was a decrepit cement building in downtown Los Angeles left over from the 20th century and sadly in need of paint. The VUW had little funds because most of its members were, like George Munster, living on UN pensions. However, there was a pool table and an old 3D television set, and a few dozen tapes of popular music, and also a chess set. George generally drank his beer and played chess with his fellow members, either in human form or in blobble form. This was one place in which both were accepted. This particular evening he sat with Pete Ruggles, a fellow veteran who also had married a blobble female, reverting, as Vivian did, to human form. "Pete, I can't go on. I've got a gelatinous blob for a child. My whole life I've wanted a kid, and now what have I got? Something that looks like it washed up on the beach." Sipping his beer, he too was in human form at the moment, Pete answered, "Criminy, George, I admit it's a mess, but you must have known what you were getting into when you married her. And my God, according to Mendel's law, the next kid—" "I mean," George broke in, "I don't respect my own wife. That's the basis of it. I think of her as a thing. And myself, too. We're both things." He drank down his beer in one gulp. Pete said meditatively, "But from the blobble standpoint—" "Listen, whose side are you on?" George demanded. "Don't yell at me," Pete said, "or I'll deck you." A moment later they were swinging wildly at each other. Fortunately, Pete reverted to blobble form in the nick of time. No harm was done. Now George sat alone, in human shape, while Pete oozed off somewhere else, probably to join a group of the boys who had also assumed blobble form. "Maybe we can find a new society somewhere on a remote moon," George said to himself moodily. "Neither Terran nor blobble." "I've got to go back to Vivian," George resolved. "What else is there for me? I'm lucky to find her. I'd be nothing but a war veteran guzzling beer here at VUW headquarters every damn day and night, with no future, no hope, no real life." He had a new money-making scheme going now. It was a home mail-order business. He had placed an ad in the Saturday Evening Post for magic lodestones reputed to bring you luck from another star system entirely. The stones had come from Proxima and were obtainable on Titan. It was Vivian who had made the commercial contact for him with her people. But so far, few people had sent in the $1.50. "I'm a failure," George said to himself. Fortunately, the next child, born in the winter of 2039, showed itself to be a hybrid. It took human form 50% of the time, and so at last George had a child who was, occasionally anyhow, a member of his own species. He was still in the process of celebrating the birth of Maurice when a delegation of their neighbors at QEK 604 Apartments came and rapped on their door. "We've got a petition here," the chairman of the delegation said, shuffling his feet in embarrassment, "asking that you and Mrs. Munster leave QEK 604. "But why?" George asked, bewildered. "You haven't objected to us up until now." "The reason is that now you've got a hybrid youngster who will want to play with ours, and we feel it's unhealthy for our kids to—" George slammed the door in their faces. But still, he felt the pressure, the hostility from the people on all sides of them. And to think, he thought bitterly, that I fought in the war to save these people. It sure wasn't worth it. An hour later, he was down at VUW headquarters once more, drinking beer and talking with his buddy Sherman Downs, also married to a blobble. "Sherman, it's no good. We're not wanted. We've got to emigrate. Maybe we'll try it on Titan, in Viv's world." "Christ's sakes," Sherman protested. "I hate to see you fold up, George. Isn't your electromagnetic reducing belt beginning to sell, finally?" For the last few months, George had been making and selling a complex electronic reducing gadget which Vivian had helped him design. It was based in principle on a blobble device popular on Titan but unknown on Terra. And this had gone over well. George had more orders than he could fill, but... "I had a terrible experience, Sherm," George confided. "I was in a drugstore the other day, and they gave me a big order for my reducing belt, and I got so excited." He broke off. "You can guess what happened. I reverted, right in plain sight of 100 customers. And when the buyer saw that, he canceled the order for the belts. It was what we all fear. You should have seen how their attitude toward me changed." Sherm said, "Hire someone to do your selling for you, a full-blooded Terran." Thickly, George said, "I'm a full-blooded Terran, and don't you forget it, ever." "I just mean—" "I know what you meant," George said, and took a swing at Sherman. Fortunately, he missed, and in the excitement both of them reverted to blobble form. They oozed angrily into each other for a time, but at last fellow veterans managed to separate them. "I'm as much Terran as anyone," George thought radiated in the blobble manner to Sherman, "and I'll flatten anyone who says otherwise." In blobble form, he was unable to get home. He had to phone Vivian to come and get him. It was humiliating. Suicide, he decided. That's the answer. How best to do it? In blobble form, he was unable to feel pain. Best to do it then. Several substances would dissolve him. He could, for instance, drop himself into a heavily chlorinated swimming pool, such as QEK 604 maintained in its recreation room. Vivian, in human form, found him as he reposed hesitantly at the edge of the swimming pool late one night. "George, I beg you, go back to Dr. Jones." "Nah," he boomed dully, forming a quasi-vocal apparatus with a portion of his body. "It's no use, Viv. I don't want to go on." Even the belts. They had been Viv's idea rather than his. He was second even there, behind her, falling constantly farther behind each passing day. Viv said, "You have so much to offer the children." That was true. "Maybe I'll drop over to the UN War Office," he decided. "Talk to them. See if there's anything new that medical science has come up with that might stabilize me." "But if you stabilize as a Terran," Vivian said, "what would become of me?" "We'd have 18 entire hours together a day. All the hours you take human form." "But you wouldn't want to stay married to me, because, George, then you could meet a Terran woman." It wasn't fair to her, he realized, so he abandoned the idea. In the spring of 2041, their third child was born, also a girl, and like Maurice, a hybrid. It was Blobble at night and Terran by day. Meanwhile, George found a solution to some of his problems. He got himself a mistress. He and Nina arranged to meet each other at the Hotel Elysium, a run-down wooden building in the heart of Los Angeles. "Nina," George said, sipping teacher's scotch and seated beside her on the shabby sofa which the hotel provided, "you've made my life worth living again." He fooled with the buttons of her blouse. "I respect you," Nina Glaubman said, assisting him with the buttons, "in spite of the fact, well, you are a former enemy of our people." "God," George protested, "we must not think about the old days. We have to close our minds to our pasts." Nothing but our future, he thought. His reducing belt enterprise had developed so well that now he employed 15 full-time Terran employees and owned a small, modern factory on the outskirts of San Fernando. If UN taxes had been reasonable, he would by now be a wealthy man. Brooding on that, George wondered what the tax rate was in Blobble Run lands. On Io, for instance. Maybe he ought to look into it. One night at VUW headquarters, he discussed the subject with Reinhold, Nina's husband, who of course was ignorant of the modus vivendi between George and Nina. "Reinhold," George said with difficulty as he drank his beer, "I've got big plans. This cradle-to-grave socialism the UN operates, it's not for me. It's cramping me. The Munster magic magnetic belt is," he gestured, "more than Terran civilization can support. You get me?" Coldly, Reinhardt said, "But, George, you are a Terran. If you emigrate to Blobble Run territory with your factory, you'll be betraying your—" "Listen," George told him. "I've got 1 authentic Blobble child, 2 half-Blobble children, and a 4th on the way. I've got strong emotional ties with those people out there on Titan and Io." "You're a traitor," Reinhold said and punched him in the mouth. "And not only that," he continued, punching George in the stomach, "you're running around with my wife. I'm going to kill you." To escape, George reverted to Blobble form. Reinhold's blows passed harmlessly deep into his moist, jelly-like substance. Reinhold then reverted, too, and flowed into him murderously, trying to consume and absorb George's nucleus. Fortunately, fellow veterans pried their 2 bodies apart before any permanent harm was done. Later that night, still trembling, George sat with Vivian in the living room of their 8-room suite at the great new condominium apartment building, ZGF 900. It had been a close call, and now, of course, Reinhold would tell Viv. It was only a question of time. The marriage, as far as George could see, was over. This, perhaps, was their last moment together. "Viv," he said urgently, "you have to believe me. I love you. You and the children, plus the belt business, naturally, are my complete life." A desperate idea came to him. "Let's emigrate now, tonight. Pack up the kids and go to Titan, right this minute." "I can't go," Vivian said. "I know how my people would treat me, and treat you and the children, too. George, you go. Move the factory to Io. I'll stay here." Tears filled her dark eyes. "Hell," George said. "What kind of life is that? With you on Terra and me on Io, that's no marriage. And who'll get the kids?" Probably Viv would get them, but his firm employed top legal talent. Perhaps he could use it to solve his domestic problems. The next morning, Vivian found out about Nina and hired an attorney of her own. "Listen," George said on the phone, talking to his top legal talent, Henry Ramereau. "Get me custody of the 4th child. It'll be a Terran. And we'll compromise on the 2 hybrids. I'll take Maurice and she can have Kathy. And naturally, she gets that blob, the first so-called child. As far as I'm concerned, it's hers anyhow." He slammed the receiver down and then turned to the board of directors of his company. "Now, where were we?" he demanded, "in our analysis of Io tax laws." During the next weeks, the idea of a move to Io appeared more and more feasible from a profit and loss standpoint. "Go ahead and buy land on Io," George instructed his business agent in the field, Tom Hendricks, "and get it cheap. We want to start right." To his secretary, Miss Nolan, he said, "Now keep everyone out of my office until further notice. I feel an attack coming on. From anxiety over this major move off Terra to Io." He added, "and personal worries." "Yes, Mr. Munster," Miss Nolan said, ushering Tom Hendricks out of George's private office. "No one will disturb you." She could be counted on to keep everyone out while George reverted to his wartime blobble shape, as he often did these days. The pressure on him was immense. When, later in the day, he resumed human form, George learned from Miss Nolan that a Dr. Jones had called. "I'll be damned," George said, thinking back to 6 years ago. "I thought it'd be in the junk pile by now." To Miss Nolan he said, "Call Dr. Jones. Notify me when you have it. I'll take a minute off to talk to it." It was like old times back in San Francisco. Shortly, Miss Nolan had Dr. Jones on the line. "Doctor," George said, leaning back in his chair and swiveling from side to side and poking at an orchid on his desk. "Good to hear from you." The voice of the homeostatic analyst came in his ear. "Mr. Munster, I note that you now have a secretary." "Yes," George said. "I'm a tycoon. I'm in the reducing belt game. It's somewhat like the flea collar that cats wear. Well, what can I do for you?" "I understand you have 4 children now." "Actually 3, plus a 4th on the way. Listen, that 4th, Doctor, is vital to me. According to Mendel's law, it's a full-blooded Terran, and by God, I'm doing everything in my power to get custody of it." He added, "Vivian, you remember her, is now back on Titan, among her own people where she belongs, and I'm putting some of the finest doctors I can get on my payroll to stabilize me. I'm tired of this constant reverting night and day. I've got too much to do for such nonsense." Dr. Jones said, "From your tone, I can see you're an important busy man, Mr. Munster. You've certainly risen in the world since I saw you last." "Get to the point," George said impatiently. "Why'd you call?" "I, thought perhaps I could bring you and Vivian together again." "Bah!" George said contemptuously. "That woman? Never. Listen, Doctor, I have to ring off. We're in the process of finalizing on some basic business strategy here at Munster Incorporated." "Mr. Munster," Dr. Jones asked, "is there another woman?" "There's another blobble," George said, "if that's what you mean." And he hung up the phone. 2 blobbles are better than none, he said to himself. And now back to business. He pressed a button on his desk, and at once Miss Nolan put her head into the office. "Miss Nolan," George said, "get me Hank Ramerow. I want to find out—" "Mr. Ramerow is waiting on the other line," Miss Nolan said. "He says it's urgent." Switching to the other line, George said, "Hi, Hank, what's up?" "I've just discovered," his top legal advisor said, "that to operate your factory on Io, you must be a citizen of Titan." "We ought to be able to fix that up," George said. "But to be a citizen of Titan," Ramerow hesitated. "I'll break it to you easy as I can, George. You have to be a blobble." "Damn it, I am a blobble," George said. "At least part of the time. Won't that do?" "No," Ramerow said. "I checked into that, knowing of your affliction, and it's got to be 100% of the time, night and day." George said. "This is bad. But we'll overcome it somehow. Listen, Hank, I've got an appointment with Eddie Fulbright, my medical coordinator. I'll talk to you after, okay?" He rang off and then sat scowling and rubbing his jaw. Well, he decided, if it has to be, it has to be. Facts are facts, and we can't let them stand in our way. Picking up the phone, he dialed his doctor, Eddie Fulbright. The $20 platinum coin rolled down the chute and tripped the circuit. Dr. Jones came on, glanced up, and saw a stunning, sharp-breasted young woman whom it recognized, by means of a quick scan of its memory banks, as Mrs. George Munster, the former Vivian Arrowsmith. "Good day, Vivian," Dr. Jones said cordially. "But I understood you were on Titan." It rose to its feet, offering her a chair. Dabbing at her large, dark eyes, Vivian sniffled, "Doctor, everything is collapsing around me. My husband is having an affair with another woman.
All I know is that her name is Nina, and all the boys down at VUW headquarters are talking about it. Presumably she's a Terran. We're both filing for divorce, and we're having a dreadful legal battle over the children." She arranged her coat modestly. "I'm expecting our fourth."
"This I know," Dr. Jones said. "A full-blooded Terran this time, if Mendel's law holds, although it only applied to litters."
Mrs. Munster said miserably, "I've been on Titan talking to legal and medical experts, gynecologists, and especially marital guidance counselors. I've had all sorts of advice during the past month. Now I'm back on Terra, but I can't find George. He's gone."
"I wish I could help you, Vivian," Dr. Jones said. "I talked to your husband briefly the other day, but he spoke only in generalities. Evidently, he's such a big tycoon now that it's hard to approach him."
"And to think," Vivian sniffled, "that he achieved it all because of an idea I gave him, a blobble idea."
"The ironies of fate," Dr. Jones said. "Now, if you want to keep your husband, Vivian—"
"I'm determined to keep him, Dr. Jones. Frankly, I've undergone therapy on Titan, the latest and most expensive. It's because I love George so much, even more than I love my own people or my planet."
"Eh?" Dr. Jones said.
"Through the most modern developments in medical science in the Sol system," Vivian said, "I've been stabilized, Dr. Jones. Now I am in human form 24 hours a day, instead of 18. I've renounced my natural form in order to keep my marriage with George."
"The supreme sacrifice," Dr. Jones said, touched.
"Now if I can only find him, Doctor."
At the groundbreaking ceremonies on Io, George Munster flowed gradually to the shovel, extended a pseudopodium, seized the shovel, and with it managed to dig a symbolic amount of soil. "This is a great day," he boomed hollowly, by means of the semblance of a vocal apparatus into which he had fashioned the slimy plastic substance which made up his unicellular body. "Right, George," Hank Ramerow agreed, standing nearby with the legal documents. The Ionan official, like George, a great transparent blob, oozed across to Ramerow, took the documents, and boomed, "These will be transmitted to my government. I'm sure they're in order, Mr. Ramerow."
"I guarantee you," Ramerow said to the official, "Mr. Munster does not revert to human form at any time. He's made use of some of the most advanced techniques in medical science to achieve this stability at the unicellular phase of his former rotation. Munster would never cheat."
"This historic moment," the great blob that was George Munster thought radiated to the throng of local blobbles attending the ceremonies, "means a higher standard of living for Ionans who will be employed. It will bring prosperity to this area, plus a proud sense of national achievement in the manufacture of what we recognize to be a native invention, the Munster Magic Magnetic Belt." The throng of blobbles thought-radiated cheers. "This is a proud day in my life," George Munster informed them, and began to ooze by degrees back to his car, where his chauffeur waited to drive him to his permanent hotel room at Io City. Someday he would own the hotel. He was putting the profits from his business in local real estate. It was the patriotic and the profitable thing to do. Other Ionans, other blobbles had told him. "I'm finally a successful man," George Munster thought radiated to all close enough to pick up his emanations. Amid frenzied cheers, he oozed up the ramp and into his Titan-made car. Note: "Oh, to be a blobble." Well, see, there were these blobbles. May 6th, 1963. Galaxy, February 1964.
At the beginning of my writing career in the early 50s, Galaxy was my economic mainstay. Horace Gold at Galaxy liked my writing, whereas John W. Campbell Jr. at Astounding considered my writing not only worthless, but, as he put it, nuts. By and large, I liked reading Galaxy because it had the broadest range of ideas, venturing into the soft sciences, such as sociology and psychology, at a time when Campbell, as he once wrote me, considered psionics a necessary premise for science fiction. Also, Campbell said, the psionic character in the story had to be in charge of what was going on. So, Galaxy provided a latitude which Astounding did not. However, I was to get into an awful quarrel with Horace Gold. He had the habit of changing your stories without telling you, adding scenes, adding characters, removing downbeat endings in favor of upbeat endings. Many writers resented this. I did more than resent this. Despite the fact that Galaxy was my main source of income, I told Gold that I would not sell to him unless he stopped altering my stories, after which he bought nothing from me at all. It was not, then, until Fred Pohl became editor of Galaxy that I began to appear there again. Oh, to be a Blobble is a story which Fred Pohl bought. In this story, my enormous anti-war bias is evident, a bias which had, ironically, pleased Gold. I wasn't thinking of the Vietnam War, but war in general. In particular, how a war forces you to become like your enemy. Hitler had once said that the true victory of the Nazis would be to force its enemies, the United States in particular, to become like the Third Reich, i.e., a totalitarian society, in order to win. Hitler, then, expected to win even in losing. As I watched the American military-industrial complex grow after World War II, I kept remembering Hitler's analysis, and I kept thinking how right the son of a bitch was. We had beaten Germany, but both the U.S. and the USSR were getting more and more like the Nazis with their huge police systems every day. Well, it seemed to me there was a little wry humor in this, but not much. Maybe I could write about it without getting too deep into polemics. But the issue presented in this story is real. Look what we had to become in Vietnam just to lose, let alone to win. Can you imagine what we'd have had to become to win? Hitler would have gotten a lot of laughs out of it, and the laughs would have been on us. And to a very great extent, in fact, were. And they were hollow and grim laughs, without humor of any kind. 1979. Here I nailed down the ultimate meaningless irony of war. The human turns into a blobble, and the blobble, his enemy, turns into a human. And there it all is, the futility, the black humor, the stupidity. And in the story, they all wind up happy. 1976. End note. End of The Minority Report and Other Classic Stories by Philip K. Dick. PHILIP K DICK.